now been a few games where the offense is pretty ineffective. And all week I've been talking about third down conversions and staying on the field, time of possession. And last night you got Brian Robinson back, which was supposed to really help in a lot of these capacities. B-Rob finished that game 16 for 63, decent total, 3.9 YPC, not great. Brian, they were 3 of 12 on third down. And more alarming than that, Jaden's numbers, I think, look better than that game really showed because of an incredibly bizarre late drive.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden finished 22 of 32 for 191. Nothing went downfield. Nothing went to receivers. The 191, 171 of it went to non-wide receivers.
Yeah.
Eckler was your leading pass catcher. He had 89. He had about half of Jaden's yardage total. Which isn't necessarily a problem, right?
Well,
there was nothing down.
As
it was
Logan said last night.
John Bates had more catches and yards than Terry McLaurin.
Well, when your running back is leading your team in pass catching, that's not really a good sign.
No.
But the ultimate thing is Jaden's numbers, and I think everybody goes immediately to, the ribs. Did you watch the pass blocking last night?
I think that is the biggest advantage they're going to get from playing Thursday night and now having 5 days off.
Health.
That O-line is beat to hell.
And it looked like it in many occasions. I watched the offensive line very closely last night. And it were guys that, they were going through the motions. A lot of the linemen.
I think they didn't have much left, man.
Yeah, and I understand that. But the ultimate thing, I say it to you all the time, as good as quarterbacks are, as important as they are, still the most dependent position. If the O-line isn't blocking it, I don't think many quarterbacks going to play well.
No argument there, but I do. Jaden hasn't looked very good now, and granted, the bar was set incredibly high by the way he started the season, but the last few games, he hasn't looked very good. You got to go back to New York, which was 3 games ago now. Since he has looked really good. The offense, even against the Bears, didn't look very good. They were able to squeak that one out. You hit a Hail Mary, and the football gods are on your side, and that's terrific.
But the thing, what are we looking for, though, Jay? This is a real question.
From last night?
What are we looking for are we going looking for perfection in every game?
No, you think he looked good last night?
I don't think he looked good, but I'm saying we go on this damn roller coaster ride. Like we go to how great somebody is to, they're not playing. That is football. That is a whole year of football. I've watched the great ones have them roller coaster ride.
Do you worry that this is like do you worry, is this rookie inconsistencies? Is there somewhere in the middle?
I'm not going to go beyond him being a rookie right now because ultimately he got the rib injury.
Do you think that's because DQ and Jaden last night were matter of fact? No, that's not.
And that's what they're supposed to say. But I watch him not stepping in the throws.
Yeah,
and he don't step in the throws when guys are close to him. So that may be something of that sort. But I'd be damned if I'm gonna question that dude's talent and his heart, because we have to understand Jaden Daniels showed us what he's capable of being. As David Aldridge said early in the season, if he show you moments that mean you got the right person, that's what you're looking for. But now it's like he's shown.
I don't think anybody's questioning. If anybody's questioning effort or heart, they're idiots.
No, I don't know. Listen, people question everything, and this is the idiot's opportunity to go on their little jog around and think, I told you. You ain't telling nobody nothing. It's tough. This league is tough as hell on everybody. Coaches calling, quarterbacks playing, running back playing, linemen playing. We were talking about how injured our offensive linemen were going into the game. The Eagles played games and played on a Sunday after us.
Short week, right.
So the ultimate thing is you are going to go through these moments. How you bounce out of them. They've lost 2 in a row. First time they've done that this year. Let's see where it goes.
I think my concerns with Jaden, last night, to your point about his feet were getting a little choppy in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Like he seemed far more cognizant of oncoming pressure than he has in a while.
Yeah.
And you wonder if that's to protect himself. He's also under duress on most snaps, right?
Yeah.
And then the run game didn't really get going. It's 2 games in a row now where his run game hasn't got going. They don't seem to be calling the stuff to the edges for him in the run game.
And
you wonder if that's a direct result of.
I had a question about that. The edge stuff, you're out with the smaller people. The inside stuff, you're going through the big boys. So I don't if it's because we're trying to protect him, why run those draws up the middle then?
Yeah, I am not going to make any sort of conclusions on Jaden. I think he's been fantastic. I think he will continue to be fantastic. I thought his response and attitude and everything he said after that game were exactly what you want. I agree with you. Whether the ribs are or not a factor, there's no way DQ and Jaden are going to admit it.
Yeah.
It did worry me last night. To your point about being short in the pocket, seemed like he wasn't getting through progressions, which he's done all year.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. The Eagles are also really good. That front seven's loaded. There were a lot of factors. I think the O-line, I mean, having watched them in the locker room last week after the Steelers, seeing how beat up they were, seeing them in the locker room this week, seeing last night, I think those guys are just zapped and need this break, and then they get a good chance when Dallas comes to town in 10 days. But, Brian, I do think it's our first time where, I don't know. I'll go left hand up, Landfill. I'm cool with Jaden. If assuming he's fully healthy, they keep saying he is, Jaden's really damn good, and I'm not going to be concerned by, a performance in Philadelphia where they couldn't get the pass game really going. I don't know do you want to go field goal first or end of game first?
Wow, go either way.
Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury have been very aggressive on 4th downs throughout the season.
Mm-hmm.
I have, by and large, applauded them for that. The decision to kick the field goal, the decision to not kick the field goal last night in a 12-10 game with about 8 minutes remaining on 4th down in Philadelphia territory, I think deserves to be discussed, but I'm not going to kill DQ for that.
I would hope, but a lot of people don't try and kill him because when he didn't go for it, everybody was on the other side. And then you had another coach go for it, and they didn't make it, and then they were on the other side. People are always going to be opposite of what you say. That's why last night I didn't want to talk about it. But ultimately,
it was a huge play.
It was a huge play. But if they get it, nobody says anything, but they didn't get it. So now everybody can question it.
I don't hate the decision to go for it there.
Yeah.
I think it's fairly consistent with how they've coached throughout the year. I think for me, though, like when we talk to Greenberg, whenever you and I reference analytics, I'm not anti-analytic, but I think they have to match up with you have to understand the flow of the game and kind of the context, right?
Yeah.
Specific to that moment, they got a gain of 9 on 1st down.
Yeah.
They have 2nd and inches, they get pushed back to a 3rd and 1. On 3rd and 1, they get pushed back to a 4th and 2.
Mm-hmm.
That would have impacted my decision-making. Like, we're getting blown off the line of scrimmage here. Maybe we want to kick.
But I think still you're looking at the fact that over the time they have been more consistent in getting those yards than not. And that's your mindset,
They've been so good on 4th down.
But that's your mindset.
Right.
So
it was a little interesting to me. They went under center there when they've gone out of shotgun so frequently there.
I think we can question that more than the thought of going for it.
And Jaden, after the game, told us that he's got to be louder with his cadence. Because if you notice, there was a bobbled snap and that little bit of bobble, that little bit of impact.
He almost knocked the ball out.
Dude, that impacts the whole play.
Totally.
I don't know if it was an actual handoff or just a mesh point or just a fake, but everything got a little slower.
Mm-hmm.
The dude, Bond, made a hell of a play to beat Jaden to that edge for the tackle. For me, I think I would have considered that you just got blown off the line of scrimmage 2 plays in a row. I also would have considered the Eagles' kicking situation was a damn train wreck. So maybe we get up 1, they then have to rely on their kicker again. But what Austin Eckler said to me in the locker room, I asked him about it, and we're going to play that audio a little later. What Eckler said, or I don't know if you have it, Landfill, but we can play it later, whatever. Eckler's like, man, touchdowns win games. That's the way we've played and been coached all season. If you want to hammer him for that, I think you are relitigating the past. I don't know that in that moment I might take the points on the road, but if they get up 13-12 right there, the way Philly was starting to move the ball, do you think that's the final score? Because
More than likely not.
I don't think so.
But listen, I like the aggressiveness. And I know everyone, listen, I've looked on social media today. Everybody's an expert. But everybody was going the other direction just last week. So I am not swayed by all of the opinions. And we all have one, so that I give everyone credit for that. You have an opinion, voice your mind. But I don't think we are going to have to second guess every move made in crucial situations every time it happens.
I think what I have a far greater problem with, and I asked DQ about this, it kind of got a non-explanation. Competition is the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Fight to the end. Anyone, anywhere, anytime. All of the things that they preach there. Like, I'm not going to kill you about the field goal because it's consistent with what you preach.
Mm-hmm.
The end of game scenario was absolutely not consistent with what you preach. You're down 2 scores, and that game ends with Washington holding 2 timeouts in their pocket?
Mm-hmm.
That is inconsistent with what you preach.
It's inconsistent, Jay, but I mean, you're in a situation now where, as you keep stating how bad everyone is beat up and how they were getting their asses whipped, what are you going to do? Go out there and put them in more harm's way?
B, they had a 1st and 10 on the Philly side of the half with like 2:25, and they just let it go down to the 2-minute warning. And that's just inconsistent with what they preach.
It's inconsistent, but, you know.
It's a 2-score game.
The man says competition. I believe they have competition. But I've watched coaches do that all the time. That game was out of hand for them.
Hammered Rivera when he did that stuff.
Rivera did it every damn time. All the time.
It's a 2-score game, man.
I understand that, but, you know, they wouldn't win in that game last night.
When
that tide changed, it was over.
When Saquon busted the second one, I tend to
When he
agree
busted
with
the first one, it was over.
No.
They had no energy.
But, Brian, they got the ball with 4.5 minutes.
I understand all that minute stuff. I'm telling you, the energy on the field. Let's stop looking at the time sometime and look at the players. Those players were just drained. And we went into this game talking about how tired everybody is. They got to a point where they were exhausted. And that is a point when you start getting people hurt like hell. And if we start trying to do
why not just take a knee then?
No, but you don't just take a knee. You got to go. You still go through your plays. You go through your stuff. It's a moment. But if they start doing things, somebody get hurt, we're going to kill them for that too.
It's highly, highly inconsistent with what they have preached and how they've played it
I don't think they've changed their mindset. I'm going to tell you.
Ending that game with 2 timeouts in your pocket to me
that's
is
all
egregious.
Cool. But the whole thing about it, bro, I don't feel every situation is as high, and every time we do something that's good is as good. We got to learn to get a little bit in the middle because everything is not a problem. I don't think they've changed their whole mindset in one night.
They did at the end of that game.
I don't think the mindset has changed. I think it's the situation, and that's how they finished the game out, to be honest with you.
Just to get out of there?
Yeah. A lot of times coaches do that at the end of the game when they know now this thing is done.
I agree. That happens for sure, but that's just not how what we've seen throughout the year. But dude, even at halftime, to not throw a Hail Mary there, they've been so aggressive at end of halves. And that's before half.
Have you seen
they had the lead?
Did you see them throw the ball deep before that moment? No, right?
But they've done it all year.
But
last night they coached a little different than they had the rest of the year.
So you think they changed their mindset now? You think they changed?
I don't know if it was a mindset or if it was specific to that game, but it was different.
No, yeah. So and Vic Fangio's defense is different as well.
Sure.
And it's a lot more difficult to have a lot of success against that defense.
I agree, but what I've liked about Dan Quinn throughout this process season is we're going to play our game and take the fight to them. And last night, it seemed like they were being more reactionary to what Philly was doing.
It happens at times. Personality get changed.
When are we opening these phone lines, Landfill? 11? We got a break. We've gone very long. We have a lot to discuss. We're going to let you guys weigh in. We got to do some blame pies. Nobody go anywhere.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home.
Finally, 1067. Good stat here from our boy Denton Day. Jaden has gone over 30 pass attempts 4 times this year. Washington is 1-3 in those games, and the one win over 30 pass attempts was the Hail Mary against the Bears. We talked about it last week with Russ Wilson that the key for him winning with the Steelers is to be under 30 pass attempts. When you run the ball a ton, you can all argue it's causation or correlation, whatever you want. I haven't slept enough for that argument. What I can tell you is when you get a ton of carries, odds of your team winning go up significantly.
Yeah.
I don't think the offense just wasn't effective last night. And that's starting to become a bit of a trend where the offense really isn't effective. DQ and Jaden both say they're fine. What the hell else are they going to say?
Yep.
But you got to wonder about the offense. And then that leads to kind of these bigger picture questions. All right. Coaches lie for a living. It's kind of what they do. But I don't even think they would lie about how beat up the offensive line is. And I think that is such a huge factor in this that is hard to quantify because people can compress numbers and send them through spreadsheets of carries and passes and average depth of target, all these things, right? You can crunch those numbers. You can't crunch Andrew Wiley's shoulder is at 30%, and in turn, he really can't stop somebody on the edge. That's incalculable. I think that will make a huge impact, assuming these guys get healthy, right?
I mean,
they'll get a little break.
They'll get better. Some pain will subside. But I'm going to tell you from experience, they're not going to get 100% healthy.
Sure. And I don't
that's not going to happen.
And I don't think people would expect that, but you hope they get past kind of where they are. One thing that helps, they have 3 games now in the next 30 days. So when you get to the stretch run at the end of this thing, when you get to, Christmas trees are up and everybody's doing their shopping, when they start playing games after the bye week, they're going to be the well-rested team, and not many other teams will. And that's going to make a big difference. But B, I wonder specific to Jaden and Cliff, because you got to look at those two as kind of symbiotic, right?
Yeah.
Jaden's accuracy was so dialed in for the first half of the season. And now in the last 3 or 4 games, it's really diminished. And not much is going downfield. Is this defenses figuring some stuff out? Now they got to adjust.
It's a combination. Defenses are figuring out things, but they're going to have to go back to the drawing board too, and also come back and be able to give defense different looks for things that they're trying to do. And sometimes you're going to have to just take a chance. You know what I mean? It comes down to that. But I think also it gets to a point where you try to be perfect. Try to call the exact play, the right play at the right time, instead of getting into a groove and let things come to you. The quarterback tries to go out there and want everything to be pinpoint accurate. I know what he said, but as I watched him this year, I saw guys stepping into balls, not stepping into them over the last 2 weeks. For whatever reason, they say it's not real, cool, but he's not stepping into it. Especially when someone's in that area where he can step into them hitting him. You get what I'm saying? So something is being protected.
It sure seems like it. Dude, there was a throw in the first half last night to Noah Brown.
The one that hit him in the foot?
Bro, he just didn't have any drive on it.
Yeah.
And we've seen him throw some lasers.
When you do this,
you
don't get a little bit and that thing goes and drop. You ever hit that that driver that you like, oh, I got that, and then it just fall out the air? A lot of those passes were like that.
I have this terrible left action when that.
But it was a lot of passes like that yesterday. And listen, man, and I can make it perfectly clear. I'm not questioning him because I know from my experiences and watching a lot of guys out there probably could take a little break, but they're not. It's not the way that you brought up. And I watched I heard so many people yesterday. I'm watching social media and I'm looking at comments, or they should just sit down for a while. Dude, you must have not played no sports in your life. Or athletes don't just sit down.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore will join us next, making his weekly picks. Ron Jaworski joining us at noon. We will open these phone lines up for Blame Pies at 11. Nobody go anywhere.
with 213 on
2-1
2-1
and Lewis, brother shooting dice. So I said, let's do this. All right. Whenever you hear that song, there's only one man cool enough to pull that off as his walk-up song. Maryland Governor, Mr. Wes Moore, joins the program. Hello, Gov. How do you do?
Regulator, mount up.
Gov, now, you did last week. You were right. You took the Ravens on Thursday Night Football. That was a squeaker. Last night, we all texted. You were smart. You took the Eagles. You said having B-Rob back is huge, but Saquon's going to be a problem. You were proven correct, sir.
100 stars, man. He's this second half of second half of the season. He's getting great, and I think it also showed that more back fast enough. There is a missing component, and here's the thing too. I mean, I think there are a couple of things that we're seeing right now in these past couple of weeks. First of all, that Jaden Daniels is just the truth, and there is not a rookie like him in the NFL. That's one. But the second thing is that these last 2 weeks were kind of gut checks for the Commanders. Going with the Steelers and the Eagles, and so there is a question about, are the Commanders just yet really a tier A football team in the NFL? And I think that they're obviously making massive strides and massive improvements, but you got to be able to beat the good teams. And I think that's what we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah. Specifically, we'll get to the rest of the picks, but with Jaden, it seems like whether he's hurt or conscious of the ribs, or it just seems like it's gone a little bit different the last couple of weeks. Have you noticed that too?
Listen, I have, but also, what was he last night? Like 22 for 32 for 20 yards. That's not a bad stat line.
No.
So yeah, is he putting up Lamar Jackson numbers? No, but listen, I think most NFL quarterbacks would take the kind of stat line that he had last night and say that was a pretty good night. So I do think there's probably some tenderness. He probably is still playing through pain. This is his first NFL season, but damn if he's not still putting up some real numbers.
For sure. All right, should we get to the rest of the picks? Gov, you're on fire. You're 34-18. You keep having great week after great week, and we can start with your boys that have a huge matchup this weekend. You want to go Ravens Steelers?
Yeah, let's do it. And I'm going Ravens on this one. And even though I tell you, this Steelers team, they really are showing that they are a top tier team. At first I really was saying that, hey, this is kind of like, beginner's luck with this new quarterback matchups that they have, but they really are a quality team. The only thing I think is important to keep on remembering is Derrick Henry continues to be on a roll.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the Steelers run defense is going to have a really difficult time trying to figure that one out. And the other thing is that the Ravens, this is like the Steelers Ravens at the bank is something that is just absolutely just must-see football. The bank is going to be rocking on Sunday. And I just think that that's a very, very intimidating environment for anybody, particularly when it's a rivalry game. So it'll be a close one, but I think the Ravens pull this one off.
That one's going to be fascinating. And just the level of physicality whenever those two teams match up is always pretty
Mike, they're going to bring it with Mike.
Yeah, both sides.
No, they will. And Mike always brings it, but especially when it's against the Ravens. Like this is personal. This is the rivalry. This is Army Navy. This is Ohio State Michigan. This is the rivalry game. And so you always know that each team is going to bring their A game to this one, and each team will. I just think that the Ravens are more talented.
I tend to agree with you, especially if you look at what Derrick Henry is doing. Brian and I watched Saquon in person last night, and he looks awesome, but Henry still looks kind of a step ahead even.
Oh, yeah.
It's just what that offense can do is pretty remarkable. Do you worry at all about Russ, though, on the other side, just how different things look?
No, I think he's good. I mean, this guy, this is the first. I mean, Russell Wilson's the first ballot Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. So, and he's still putting up very real numbers. I think he is finding a bit of a rebirth in Pittsburgh that he did not find when he was in Denver. And so you're always concerned about the kind of stuff that Russell Wilson is able to pull together. Yet at the same time, the combination of this Ravens offense, which when it is clicking, it is seriously like a video game.
Yeah.
You literally just don't know what angle they're going to come at you. And you have a strong defense. I think one of the key questions that I know I'm going to be watching is how Kyle Hamilton, because I do think, Kyle Hamilton and his presence does matter on that defense. But at the same time, this is going to be fascinating. And it's going to be the first time that we're going to see Quinn back in Baltimore, since the trade.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, a lot of sub angles in this thing. Let's spread out to the rest of the league here. A lot of big games this weekend. I don't know that this is going to be a hard pick for you, but I just want to let you enjoy saying what you'd like here. The Texans are playing the Cowboys.
Texas is going to blow these boys out. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, the one good thing I'll tell you about the Commanders' loss last night is that they have the Cowboys next week. I mean, that's got, for all Commanders fans, that's got to make you smile. These Cowboys, they can't get right, and so this is as long as Cooper Rush is under center. I'm not going to pick the Cowboys to win.
I like that.
Period and full stop. Hey, don't matter who they're playing.
Governor,
they're going to lose their bye week.
Damn. Talking with Maryland Governor Wes Moore here. Gov, there's been a lot of stadium discussion in the news. In the off chance that a new stadium gets built, can you just make sure that one end zone isn't facing due west? Do you think you make sure you take care of that at least?
I like that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna talk to the contractor.
Yeah, let them know. All right. What about this? Is an interesting one because that NFC West is kind of a mess, but
yeah,
San Fran's getting healthy. If they can get hot kind of down the stretch, you got Seahawks, Niners.
Yeah, that actually is going to be a good game. And it's amazing watching the difference that one person and their reemergence can make. And I think we saw that with Christian McCaffrey last week. I mean, he just looked really good in his first game back, and I expect he's only going to get stronger as he continues to get into the rotation. And so, I just haven't seen from Geno Smith. And granted, Geno Smith, again, I think he's a fine NFL quarterback. And I think the Seahawks have put together some good streaks, but they haven't been able to win the big game. And I think this is the big game. This is a very, very big game for them. So I think when you're watching a healthier 49ers team, coupled with the fact that the Seahawks just haven't been able to pull together a really marquee win, I think you got to go with the 49ers on this one.
Yeah, it feels that way, and especially with their defense and everything they can do. So, listen, the biggest game of the weekend for you is probably Ravens-Steelers. The biggest game of the weekend for the country, if it's not Ravens-Steelers, is going to be Chiefs-Bills. And, everybody remembers what that game was like, whatever that playoff game was 3-4 years ago when Mahomes was able to score with 13 seconds left. It's a big one again this weekend. It's going to be fun to watch. What do you like, Kansas City versus Buffalo?
This is going to be such a good game. And it's going to be a really good game also because if you look at just the schedule, if the Chiefs win this one, they really might go undefeated because this might be one of the toughest games they have left on their schedule. And so I think the Chiefs understand what's at stake. I think you're talking about a team that literally has not lost in like a calendar year. I mean, think about it. They ran through the playoffs, won the Super Bowl, and haven't lost a regular season game. And we're now in the middle of November. It's been almost a calendar year since these guys have lost.
Yeah.
So they're just a complete anomaly right now. However, they're going up to Buffalo. Josh Allen is on a serious hot streak right now that I don't think you can I don't think that you can poo-poo. And the team is actually relatively healthy, all things considered. And the Bills are just playing really good football right now. And again, they're in Buffalo, so I'm going with the upset on this one. I think that the Bills beat the Chiefs.
Oh wow! All right, Gov, I'm curious. You're a busy man. You're the governor of a state. You probably get invited to conferences and ribbon cuttings and stuff all over the place. You've got a young family on a Sunday like this, where your team has the biggest game in the 1 o'clock window. Then you've got. I know you're a real football fan. You've got Chiefs Bills at 4:30. Like, how much football will you get to watch?
Oh, I get to watch football. I mean, my team knows Sunday during the fall. That's like sacrosanct, man. We're not putting stuff on there. We're not that whole time. It is just red zone. It is when the Ravens are playing, I'll actually watch
Sure.
the full game. But except for that, it is red zone. It's watching all the plays, and then I will literally go back during the process of the week, and when I can, be able to watch plays because I study film. I will literally go and watch film and get a better understanding of how people did. What are some trend lines I'm seeing? I'm telling you, when I'm done being governor, I think I want to be like a GM. So I'm going to know these teams know I'm on the market. I'm on the market in 6 years. Just holla at me.
There you go. I mean, hey, the research shows you're 34-18 making picks in an NFL year where nobody can get anything right. Governor, as always, thank you for the time. You hit last night with the Eagles. You're going Ravens, Texans, Niners, and the upset, the Bills beating the Chiefs.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, Gov. Enjoy your weekend.
Y'all too, man.
All right,
Thanks
man.
so much.
Take care.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore on fire. If you've been betting with the governor, you've been way
winning.
Up. You're way up. So I recommend doing that. When we come back, time to open the phones. The blame pies. Who do you blame for the Thursday night loss in Philadelphia? 800-636-1067. Let's do this.
spot.
Patron. B, we might need some vodka Red Bull today, dude.
Huh?
We might need some vodka Red Bull by the time we get to the 1 o'clock hour.
Yeah. I'm working on about 2 hours and 15 minutes.
I honestly think, so I left last night. I want to say we were like in the car by like 1:15-ish.
I wasn't in the room yet.
Yeah, and then, I mean, dude, I was home and like in bed, for lack of a better word. I slept on the couch, but
Yeah, boy, we know that's your bed.
probably like 3:30.
Wow.
So, and then I woke up at 9. I didn't give myself a whole lot of wiggle room getting down here. I took a shower, and luckily nobody goes to work on Fridays. Shout out to nobody going to work on Fridays. There's no traffic on Friday.
I rolled in London, went right around the corner. We came back in. So around the last time I saw the clock, it said 2:02. And then what
was your call time? 4?
My alarm was starting to go. We're getting ready to go off at 4:15 and 4:20, and Tanner hit me about 4:15. He said, "Man, B, I'm making sure you're up." I'll say, "I was just gonna start putting on my stuff." And
that's why these night games like that, I'd rather get out of there last night and just be done than get that little bit of sleep and then have to wake up.
That little bit of sleep helps.
Sure.
4:20 call time means something different for me.
Oh, listen, we got the phone lines here. We haven't checked in with
Landy.
A couple things we haven't done yet. It's been busy. We haven't checked in with the great Landini. We also haven't said good morning to the first person on the stream. I'm scrolling up now to give the stream some love. We've been streaming for about an hour. I'm wearing a sweatsuit. If you're interested, B is wearing a nice looking flannel shirt. Stream is up at youtube.com.
My jacket from yesterday.
/Mullins /WJFK. I don't know. You want to watch a stream, find it yourself. Shout out.
Damn, Jay.
Shout out
you
to
that damn tired.
Now, we have had this dude first before. Any guesses?
The same guy from the other day?
No. I think this might be our first time, second time. The first time we've had a guy get it for the second time.
Commandante.
Nope. Rashawn Baker. Shout out to Rashawn. He said, "Get up, Craig, get up." I guess the stream got going a little late today. Jeff's also sick. I'm guessing it has nothing to do with him probably staying up all night last night, but the three of us are here and we're holding it down.
Mm-hmm.
Landfill, what'd you think of the ball game?
I think losing sucks.
That's what Jaden said.
Not a fan of it.
Losing twice in a row sucks more.
Yep, losing twice in 1 week.
Twice in 5 days.
That sucks. Offense couldn't get going.
All right, I don't know. Yeah, and dude, you know who deserves, before we get into the blame pie, which is deserved, Joe Witt, the defensive improvement over the year. Mike Samerstill kind of shutting. I don't want to say shutting
Mike
down.
Mike Samerstill is a ball player.
Totally.
I like that dude, man.
Yo, Quinn Mitchell is too, the Eagles corner.
Mm-hmm.
I posted
first round pick. He should be.
I posted a Twitter poll about an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago. So I guess you can still vote, but this thing's already gotten 3,000 votes. I said, after 2 Commanders losses in 5 days, how we feeling out there? And I feel like I gave a lot of good options. I said, the sky has fallen. A lot of football left are still way ahead of schedule. And I think some good news here between the lot of football left and still way ahead of schedule is 85% of the vote. I think most Commanders fans, they've gotten to sleep on last night's loss, and then they're looking at the big picture. Now we get to these phone lines, all right? Blame pies. Who you mad at from last night? Let's start with Jay. Jay, let's have your blame pie, dude.
JP and B Mitch, how we doing? Happy Friday.
Yeah, what's up, Jay?
So I told Landfill, I'm gonna go with 60% Jaden and Cliff. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna go 30% the refs, and then I'm gonna go 10% the secondary on that drive for the first Saquon touchdown, because there's no way it should have been wide open. But let me start with Jaden and Cliff. So B Mitch and JP, obviously y'all were there in Philly. Y'all got to see it live, and y'all know the game and watch the game. What did Philly do to take away what we normally do? They took away us stretching the field. So on our first touchdown that we had with B-Rob, how did we get down there? We hit check downs. Eckler had a big game. Like, we should have been hitting the check down more. Philly was taking everything away deep. Notice on the first 3 and out that we had on Jaden's first offensive possession, Jaden tried to dart that thing in there, but who sent back, y'all? The linebacker. So they did great deal of getting in their zones, and Philly did that against the Giants as well. They took away Neighbors, obviously, and Terry and Neighbors. Let's be for real. Can't nobody really cover them boys like that if you don't double and triple team. So my thing is we should have hit the check down more, y'all. Take what you can get. If we would have been killing them short, now that makes them have to come up and play you one-on-one.
Bro, Eckler was the leading receiver. I mean,
you said what?
Eckler was the leading receiver last night. I have some criticisms, but I have a tough time of saying they didn't hit the check down enough. They didn't go deep.
I get what you're saying, JP, but he could have had more yardage. Or what I'm saying is that we should have hit that check down more often. Now, as for the refs, that was just a dumb call. Like Sam he didn't even do nothing. Like, I don't know if they don't get
was pass interference. Oh no.
That was weak.
Yeah,
that's
bad. That's bad, B-Mitch. That's bad. That's bad. I'm a DB's coach, so that's bad. Like, I teach my kids, like, that's nothing. That's nothing. So if they don't get that call, obviously that 3 points, in my opinion, makes this, obviously Philly, in my opinion, don't go into the halftime being down 7-3. And then last but not least, that secondary on that last play. Don't get me wrong, the defense played phenomenal. That's why I'm saying, but let me say this real quick. Philly has the Rams, they got the Ravens, they got the Panthers, and they got the Steelers. I think the Rams if the Rams can steal one against them Sunday, I think they'll lose to Baltimore. We'll see Philly again at 10-4. We control our own destiny, y'all. We do.
Football left, man.
There you go. Right.
Thank you for the
I'm
call,
not even
Jay.
upset with this loss. Oh yeah.
All right, brother.
A lot of football left. Just like we got a lot of time to take all these calls. So
Yes,
everybody, if you're on hold, don't worry. Everybody's going to get on. Let's go to Bones on line 5. What up, Bonesy?
Hey, JP, Philly.
Yes.
D-Mitch, my main man.
What up, Bones?
Shout out to Landfill. Hey, my brain pie boy, I'm going to have to take it to Cliff Kingsbury because I think we got to figure it out, man, that Pittsburgh figured it out last week and they could change Jaden Daniels, and it looked like Philadelphia came with the same game plan. So you got to move. You can't keep dropping them back in that pocket and have them sitting back there to try to make. So this game is more centered around our schedule and movement and out of the pocket. You got to figure out how to get Jaden Daniels on the move out that pocket, man, so he can, make them throws, man, on schedule, man. You can't have him sitting back there like a sitting duck, man. And then I got to give a little bit of brain power to Jaden Daniels, man, because I don't believe that he's 100% healthy. To me, yesterday, it looked like he was playing kind of cautious and like he was kind of like trying not, to do too much like he did when he first started in the league. So I'm going to give him a little bit of blame power, too. But like you said, we got a lot of football left. Everything going to be all right. Y'all rest up and get ready, man, for the stretch. Thanks for taking my call, brothers. I love you guys. Peace.
Thank you, Bonesy.
Hi, Bones.
I think what Bones hit on right there is really important for all of us to understand. It is entirely reasonable to be quite critical of last night.
Mm-hmm.
There are real points to ask questions. I made clear that I didn't love how they ran the offense late in the game. I know a lot of folks aren't happy about the decision to go for it on 4th down. Frankly, I think that's kind of consistent with how they've been all year. Jaden didn't play well. He's a rookie quarterback. There's going to be some games where he doesn't play well. But I think you also have to try to keep the big picture in mind of, one, how far ahead of schedule this team is. Their win total was 6.5 games. They're already at 7 wins. Not to mention, they've only played 11 of a 17-game schedule. There's 6 games left. There's a lot of football left.
A lot riding on this thing, too, man. 2-2 or not.
We have Jaden on the line. Hello, is this Jaden?
What, Jay?
Jaden, you there? Put him on hold. I don't know what happened there. We've got somebody that's willing to blame themselves. Hello, Vinny. Who you blaming?
What's up, JP? What's up, B-Man?
What up, brother?
So it's around Thanksgiving. Can never have too many pies, right? The first pie, I'm going to go with I'm going to go 90% on the offense, 10% on the defense. I think defense held up for 3 quarters. And then, once Saquon gets going, hard to stop him. I'm a Penn State grad, so I've seen it. Where it's on my side and against us. So that's my first pie. Second pie was at the game yesterday, tailgating with a bunch of my friends who are Eagles fans. And I will 100% give the blame pie to myself for just talking a bunch of smack before the game. Definitely bit me in the behind there. It was tough seeing Jaden struggle big time out there yesterday. I don't know if he's not healthy or what, but Philly definitely is the better team. They kind of showed it. And it's hard. It's kind of nice that we can kind of be upset about this because in the past we're like, when we only have 2 wins and we have 10 losses, we're like, whatever. We kind of expected it, but now we're like expecting to win. So it's kind of nice in a sense that we lost because we kind of expect to win now.
Vinny, you're doing all sorts of mental gymnastics right now, bro. You're blaming yourself. You're happy they lost. You are legit in the zone right now, man.
I am in shambles today.
Go for a quick jog, take a shower, and then go get a beer. That's
You're gonna be all right, dog.
Get a little exercise and then get a little alcohol. Take care, buddy.
It was just but all my phone was blowing up this morning. It's been a rough couple hours. So
I'm sorry, bro.
Listen, man. When I was leaving from the place last night, a couple guys walked up like, "Oh, y'all Commanders fan?" Eh? He said, "Man, you know what? We couldn't do nothing early." He said, "All of a sudden, Saquon became Saquon." He said, "But I'm worried in the next year or 2."
Yeah.
So we got people in other towns who understands this is a rebuild. In our own town, we can't understand that.
First half
They're
of the
coming.
game. I think you could be upset about last night and still pleased with the season.
You can be upset about last night, but the comments I'm seeing, that's not upset about last night.
There are some sky is falling.
Some people are crazy as hell.
Let's go to Sonny in Brandywine. What's up, Sonny?
Hey, what's up, JP? What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Hey, just so analyzing the game, and last week I was at the game. You can't tell me that Jaden has lost a step since he's been hurt. I mean, honestly, you guys see that? He's lost a step. I mean, the throws are off a little bit. He's looking like a turtle. We're going to have to get him a shell. I mean, he's just slowed down. Maybe we ought to sit him one game, let him think about it. Get him out of his head. What do you think about that?
10 days for the next game.
Well, there you go. 10 days for the next game. Well, hopefully he can
there you go.
get it together. But I put 100% on him.
You put 100% of that game on Jaden?
I put 100% on Jaden. I think he needs to step it up. And I'm going to let you know something. Stop babying this kid. Get some pep in your step, son. I'd like to have a talk with him. I really would. That's what he needs. And I've mentored people that young before. He just needs to get it going. I know it's the NFL. It's above me. But come on, man. Stop babying this boy.
Who's babying him?
Who's babying him?
Yeah.
The whole entire media and the whole team is babying him. They're covering up with it because he's cold. He's
Are you a Giants fan?
Dude.
I'm a diehard Redskin fan.
Dude,
Right,
people sit down and put jackets on when they're on the sideline. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, the baby and this boy, he needs to harden up out there.
Jacket on.
Man,
He had a jacket on the whole game.
You lost me, bro. You lost me. Seriously.
I don't think I don't know who's babying him. He didn't play well last night. He's been fantastic all season. Like, multiple things can be true. But thank you for the call, Sonny. That was something. Should we try Jaden again? Jaden, you there?
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bud.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
All good.
Yeah. I mean, I think some people are missing the boat. I don't care we lost. The problem is Jaden Daniels has regressed a little bit, and Cliff has a problem. In Arizona, every year he was the coach, the offense regressed in the second half of the season. If you guys remember, he got fired that year where Kyler said his schematics, quote, were effed up. Kyler said that in a press conference about Cliff. He's like, what do you want me to do? Our schematics are effed. He said that. So that's my main concern. Dan Quinn, he shouldn't catch any flack. I don't really care if we won or lost. It's about Daniels. When we lost to the Ravens, no one cared that we lost because Daniels looked good. The problem is our offense has regressed. Chicago shut us down in the second half. Giants are the Giants. Steelers, he was 50%. In this game, he struggled badly. We didn't even push the ball down the field. That's my main concern. I could give a damn if we win or lose. I don't care. We need to win or lose when Jaden Daniels plays well. He's not playing well. That's the main problem. And to the other point,
everyone's like, oh, like we're 7-4. Who would have thought we would have been here? Listen, we're here. Okay. Who knows if next year he'll be healthy or Terry gets hurt? You got to take advantage of the chances you have. Look at Houston. Last year they were the darlings. This year they're struggling because guess what? People get hurt. So if we're 7-4, we got to make a run because who knows what next year and the year after that's going to happen because we don't always know what's going to happen. So that's why my point is we're here now. We know Jaden Daniels is good. We got to take advantage. I would love to win a playoff game. If we don't, I think the season's kind of not a failure, but we're 7-4 now. We know we're good now. Our defense is pretty good now. So let's just make a run and not worry about the future because we have no idea what's going to happen. Injuries happen. It's football.
Thanks for the call, brother. I don't disagree with a lot of that. You want them to play better than they did last night.
Yeah, but one game shouldn't change your whole mind about something.
I do wonder, specific to the offense, it was so high flying early, and it's not now. I don't think we should jump to like too many conclusions, but at the same time, we can't ignore at least the body of work with Cliff from his time in Arizona, where things did tend to go backwards late in the year. I think it's still premature, but I do think that's a real conversation. I'm curious, Brian, for you, watching the offense, if it looks the same, if it looks different, if there's something you can tell they need to do or not to do. B. Mitch gives us that answer when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. What is love? All right, Brian. Landfill writes questions on the show sheet. Here's what he wrote. Is Cliff Kingsbury falling off in the second half of the season like in Arizona? I mean, we're only probably 2 games into the second half of the season, but I did notice some numbers. This is in a Sam Fortier story from the Post this morning.
Mm-hmm.
In the first 10 weeks, Jaden Daniels was off target on only 3.8% of his throws that traveled 5 air yards or fewer. So stuff at the line of scrimmage, he basically never missed.
Mm-hmm.
Last night against Philly, he was off target on 16% of those throws.
Okay.
And a lot of those throws were with the Eagles in a too high safety scheme. So, like, you should be able to hit the underneath stuff.
Mm-hmm.
25 of Daniels' 32 attempts last night were short stuff inside of 5 yards. On intermediate passes of between 10 and 19 air yards, Daniels had a 137.2 QB rating prior to the rib injury. That number is now down to 80.3. 80.3 is still good, but 137.2 was crazy good.
Yeah.
And that's when the offense was really performing. I don't know if Cliff's offense is going backwards. I don't know if Jaden is hurt. Like they say those aren't issues. It's just there's a lot. It's hard to not notice the offense has been slowed down. Sometimes this just happens.
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of the Jones this morning, and Cakes was saying, he's just an offensive coordinator now. He's not the head coach. When he was in Arizona, he had more stuff to worry about. At this point right now, we have a quarterback who has some injured ribs. They say that's not bothering him, but anybody had injured ribs, tell me that nothing bothers you. Okay?
I had him bothered the hell out of me.
Let's flip it over. You got an offensive line that has all 5 people got something going on. 3 of them, I know for sure, have multiple things going on.
Yeah.
I don't know if you could come and just blame all that on Cliff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the last 2 weeks, you didn't have your best running back. He came back last night and was running effectively. But nothing else was happening off of it.
The Bills are 8-2. Most people consider them a real Super Bowl contender. They get a chance to prove it this week with KC coming to town.
Mm-hmm.
They lost 2 in a row. The Ravens have 2 losses to 2 of the worst teams in the NFL,
Yeah.
the Browns and the Raiders. Like, some of this, you got to try to not get caught up in the moment and zoom out. But some of it also begs questions like an offense that all of a sudden is underperforming.
Yeah, but the offense is underperforming, and I think we are so gung-ho to try and make it what it was when he was in Arizona in Cliff point that we completely dismissed the injuries. Injuries cause a lot of issues. And we were just going into this game, we were overly discussing how quick this game is coming for us. But we weren't really going about how quick it was coming for Philly.
Yeah, I mean, they had the same amount of time.
They're the same stuff. So it's like we have a mindset where we wanted to be what we wanted to be. It's a combination of things happening right now. Yes, people are probably figuring out some stuff, but that's not the end all be all. I think the injuries has more big issue to multiple people because the offensive line have been playing outstanding. Ross Tucker talking to him yesterday. He said, when you look at this offensive line, you don't think that they're going to be good, but when they got together, they have been playing great football. Now they're all injured. One guy, Biotis has an ankle, a knee, all this
rib,
stuff.
shoulder, thumb.
And so he got all that stuff. Wiley has multiple things. You got a young kid in Brandon Coleman who's now at 11 weeks. Think about that. he might be getting close to that little that slump or that wall where people hit. And you watched them play yesterday. Jaden didn't play well. But that also could be a fact that there were a lot of green jerseys in the backfield a lot.
Yeah. No, totally, man. Let me get to some of these calls. Raphael been on hold a while. Rafa, what's your blame pie? Where you at, buddy?
I'm over here. I'm my blame pie is, offensive coordinator, the coach, because there's some plays that you could do, some plays you weren't able to. What's our percentage of completing a fourth down? We're really good completing the fourth down, but if the ball's in their side, hey, go for it. But if the ball's in our side, in the 30 or in the 45, I'd rather just kick it, to tell you the truth. But other than that, I'm hurting. And for having a short week, why don't the NFL realize this, have a bye, let's say bye at 8, and then you play a Thursday night football, on the 9th week. So you can have a bye out first and then having a short week, and with all these injuries. These players were tired.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Commander. Always good to hear from you, pal. Let's keep this going. Paul's in Upper Marlboro. What up, Paul?
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Listen, this is really simple. The offensive coordinator called a terrible game. And not just last night. He's called a terrible game the last couple of games. It is incumbent upon that offensive coordinator to build a game around Jaden because people have seen film on him. So they know what he's bringing to the table. Now, Jaden's not bad. He's not a bad quarterback. He's a great quarterback. But the offensive coordinator, he didn't even – Jaden doesn't call his own plays. The coordinator calls the plays. All he can do is execute what the coordinator asks him to do. Now, he didn't throw the ball downfield once all night. That's terrible.
You think that's on the offensive coordinator?
That's on the offensive coordinator because he didn't call the play.
There were plays called to throw it down the field, dude. What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm talking about is the fact that the offensive coordinator has called a terrible game. Oh, they were so predictable last night. They slot to the right, slot to the left, run through the middle.
I wouldn't mind seeing them move Terry around a little bit more. Quinyon was on him for most of his snaps. But dude, to say that there were no deep shots as a result of Cliff, I think is inaccurate. I think there were no deep shots as a result of Jaden.
We are also in a fairyland about this defense. This defense is okay, but they're not great. They gave up the game 3 games straight in the fourth quarter after having a lead. Let's be real about it now. I think we're lowering our bar.
Why do you think we had the lead? The defense was the reason that they had the lead.
Absolutely, but if you give up, if you got your foot on somebody's neck, you don't take it up on the fourth quarter. That's not the way I played football. If once you got your foot on the neck, you don't just give a game away in the fourth quarter after having a lead for three quarters. Let's be real about it. That's happened 3 games straight.
Yeah, but you forget though, the guys on the other side get paid too, though, bro.
That's true. Absolutely. I agree with you. B-Mitch, hey, look, I have a lot of respect for you, but I'm telling you, we got to look at this offensive coordinator. I'm telling you, if they got film on Jaden, it's incumbent upon him to build a new playbook. That's what has to happen.
You want a new playbook?
No, I'm not saying. I'm being facetious here, guys. Okay. I'm not talking about a brand new playbook. I'm just saying they got film on Jaden now. You got to change up. You got to change up. You can't run those same little plays every week. And they're gonna look at it. Once they got film on you, that's it. The coordinator has to make changes.
Thank you,
he has enough weapons to do
I got
that.
a breaker. Landfill's going to kill me. I appreciate you, Paul.
Thank you, though. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Paul wants a new playbook, and Huey Lewis wants a new drug. Nobody go anywhere. Ron Jaworski joins us at noon. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I want to comment to a couple people in the chat. If you want to check out the stream, Google how do I watch B. Mitch and Finley. I agree with Bert K. You ready for what Bert K
What
said?
Bert say?
Overreaction Friday.
It sounds like.
I like that. I disagree with.
And whether it's good on the day after the game, whether it's good or bad, it's a lot of overreaction.
But you know how we do like the Misery Monday, Victory Monday? Today specifically feels like an Overreaction Friday.
Mm-hmm.
This specialist Jamie, I disagree with. He says, don't let Cowboy fans take over the stadium. Cowboys are awful. And if they take over next week, that's on Commanders fans. That ain't on Dallas fans.
Yeah.
Like I gave nobody a hard time about Pittsburgh taking over that stadium. It's what they do. Not to mention they're good and might be a real Super Bowl contender. If Dallas takes over next week, that's a us problem.
No, that's a money problem. If Dallas take over, that means that they offer ridiculous amounts of money.
Let's take some of these calls. Base is in Maryland. What up, Base?
Hey, Big Mitch and Philly, how's it going?
Good, brother. How you doing,
Good,
man?
dude. You sound like you're hiding in the bathroom.
Oh, I don't know. I'm at work.
Yeah,
all right.
You're like
I gotta
under your desk, so you can call in. Appreciate you though.
Yeah, so I got my blame pie 10% to the defense in the fourth quarter, 10% to the offense, and 80% to the schedule makers. I feel like though they set us up. But I feel as though the back end of the schedule, we should have an advantage because the Eagles pretty much will play 10 games in a row at that point.
Yep.
They should be on a, injury bug list at that time because the game they play us, the game before that is the Steelers, and that's going to be a tough one. So I feel as though we got them where we want them. We just got to handle our business against these three cupcake teams. If we handle our business, we should see the Eagles 10-4. We be 10-4, and we'll take over the division at that point. So everyone just needs to relax. Not gonna win every game, but get a couple. O-line get some rest. Jaden get some rest. Defense get some rest, and we're gonna be back how we were in the first half of the season.
That was the exact word I used last night.
Thanks,
guy
buddy.
hit me, and I just sent him back. Relax, bro. Please.
Shane is in Leesburg. What up, Shane?
Hey, what up, JP? What up, B-Mitch?
What up, man?
Hey, man, that was a tough loss, man. Tough game to watch. Not a great one. I gotta blame Jaden, man. I don't know if it's the injury that's still bothering him, but man, only throwing to your receivers twice and completing 2 receptions to him, you're not gonna beat any team in the NFL that way. You're just not. That's a rough game for Jaden. I do blame Cliff Kingsbury a little bit. I don't think we have to hit the panic button yet. He showed us some good things. I think we're in a little bit of a rut. B-Mitch, like you said, man, that injury bug is hitting our line hard.
Yeah.
It's killing us.
Definitely.
But I think if Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden can get together, we do have a little bit of a nice couple 2 games. We play the Titans, we play the Cowboys. We definitely need to win those 2 games. But Jaden just looked awful, man. It wasn't coming out his hand right. I mean, even that interception he threw was just a terrible pass. Like,
let me make a comment about the interception. Sitting there with Santana. You know who he blamed the interception on? Noah.
Receiver? Yeah.
He said Noah Brown, instead of going flat like you're supposed to, he went behind the defensive back.
okay, yeah, that's a fair point. I'll give you that one. Jaden also did miss a couple Noah Brown on that leaking out that on that left sideline, had him wide open though.
He missed some. I saw that.
He's got it.
Yeah. So I'll give you that one. That's a fair point. But it just he doesn't look comfortable like we saw in the first weeks 2 through 9. And again, I don't know if that's the rib that's killing him still. Maybe he's in his head about it, that he's worried about taking hits. But something's got to click. We got B-Rob back. That's exciting. Defense is really what kept us in that game the whole time, man. Defense balled out. Whatever Joe Witt's doing with Dan Quinn, they're killing it, man. They're killing it. But back to this blame pie. I gotta throw Dan Quinn in there a little bit. Man, you got to take that field goal to take the lead. I know we were 11 for 11 on 4th down conversions.
Well, I guess 11 for 12 since we lost the one against the Steelers with the inches. But you got to take the lead. When your offense is playing that bad, you got to take those points any means necessary. Any means necessary. You can't risk that, especially with a kicker who hasn't missed in 2 weeks, and he hit one from 45, and the field goal was about, 44, 45, I believe?
Yeah, and then they made him kick it again.
It would have been.
Yeah, so, and again, it's a 1-point game, 7 minutes left. Yeah, you're giving the ball back to Jalen Hurts and that high-powered Eagles, but you got to take those points, man. That's a lot. Defense had been holding them pretty much the whole game up until that point, I mean, they were doing their job, but I don't think it's quite yet. I know us Commanders fans, when we lose 2 weeks, especially in 5 games, we start to feel a little bit of the old past, creeping in. But I don't think that panic button needs to be hit just yet. I definitely think the film is getting watched on Jaden, and defensive coordinators are starting to figure us out a little bit. So I definitely think something needs to be figured out. I mean, I would have loved to see McLaurin get involved somehow. Screens, motions, a handoff, something to get the number one receiver involved. I mean, and don't get me wrong.
Shane, we got a break,
on
bro.
The Eagles,
it's a good call.
Appreciate you, brother.
We got to hit a break. I'm sorry, bud. When we come back, Ron Jaworski on what he saw last night. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to keep the phones open all damn day. So if you're on there, just chill. We're coming to you. Here comes Jaws.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every Friday night, FanDuel is giving all customers
High noon in the District of Columbia. B. Mitch and Finley, and we are fired up. We're not going to mess around. We're going right to the phones to talk to Mr. Ron Jaworski. Jaws joins us. Jaws, thanks so much for calling, man. How are you?
Gentlemen, great to be with you guys. Always fun to talk to you after a good game.
I don't know that the folks in Washington thought it was a good game, sir.
Oh, I didn't realize I'm talking to Washington.
What's up, Jaws?
Good, Brian. How are you, brother?
Doing good, man.
Good.
Jaws, what'd you think of, Eagles Commanders last night is a really close game till about 7 minutes in the fourth quarter, and then things changed significantly.
Yeah, I think it really showed the disparity between Philadelphia and Washington and down in the trenches. And as we all know, games are won and lost on the line of scrimmage. And, we always talk about the quarterbacks, the running backs, and the skill positions, but we neglect to talk about offensive and defensive linemen. And quite honestly, watching the game, I'm looking at the tape right now. I've gone through a quarter and a half of the all-22, and the Commanders were bullied. The Eagles' offensive line bullied their defensive line. The Eagles' defensive line bullied their offensive line. As a game wore on, the war of attrition was won by the Eagles. They won the line of scrimmage. That's why they won the game.
Hey, speaking on that, you said that. So I sit here and people start going at Jaden Daniels and the offense and all, and I'm like, well, if your offensive linemen are hurt and they're getting beat, then your people behind them won't look as good. Do you see it that way?
Of course. The quarterback needs to be protected. And, quite honestly, the last couple of weeks, he's not the same guy that I've been looking at for the early part of the season. Mm-hmm. The quick twitch out of the backfield isn't there when he's forced to run. The quick twitch when he's got defenders attacking him just seems not to be there. That's because of the injury. You got ribs in the chest. I'm not sure what it is. If it's ribs, his chest, I don't think it's ever been really identified what his problem is. But he's not been the same guy since he's been hurt. And you put a wounded quarterback in harm's way, he's not going to perform the way he was early in the season. Mm-hmm. I've said it publicly. I said it doing my shows in Philadelphia last week that Jaden Daniels is the best young quarterback I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of guys. I came to this league in 1973. I've seen a lot of good quarterbacks, played against a lot of good quarterbacks. Daniels is going to be a superstar. But if you keep putting him in harm's way and he's getting hit the way he's getting hit, he's not going to be around. You guys had a guy there a few years ago named Robert Griffith. He's the same type of guy. At a high ceiling, but he got beat up. Don't let this kid get beat up.
Yeah, last night I thought was kind of I don't want to say the worst we've seen him play, but he seemed.
It was. I would agree with you. I watched most of this game. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. Please, you're Ron Jaworski. Interrupt away. But he seemed so distant from the kid we saw in Cincinnati or Arizona, where he's just making every throw and it looks easy to him. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, I always look at mechanics, and some of the throws he missed, he was falling away, he was leaning back. And after a while, there may not be pressure, but you perceive pressure because there's been pressure on every snap. The offensive line just did not protect him well enough last night, and that's not a good sign for the future for him.
And also, I was telling JV earlier, he steps into his throws. He rarely stepped into them yesterday, especially when someone was in the vicinity of where he was. And I think that's because maybe he say his ribs aren't there anymore. You remember how they felt when they were hurt, though. And I think that causes him not to step into the throws.
Oh, there's no question. And you start taking that physical beating. And by the way, the Eagles, they only blitzed 5 times. They didn't bring a lot of pressure. They blitzed 5 times in the game. So they weren't coming with all-out blitzes where he had to get rid of the football. So that tells me the 4-man rush was getting home. Now you got 7 defenders, at the second and third level of the defense. So the windows weren't there. There was good coverage by the Eagles secondary, and they were getting it with a 4-man rush because they could drop 7 into coverage. So he wasn't getting those quick windows to throw into. The Eagles did a real good job of defining that he had to hold the football.
It was it was really a remarkable game. What do you make of that Eagles linebacking core? Bond and Dean were just excellent, I thought.
Yeah, Zach Bond may be the most intriguing player of the year. He came from New Orleans as a free agent. He was basically an edge rusher in New Orleans, had really no impact on games he played. Howie Roseman saw something in him. Vic Fangio, the defense coordinator, saw something in him and moved him inside. And he plays with reckless abandon. He stops the run very well. He's excellent in tackling in the open field. His pass drops are in the proper lanes that he's supposed to be in, and he could rush the quarterback. I mean, he's been the MVP of the Eagles defense so far this year. And, the guy's played now, 11 games.
He's been really, really excellent.
Yeah.
I thought Carter and Nolan Smith, I thought all those guys were excellent. How much I know that you watch a ton of football. We're talking with Ron Jaworski here. When you watch that Commanders O-line, I thought specifically on the offensive line last night, you saw a team that was just severely beat up. When you compare the performance you saw last night to kind of when that offense was cooking, is that how you saw it too, or do you think the Eagles just manhandled them?
Yeah, like I said, I thought that as the game wore on, they bullied them. I mean, it was a tight game. And by the way, I don't know what Dan said after the game about not kicking the field goal when the score was 12-10. Yeah, because I'm doing my post game stuff at NBC Sports in Philadelphia. I don't know what Dan said after the game, but I was shocked when he didn't kick the field goal or attempt to kick the field goal with the score 12-10. What was his reasoning for not kicking the field goal?
He owned it. I really applaud Dan for this because he came into the press conference and rather than waiting for that question to get asked, he addressed it right off the top. He's like, listen, I know everybody's going to ask me. We thought we're going to have to score touchdowns to win this game. We've been aggressive throughout the season. We wanted to stay true to that. It was a bold call, but we thought it was the right call. We didn't like the execution of the play, obviously, but he stood by that decision. So I like when a coach is accountable and tells why rather than gets defensive and all that. I think it was a questionable decision for sure, to your point.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm thinking you got a chance. You're on the road in a hostile environment. You had a chance to take a lead, and it's almost like putting the white flag out there saying, oh, my defense can't stop them, You get a chance to take a lead in that environment. I think you got to at least attempt the field goal and again to get that lead. That was my gut feeling. I was surprised that that's what he did.
A good running game is probably a quarterback's best friend. How important has Saquon been to that offense?
He's the most valuable player in the Eagles. He might end up being the most valuable player in the league. And it was kind of interesting because after the bye week, the offense was running through Jalen Hurts. And there's nothing wrong with that because Jalen's an outstanding young quarterback. But he was not playing well. He had a streak of 8 games with an interception. He wasn't playing well. And some of the offensive linemen actually went to Coach Sirianni and said, hey, we got Saquon Barkley here. He's having a hell of a year. Let's run it. Put it on us. Put on the offensive line to block for him. Put it on Saquon to make yards running the football. And Nick Sirianni and Kellen Moore bought into it. So they went to a more rushing oriented. No one runs the ball now more than the Philadelphia Eagles. I think they're probably around 67 or 8% run. No one's even close to them as far as running the football right now since the bye week. So they decided they're going to take the ball out of Jalen's hands. Not literally take it out of him because Jalen still makes a ton of plays, but they're going to be a run-oriented football team. And I think the reason why, as I started to show up, the offensive line is arguably one of the best in football. And they bullied the Washington defensive line. They knocked them off the ball, and it took away their will in that fourth quarter. I mean, Saquon's runs, he wasn't even touched on some of those runs going 20, 30 yards. Yeah. Untouched. So clearly there was good blocking up front. It just wore that defense down.
So, Jaws, Philly, I think it's funny because we were going through the rosters yesterday, right, where Washington and Philly were comparable, where Philly had the clear advantage, and Philly had the clear advantage at most roster spots. That said, one thing Brian and I have tried to implore to our listeners here in D.C. is, listen, Washington got beat last night. They got beat at the line of scrimmage, to your point. The offense never really looked that good, but they've still made so much growth this season that Commanders fans should still be excited, big picture. What have you thought of Washington's performance kind of overall this season?
Well, I talked about a lot last week. I said anyone thinks that Washington's coming to Philadelphia for a beatdown, you're out of your mind. The games are always close when Washington and Philadelphia get together. It's just a great rivalry. The NFC East has great rivalries, and that's the beauty of it. And I've looked enough tape and watched Washington as their offense and defense run right now. They're getting better. You got a great coach in Dan Quinn. I wasn't beating him up by making that call to go for fourth down. Sure. I think the team played with tremendous energy. The talent level is not where it needs to be, but you can see they compete every single day, every single play. And you got a great young quarterback that needs to be kept healthy. Mm-hmm. And I think this will be a great rivalry for a long time. Back to the old days, Brian, when Philadelphia and Washington got together, it was always a battle.
Yep. And special Monday night game, huh?
So,
oh yeah.
Just let me ask you this, because this has become a talking point here. I think, you can really discuss the not kicking the field goal, going for it on fourth down. But offensively, a lot of fans are worried that when Cliff Kingsbury was running the show in Arizona, they often had these second half of season kind of meltdowns, and the offense just started to stagnate. How much of that do you think is possible here versus they just played the Steelers and the Eagles in consecutive games in 5 days, and they both have really good defenses?
Look at the level of competition. You said it there. I mean, when you get against really good, talented teams that play with great discipline, you're not going to ring the register like you would against an inferior football team. So I think the level of competition the last couple of weeks has been very, very good. You play the Eagles, who are starting to really ascend as one of the premier NFC teams. You look at Pittsburgh; they are one of the premier AFC teams. But I've always been a big believer. You start separating yourself. When the leaves are falling from the trees and the snowflakes start to fall, you get to December, that's when you want to be playing your best football.
Mm-hmm.
And that should be the goal right now of Washington, is to be playing their best football as well as now and in a few weeks when the run really begins to make the playoffs. But they're definitely an improving football team, but their roster's not there yet.
Yeah, and I think that should be kind of what folks expected, right? Like
It is, but you win 7 games early like that, people forget that.
But yeah, no, you get excited, man. You saw really the quarterback playing well. McLaurin. The fact I was so surprised yesterday's game, McLaurin gets one ball. I mean, Quinn Mitchell, he didn't shut him down, but he did a really good job on him. And the Eagles' defense shaded to that side. They took him away, but McLaurin's been nothing but a pain in the butt for Eagle fans and the Eagle football team through the years. He was pretty much shut down last night.
Yeah, I mean, Terry typically does really well up there. What do you think of that rookie corner Philly got in Quinn Mitchell?
Yeah, I tell you, both the young guys they have right now, Cooper DeJean and Quinn Mitchell are both rookies, and they are both. And Mitchell was put in day one; he was a starter at right corner, and he has lived up to expectations. And Cooper DeJean is starting to come along. And the Eagles' defense right now is the youngest defense in the National Football League and playing at a very high level. So down in Washington, you guys may have to look at this defense for a long time, but we also have to look at Jaden Daniels as well for a long time.
For sure, for sure. I'm talking with Ron Jaworski here. You can follow him on Twitter at Jaws CEO QB. Jaws all over the place all the time. When we zoom out, can we look ahead to this weekend for a couple games? Because there's 2 awesome games. Steelers Ravens, always a hard hitting super rivalry game. What do you make of that contest?
Well, I think you said it best. It's going to be just one of those typical AFC North battles where those 2 teams just beat the hell out of each other. It's been that way for a long, long time. And Joe Flacco is a really good friend of mine and somewhat of a neighbor here in South Jersey. And I talked to Joe a lot, and I remember discussions we had in the old days when he was with Baltimore and Pittsburgh. Those are the games you got all added up for as a player and as a fan. So both teams playing at a very high level. This should be a very intriguing game. And Russell Wilson has stepped in and done a magnificent job in taking over that Steeler offense.
That will be a physical game, I tell you that, though.
No doubt.
I love watching those games.
And then
the Mitch game.
Yep, there we go.
Jaws, and then you got the Chiefs undefeated going up to Buffalo. Everybody knows about that rivalry. To me, I'm curious if you see this the same way. I think Lamar and Josh Allen have entered this zone where the only time that they really get credit for becoming what they can is by holding the Lombardi. But this weekend, you get Josh Allen against Patrick Mahomes one more time, regular season game in Buffalo. It should be fun.
Yeah, 2 really good football teams, and there's no doubt that the Chiefs are undefeated, playing terrific football. And they have really built the football team. One thing about Andy Reid, he knows all the components that are necessary to build a team for the long term. Some guys, get free agents and draft choice. They say, okay, this year we're going to win it. Andy builds it for like the window of 3 to 5 years. That's how good of a coach he is. And of course, working in the front office is very, very important. But the consistency they have to go from winning a Super Bowl on offense and a year later winning it on defense shows the type of coach that he is. No matter what players he gets, he coaches them up, and they love to play for Andy Reid. This is going to be a great game. I think the Buffalo, Josh Allen, also playing at a very high level right now. But I just don't think he has the overall weapons where they can eventually overtake the Chiefs.
The Chiefs, though, like you look at them, Jaws, in the first 2-3 quarters, they look average. At last quarter, if you let Pat get the ball, you're losing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he is. And, and you look at Mahomes, he's not having his greatest year, but he finds a way to win. He's a winner. They run the football well. They throw the football well. Travis Kelce started to play like, the superstar that he is. He's been the go-to guy. They've sustained injuries, which have held them back a little bit. But, if you're a good football team, you don't say what's wrong. Oh, woe is us. You go out there and do your job, and you find a way to win. And that's exactly what the Chiefs are doing. They're a well-constructed organization and, of course, a well-coached football team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Chiefs are the goal for the rest of the NFL, right? That's the way they've evolved over the years from this high-flying, explosive offense to what they are now as this defensive-first, control-the-clock kind of team is pretty remarkable.
And Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, is probably one of the best untold stories in the NFL. Here's a guy that, 20 years ago got fired by the Rams and kind of toiled and as a defensive coordinator, doing a good job everywhere he's won. Everywhere he's gone, he's won. Then all of a sudden, these jobs start opening up in the offseason, and his name is never mentioned. Steve Spagnuolo is one of the best, if not the best, defense coordinator in football. And it amazed me. They're going to, some of these organizations get these guys out of, wet behind the ears, come on to college to be their head football coach at the NFL level, and they get humiliated and embarrassed. When you got a guy that's a proven winner year in and year out, and he sits there and can't get a head coaching job, it's a head scratcher to me. I can't figure it out sometimes, and it does bother me when some of the real good veteran coaches in this league get overlooked.
Mm-hmm. They always want the new young thing.
Oh yeah, it's a shiny toy, right? It's a shiny toy. That's what they want.
Dude,
it usually lasts about a year and a half.
I've said this a bunch. You go through everything that's happened with the New York Football Giants over the last decade. You fire Coughlin, then you go McAdoo, Judge. Now you got Daboll. Nothing's working. The fact that they gave Spags the interim title for like 3 games and then canned him after that, I bet they wish they stuck that one out.
Yeah, how can you just let Saquon Barkley walk out the door? I mean, it's like I'm scratching my head just thinking about it. How can you have this guy on your team in your organization? And I don't know, Brian, you may know the type of character person Saquon is. Mm-hmm. He's unbelievable. I mean, you want him in your locker room. If you're a business owner, you want him in your business, on your team. He's a consummate professional. He's a leader. He's unselfish. I mean, he's the perfect guy you want on your team. They let him walk out the door for nothing. That goes to how they evaluate their talent in New York, and they're going to be down for a long time if they keep doing their job like they're doing it now.
Based off of Hard Knocks, Joe Shane might be in trouble.
Joe Shane was one. I'm still scratching my head over that.
Hey, Jaws, thank you so much for the time, man. Really appreciate it.
Well, let's do it next time the Commanders and Eagles get together. Love talking to you guys.
All right, brother.
Well, B-Mitch said you want to host us at your golf course too.
Anytime.
Golf course
complimentary round anytime.
You're the man, Jaws. Thank
you. Finish your divot, though.
Oh, yeah, always.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Take care, buddy.
Ron Jaworski. Give him a follow at Jaws CEO QB. Phone line is going to remain open. We got Rosenberg at 1:30. Heaven's got a plan for you. It is B. Mitchell Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I don't know that I need the Scotties, but I need the Red Bull, and they go together so well. We're going to grind this out. B got less sleep than I did, which is pretty remarkable because he stayed in Philly and I drove home. Brian, we got callers. We're going to take your calls, right? You want to call 800-636-1067. And I know that the folks here have their blame pies. Let's just knock these blame pies.
Let's go.
All right, Kev, what you got, bud? Kev, you there?
Fellas, yeah.
What's up, man?
Hello?
Yeah,
we got you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, man, look, my blame pie is, football is a simple game. You gotta block and you gotta get off blocks. And I'm gonna tell you, man, the one name that I not see on the injury report was Cosby. And number 90 and 98 threw him around like a rag doll all night. And see, my whole thing is this. We're in the NFC East, okay? And as Doc was saying, man, this gut check manhood time. And, man, and just like George said, man, it's the fourth quarter. Philly had two offensive linemen, Landon Turner and Millard, limping around. But in the fourth quarter, they was blowing the doors off people. And our old lineman was looking like, I don't know what they look like. But one thing about it, we got 10 days, and I want Cosby and them other offensive linemen that wasn't on the injury report to go to the Washington Cardiology Institute and get that Kool-Aid pumped out of their veins and get the blood pumped back in. Because, man, it's manhood time. If you're afraid at some point in time in a football game, dealing with linemen, a fight has to break out, a rumble. And last night, Philly was like the Broad Street Bullies. They bullied us on both sides of the ball in the fourth quarter, and we didn't respond, and that pissed me off.
Appreciate you, bud.
All right, brother.
It's a good call. G is in Arlington. What up, G?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of the gut checks, the heart checks, but man, if you that's something that you gotta have naturally. But having those guys that are injured, man, and I listen to Jaws too, man. Listen, I'm not gonna blame anybody. This team is 1 year put together. God, come on, man. People need to settle down. And if we need to sit Jaden down till he gets over his injuries, man, we ought to do that. I know that he may want to still play for future adversity gut checks. Like, we're going to have this kid for a long time, man. I just don't want to see him get hurt seriously by playing hurt. I mean, it's not like I'm looking for us to go to the Super Bowl this year, and the way John sounded almost made me think the Eagles feel like they're going. I really don't know about that, but, man, for us to have played the way we played against perennial playoff teams, potential Super Bowl teams, everybody, not you all, but people, just settle down.
Chill out.
Team, 1 year together. 1 year together, man. And B-Max, I've seen you guys in training camp during the Joe Gibbs era.
Uh-huh.
Now, when we get the people in there that were like you guys even smacked each other around in practice up in Carlisle, bro.
Y'all let you do that no more, though, bro.
I know. Hey, but the deal is we're getting the right people in. We getting hungry people. We getting ballers in here. Everybody needs to just settle down, man. Settle down.
Thanks for the call,
settle
bud.
down.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you, dude.
Gone.
I think he might have said B-match. Did you hear that?
B-match.
People still want to blame people. I want to say nice things, but nobody's ready for that yet. We're gonna let people
say some nice stuff, Jay.
I thought Samerstill was really good. I thought Luvu was really good. I thought Chin was really
got
good.
2 sacks last night, man. How many do you have now?
Now, one thing that's funky. Remember, the league didn't want to credit Johnny Newton with a sack in his first sack.
Because no. That's just because whoever was doing that was stupid. The quarterback gets the ball, fakes a draw. A screen. He jumps and stops and then sacks him. And they say that wasn't a sack. A quarterback that's 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, he was throwing the ball, dude. So whoever was doing that just did not know football. Maybe they should stop hiring people that don't know football.
I agree about all that. But Lulu's first sack was clearly a quarterback run that he tackled him on. You know what I mean? It's like, how subjective is this?
When you get tackled behind the line of scrimmage as a quarterback, they can always call this a sack.
Right, but a lot of times they don't when it's a clear sack, like the Newton one, because they claimed he was running, and then they had to correct it. Whereas last night, Hurts was clearly running, and they called it a sack right away. It just doesn't make any sense.
Because these quarterbacks do their run pass thing, you never know. So they just give it to the people behind the line. They should.
Our guy Los is on the line. What up, Los?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, happy Friday. Make sure you get yourself some pupusas and all that to celebrate.
No, you keep saying that. You ain't bring us none yet. What the hell?
Yeah,
Listen, I will, I promise the holiday
You said
season's
that
coming.
last time I called you on it.
Listen,
and you still say, I will.
You mess with the ball, I will. Trust me, I will. I promise y'all. Hey, listen. Well, I got a couple of questions. Why is it that we are the away team on a lot of primetime games, man? Like, we need to stay home on these primetime games. I don't count no 4:30 games or anything like that. So that's for one. Number two, why is it that he's injured? I know he's injured. The throws are always underthrown. Jaden Daniels, it's underthrown. And then, I like to blame myself. I put Terry McLaurin on the parlay, 3 parlays, and they didn't hit. So I blame myself for jinxing Terry McLaurin on those parlays. And number three, I called in yesterday to Fred Smoot, and I got 3 jerseys. I wear a jersey for every month. I wore a 2007 white Sean Taylor Redskins jersey for the month of September. I'm 3-1 in that jersey. Then I wore the white 2007 anniversary jersey of Sean Taylor. I'm 4-1 in that jersey for the month of October. I'm wearing my veterans military salute to service jersey for this month. I'm 0-2. Now I gotta ask you guys something. Is it my fault? Do I need to change it? Do I need to go back to a jersey? That's my take on it.
Yeah, go back to one that you have a winning record on, not one that you have a losing record. What the hell?
Sorry, guys.
To be, it's
Hey,
fairly
much
simple.
love to y'all. Be safe, all right?
All right, bro. You
Thanks,
too,
Los.
man.
Appreciate you, bud.
I would love him to ask Gil that question. He's like, you answer the damn question.
Bobby's in Lovettsville. What up, Bobby?
What's up, boys? How you doing?
We good, brother.
Good,
What's
man.
happening?
How are you?
Excellent. Thanks for the great show. So I got a few different blame pies. I got to say, first off, though, I was shocked by how well the defense played last night. Really, really happy with the secondary. They did a great job. My blame pie starts with Andrew Wiley. This guy, I'm so tired of him standing over top of our quarterback on the ground, helping him up. He missed all kinds of blocks last night. I don't care if he's hurt. If you're hurt, don't play. He's terrible. He was terrible last year. He's terrible this year. Get off the team. I can't stand him. Second one's Coleman. He had a bad game. It is what it is. Third one is the coaching staff. Kingsbury, man, he just stopped running the ball for the most part. Takes away your play action. That's why we weren't able to hit any of our receivers downfield. Terrible. Second, the last one is Quinn for that field goal. He should have kicked the field goal to keep it a 1-score game if they scored a touchdown. That's what I got.
All right, brother.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Wiley's playing with one arm in that game. His shoulder's pretty screwed up. But that said, you're playing. You got to be at your best.
Once you snap them up, put on the pads, you better be able to play or don't play.
I hear you. I'm not disagreeing. DJ's in D.C. What up, D?
What up, D?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
We good.
Got a little blame pie, man. I talked about it with y'all the other day about, that my man was off because of his throws a little bit. I think he was still hurt. He was, and he admitted to it. So I'm going to go ahead and have to give him about 15% of that blame pie. I got to get Cliff that blame pie as well, too. He got to get a little 15% on that. A big part of my blame pie, my offensive line was getting manhandled last night, and I can't stand that. We supposed to be dogs in the trenches. We weren't. We got B-Rob back, and we weren't hitting them in the mouth on a consistent basis. If we make them respect the run, that's when it opens it up. Then we couldn't even get the ball to Terry. They showed a clip of the rookie tearing him a little bit, but he still had an open window. It doesn't take much of an open window to be open in the NFL. Terry was open on a couple of those things, but my man couldn't get him the ball. The other part of the brain pie goes to my head coach. I got to give it to him on this one. We have a chance to go ahead and go in the lead, and you do not take it. That shifted momentum. That was a big moment in the game to me. You pumped that team up, and then they came down and walked down the field on us. That's my blame pie, fellas.
Appreciate you, buddy.
All right, bro.
I actually think that's pretty fair with a little bit for Jaden, a little bit for Cliff, and spreading it around. I don't think the O-line was great. I think they're beat to hell. We'll keep the phones going when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Yeah.
Damn fly. B, you got any animal print pants?
Nah.
Did you ever?
Animal print?
Got like some zebra or some cheetah pants?
I had some zebras when we went to the Super Bowl.
Zubaz.
Zubaz, whatever they were. I had those.
Let's bring those back. I think Buffalo still wears those.
They shouldn't.
That's probably cutting edge of Buffalo.
They shouldn't.
They did get smoked in the Super Bowl.
Beamish 100% had animal print pants at one point.
You never had like some cheetah?
No.
Club cheetah? Club amnesia?
He definitely had tiger stripe pants.
No, I didn't.
Do you have any animal
Landfill
print
trying to do
clothing?
something, trying to say we had something that he had.
I don't, unfortunately.
I believe I've never owned animal print. I got some camo stuff. That might be the only.
That's not animal print.
That's not animal print.
Right.
That's
I'm
a
aware.
whole different vibe.
I'm aware. That's
But my question is, we talking about animal print. Why do you bring up camo?
That's as close as I got.
This dude right here don't like stuff. He don't like talking about topics that you bring up. He want to talk about something else.
I don't believe
he does that with the show sheet. I Landfill.
I don't believe I have any animal print clothing.
Nah. You had any garanimals?
What's a garanimal?
The little shirt had the little animal thing on it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, man. Isaac got an alligator on it. I mean, an alligator, right?
I've had that Lacoste, right? I've had a Lacoste shirt with an
Isaac,
alligator.
Lacoste had it.
Britches back in the day used to have all that warthog gear. Remember that?
I wouldn't none of that.
I think that's what I've got. Also, just real quick, I noticed something. What happened? The room over there where people sometimes sleep that had that TV on the wall, the TV's just gone. Did you notice that?
On what wall?
Like the room back there with the couch in it that people like put up.
Oh, yeah.
Who stole that television?
The one that
Landfill?
Wisconsin used to sleep in?
Yes. Somebody's apartment. Landfill, did you steal that television?
I did not, but we just got a TV that works in here now. It hasn't for like the last week.
I'm glad you got one.
Yeah.
We don't. B-Mitch's TV is like Michael Scott's TV that he mounted on the wall, and then this one is dependent on that one, and that one just shows the Junkies graphic 24
that's not
hours a
B-Mitch
day.
TV. That is actually a computer.
Right.
That they use as a TV.
We
basically got we sure got the worst part of all this stuff.
Oh, bro.
It's Junkie just throwing in there in the studio.
It's just a straight up prison cell in here. It's weird why we don't love coming in. Phone lines remain packed. We're going to take him. Rosenberg joins us at 1:30. He's down in Dallas for this Tyson Paul fight, and he was at the weigh-in yesterday. It's fascinating. Obviously, we're going to let him weigh off on the Commanders game from last night, but I want to talk about that Paul fight. Calvin is in Waldorf. What up, Cal?
Hey, fellas, man. Thanks for taking my call, man. I know I'm about to ruffle some feathers, man, but sometimes, man, you just lose to a better team. You know, Philadelphia is a top 5 serious Super Bowl contending team, and you won 4 games last year. You know, you had the 7-game winning streak. I mean, no, not winning streak, but the 7 games we won are very exciting, and it's a positive step forward, man. But we ain't, right? This is a measuring stick, you know? And it's like Adam Peters was pretty much saying, man, they playing the long game. They see what they need, and it's going to be okay, man. I just relax, man, and enjoy this ride, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Calvin, I think that's a very measured approach, and I applaud you for it. I'm not sure everybody's going to have the same approach. Let's try Trucker Dan. What up, Trucker Dan?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing, bud?
It's all good over here. I love my team. Let me say that first and foremost.
Great.
But and then I also know that our defense actually great, man. They held down the Eagles for 3 quarters. The Eagles couldn't do nothing with us. But them boys got tired. The offense just kept putting them, you know, in the danger zone. They got tired, and that's why Barkley came up with them yards.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't really worried about the Eagles, man, at all. But there's no point that we put Centerfield back on the inside at all. Like he's actually playing crazy on the outside, shutting down these people. I don't see how you put him back on the inside. But you know, I think the team just injured. Like all the offensive linemen, how they missing their blocks and all that. They coming, and I think that this is the second time I've seen it when we play these big games. It looked like they overthinking it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if it's. I think it's just new. Just like everything is new, those big games as well is just new for them. I think the second rodeo when they come back to these big games, they're gonna show you who they really are. And Jaden, I don't know, man. He was hot the first time in the season, and now he just look a little ice. But that's normal. He human. Like, I don't know what people expect.
Mm-hmm.
He better than most quarterbacks. I tell you that. I take his bad with his good, man. I think it's gonna get us a Super Bowl, man. And Cliff, I think the brother just overthinking it, man. And I think that's our issues right there. Because so when he not overthinking it, it's like, man, what you gonna do with him? Like the play calling be nice, everything be nice. But when he overthinks it, I don't know, man. He just like confused himself more than he confused the defense.
Thanks for the call, Trucker Dan. Good call.
I got one question for you fellas.
All right.
Do you think we really need a wide receiver, man? And is there a free agent out there that we can use?
I do think they need a wide receiver, and I think they'll get one, whether it's the draft or free agency. The thing with the wideout market, it's kind of becoming like the quarterback market. What we know now about who may become available is not what we'll know eventually. And I just think the wide receiver market is crazy. I mean, hell, Steph Diggs is set to be a free agent. I'm not sure that's where you want to go, but I mean, just a quick look right now. T. Higgins set to be a free agent. Chris Godwin, Amari Cooper. There will be people available at wideout, and that's beyond. My only thing with the wide receiver position is because of the proliferation of 7-on-7 football, there are so many good wideouts coming out in the draft that I would probably lean draft over free agency. And I might spend money to keep, if you get Marshawn Lattimore on the field and he looks like he's the real deal and you got to rework that deal, I might choose to spend my big money elsewhere. I might choose to spend big money at pass rush.
But JP, I wasn't talking about next year. I'm talking about now because I look at these elite teams, right? That everybody quote unquote
there
says
is
they
no
the best
more
of the
now.
best.
The trade deadline's over. Like this is the squad you got.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay,
Trucker.
all right.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Hi there.
I am gonna go to John in Annapolis. What up, John?
What up, John?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing? I was going to get really mad, but those last two callers basically said the same thing as I did. We all just need to shut up. And it's great. I mean, we're a legit team again. Our former players are back involved, like V-Mitch. I can tell he's happier than heck. You know, Daryl Green. I mean, we don't have no more Vinny Serratos and Dan Snyders and Ryan Fitzpatrick playing quarterback. You know, it was a nightmare before. Now, I mean, we're all into it. I'm loving it. The games are fun to watch. We're a legit football team. Give it time, fellas. We're back. You know, let's relax. We lost a couple games we lost to the Steelers and the Eagles and the Ravens. I mean, come on. You know, not the Jets or the Giants with some, you know, Italian delicatessen guy. You know what I mean? Just relax.
Thank you, John.
Hi,
I
bro.
like any call that starts with, you know what we all need is to shut up. Thank you, John. Good call.
I will subscribe to John's message.
Phones open till 1:30 when Rosenberg joins us live in Dallas, getting ready for Mike Tyson versus, I'm going to tell you the truth. What's the guy? Is this Jake Paul, Chris Paul? What the hell is his first name? We'll be right back. Phone lines remain crowded. Everybody's going to get a chance. I like our guy Wayne. Always has a lot of passion. Wayne, how you feeling about this Commanders team, bruh?
Hey, man, I love them, man. I'm going to tell you. How you doing, B-Mitch? Take it to the house.
I'm good.
B-Mitch.
I love this dude.
Hey, we're going to have a B-Mitch day at our restaurant, and we're going to take it to the house.
All right.
Look, I got a couple of things to say. First of all, if you had told me in February, under the new ownership, coaching, and then eventually Adam Peters, that in November we'll be 7-4, I would have called you a liar. Okay, first of all, this team, the way they played last year, and the effort. The key word is effort. Last 4 games last year, they gave up. They threw in the towel. This team, every game means something to these guys. And if they lose, even though they lose, I applaud their effort because you can't put a price on effort. I love my team. I've been a B-Mitch fan since 1802, before he was born. Okay? Take it to the house, Mitch.
All right, baby.
Thanks, Wayne.
That is funny. Been a fan since 1802. Hell, he wasn't even born.
Football didn't exist. I don't even know they were playing golf then. Blake is in Carolina. Blake, talk to me, buddy.
Listen, first thing that pisses me off the most is losing the Eagles in Philadelphia. I hate losing those.
Ooh. I don't know if Landfill had to dump him or what.
Nah, that
choice
was
language.
I went to hang up on a guy I was talking to, and I accidentally hung up on that guy. Sorry, bro. Call back if you're listening.
Call back.
Yo, Blake in Carolina, call back. We'll take you right away. Sorry, Landfill hung up on you. Wasn't me. I want all the haters to know. Wasn't me. Left hand up. These haters can't stand us. TJ in DC, what up, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, first let me say I've been a Redskin fan 49 and a half of the 50 years I've been on this earth. Chief Z was my grandfather.
Oh,
so
wow. Shout out
I
to the
inherited this thing. May he rest in peace. Last night, what I noticed was every time the camera showed JD on the sideline, wrapped up in his binky, sitting alone by himself, he wasn't being coached up. There was no coaches with iPads or tablets. There was no teammates, you can clearly tell the man was lost, confused, and still injured. So the coaches made the decision to put him in the game to give us the best chance to win.
I
got
to interrupt you. I got to interrupt real quick. Because you're now the second person, I think, that has brought this up. What on earth are people upset about him wearing that coat? Joe Montana wore that thing. Like
no, he's not saying about the coat.
Football
He's saying
players put those coats on.
He's saying about no, he saw nobody talking to him. But I can let you know that
he
people
said wrapped up in his
people do go talk to him. When they showed him, when they showed the camera, he may not have seen him, but there were people talking to him.
Okay, it seemed like because I'm a season ticket holder, so when they showed him to us on camera, it just looked like he was on an island, confused.
Well, yo, are you talking about the coat thing also?
No, not the coat. Not
He
the
just
coat.
saying when
I
he was
just threw
sitting on
that
the
in there.
sideline in the coat, he saw nobody talking to him.
Okay. They're all talking. You know what you do? I don't know. TJ, are you a golfer at all?
I golf at it.
All right. So, like, when you're playing golf, whether it's your boys or some random dude, like whatever it is, if things start to go sideways, maybe you offer a little word of encouragement here or there. But if things aren't going great, you generally leave that person alone. Like Jaden,
like JP don't get a lot of chance to talk to people on the golf course.
Like Jaden generally plays really well, and last night he was kind of off. And I imagine players would give him a little bit of space. I wouldn't read too much into that. Thank you for the time, bro.
What I'm saying is he's still a rookie, so he's done great things to get us to 7-4, and I appreciate it. I'll take the good with the bad.
Yo, and to that point, if they get to 9-4 and then they've got 4 games left, like I understand today it feels like a lot because they've lost 2 in a row. They've lost 2 in 5 days. The chances of them getting to 10 wins are still pretty significant. They go
It is.
They've got 6 games left. If they can go even 3-3, they get to 10 wins. People would have done cartwheels in the street for that.
Jig.
Appreciate you a call, TJ.
It's real funny. You know you're old when you're eating sugar daddies.
Yeah, I saw that comment in the
You don't have to
stream.
be old to eat a damn sugar daddy. Sugar daddy is a good tasting caramel.
Beamish is so old, even the candy he eats is old.
I think it's dangerous for old people to eat sugar daddies because those things stick to your teeth.
Yeah.
And it's impossible
That's
to
why
get off.
I just lick it. I do not chew it.
Pause.
You don't have to pause, JB, because the way if you're going to take it my way, it's all good. All right? See, y'all get y'all little mind out that other side gutter. I only speak on one way, okay? One.
All right, our guy Blake is back from Carolina. Blake, go ahead, bud.
This is what I was going to say.
I'm sorry
First of all,
Landfill hung up on you.
It's all good. It happens. Losing to the Eagles sucks. Losing to Philadelphia sucks. No matter what the team name is, no matter what year it is, losing those people sucks. When you had a chance to step on their throat, you had a chance to take the fans right out of the game. They didn't do it. When we were up 7-0, when we were up 10-6, yes, we had the lead, but it never felt like we were comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
We just gave the Eagles just enough a chance, and they busted the door down like the good team they are. They're 8-2. We're 7-4. A lot of season left. No reason to panic, but I think last night came down to letting the fans stay in it and not shutting them down when we had a chance to. Tressway, salute to him. As always, gave the Eagles a lot of long fields. The defense played well, but I think they just ran out of gas at the end. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
and,
Blake,
have a
can
good
I ask you a
weekend,
quick question, dude?
Yes.
One, that's a very good call. But 2, it appears that you live in or around Winston-Salem. Is that right?
That's correct. I live in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Oh, I love Wilmington. I used to live in Wilmington. Does K&W Cafeteria still exist? I love that place.
That's a good question. I actually do not know that. I can find it.
It probably
out for
doesn't. If you don't know it, JP old, man.
No, but they didn't have K&W in Wilmington. It was a Winston thing. So he's 4 hours away from
So
Winston.
why would you ask him the question?
Because I thought he lived in Winston.
But he told you he lived in Wilmington.
But he might be able to figure it out. He's closer than we are. Boots on the
I'll
ground.
tweet at you, JP.
All right,
I'll
appreciate
tweet
you,
at
Blake.
if I figure it out.
Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
Stallion's here. Should we check in with the old Stallion?
No.
B says no.
Why does he get the name Stallion?
Can't say that on the air.
When y'all gave him the name Stallion, he wasn't doing nothing that a Stallion does.
Telly is in D.C. What up, Telly?
Hell to the Redskins. B Miss JP. What's poppin'?
What's up, Telly?
Hey, Telly, can I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
I was listening after the Steelers game. I was listening to Doc do post game, and I call in with Doc usually. Last night was too late. I didn't do it, but I usually call in with Doc, and then you called in later after I called in, and it seemed like you had enjoyed your Sunday afternoon. Was I reading that correctly?
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
What up, man?
It was enjoying at the point you were talking to him, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me and Doc always go at it, man. But yeah, this game here, I got to go back. It took me back to the last 2 regimes, and for all them years, I just kept speaking about being one-dimensional and being predictable. They were predictable. You drop Jaden back in the shotgun, and it wasn't really a threat of the run. And even though they were getting positive yards with the run, you didn't stick to it. They can learn something from Philly. Their quarterback don't run as much. He runs when it's necessary. I think it was ridiculous knowing that your quarterback. I don't think that one incident when he took it out the game and they were talking about his ribs, I think that led up to him being taken out the game, because he gets a hit. He gets a crucial hit every game since he's been playing. And that just totals up on your body. And I think knowing that you're going to play him, you help him out, and you design a running scheme to help your quarterback out. I like to see him on the center more. I like to see that play action work. I like to see bootlegs.
That fourth down under center didn't work. I'll tell you that much. They would have been better out of the shotgun right there.
Understood. But the majority of the time they was in the shotgun. I just want to see more versatility coming from.
I agree with that. I agree with showing different looks. I didn't mean to shoot that down. Thank you, Tally. Always good to hear from you, brother.
Thank you.
All right, man.
Enjoy your Sunday. Bob. Straight up Bob on the line. What up, Bob?
What up, Bob?
Hey, guys. Hey, Mitch. Hey, Finley. I'm a Redskins fan. I've been a Redskins fan all my life. I'm like 56 years old. I'm still young yet.
There we go.
But anyway,
yes.
Hey, guys, man, they got to quit knocking this team, man. They're working on it. They got something going here. I mean, I still think we'll go 10-6. I've always said it. I said it when they had the other regime in there, believe it or not. But I still think they'll win 10 games. But, yeah, I think Jaden's hurt a little bit, and he is getting hit, y'all. He's getting hit every time he throws that ball.
Last night was tough. He definitely was getting hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely getting hit, man. I mean, I don't know if he's getting gun shy. I don't know what's going on with him, but he just didn't seem normal last night for some reason. I mean, I think he's hurt, actually. And something about his ankle, too. They said his ankle was hurt or something.
Yeah, I mean, he hurt his hand, too. But, Bob, I agree with your overall message. They're building something
one more thing.
Okay.
I think if he's hurt, they really need to let him sit down for a little while, just to relax a little bit.
He's sitting down for 10 days. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see him get scared. You know what I'm saying? Because I know them people are talking smack to him. I mean, I see him smiling all the time, but I know them people are talking smack to him, man.
Yeah, but talking don't bother nobody.
I don't think he's worried about it.
I know, but you know what I'm saying, man. He's getting hit, man. I mean, as soon as he throws that ball, he's getting hit. He's getting knocked down too.
Thank you, Bob.
Yep.
I'll take these last two, and then we're gonna shut phones down for the day. We got Rosenberg live down in Dallas. B, I think now, granted, if you did the show last night, I imagine it was like everybody was on edge, ready to close the universe. I think things are relatively balanced today. Folks understand, it sucks to lose to Philly, and especially the fashion it went down.
It sucks to lose.
But they're still building, right.
And especially to Philly.
Well, I think it sucks to lose. It sucks to lose to Philly, and then you compound it by losing twice in 5 days for a team that's really been pretty good. I think in no way is the division race over. You get this team at home in 5 weeks. They still have to play the Ravens and the Steelers. There's still so much left here. But the stuff that is alarming is all of a sudden the offensive progress seems stunted, seems somewhere between regressing and standing still. And it's just bizarre. Like it's this seesaw where the defense has started to play really good ball, and so the offense just can't keep it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I just think the injury thing that we talk about is serious. And they get these 10 days to work it out. I always look for the damn near perfect game. I know you can't get a perfect game, but the damn near perfect game, which means that the offense plays better than bad, the defense plays better than bad, and the damn special teams plays that way. You get all three phases playing at the top level, you find out what your team is about. And I don't know if we've gotten that this year. You know what I mean? We've gotten offense playing terrific, defense wasn't. We've gotten special teams do some good things, we had special teams do some bad things. And then also we figured it out like last night, defense played damn good early on. Offense wasn't. So if we can keep striving for that, things can turn around. But I think when the offense starts to struggle, the defense starts to struggle. When the defense starts to struggle, the offense will have some level of struggle if they're struggling from the start of the game on, because it wears on the other side.
Defense just on the field.
Defense was on the field a long time last night, and I kept every time they get down, I say, man, we got to move and get some damn points. They're giving us opportunities, and if you don't capitalize off of them, you're going that will come back to haunt you. Came back to haunt us.
Sure. It felt a lot like the Bears game. They got bailed out in the Bears game. You're able to hit a Hail Mary. I don't know that you can count on that. But I think there's still a ton of positives from the season. I think there's still a very good chance they get to 10 wins. But, it offensively, it feels like it's slipping. That's on them to get it back to fully operational. You got a little break now. Speaking of a little break, I'm going to break on time because I'm very excited to talk to Peter Rosenberg live down in Dallas at the Mike Tyson. Chris Paul? What's this clown's first name? Jake Paul. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, who is a completely contrived YouTube fighter. I hope Mike Tyson beats his ass. It may be contractual that he's not allowed to, but we got boots on the ground in Dallas. We're gonna hear from them. We also got boots on the ground in Silver Spring. Grant and Danny are doing their show out at Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring, right there on Georgia Ave, kind of right there in downtown Silver Spring. So that could be a fun Friday afternoon if you're out and about. It means the Stallion's in with us for some reason. So we'll hear from the Stallion later in the program. Rosenberg next. Nobody go anywhere. P. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In a few minutes, we're going to be joined by Mr. Peter Rosenberg. He's down in Dallas. Can't wait to see what he has to say. Jory Epstein is a reporter for Yahoo Sports. And she was at the game last night. I said hello to her. I just saw this tweet from Jory, and I think this is pretty accurate. For 3 quarters, the Commanders had the Eagles where they wanted them. Then the Saquon Barkley dam burst. What do you make of what Saquon's getting done right now?
It shows that there are a lot of people in front offices who make decisions based off of what they think and not what they know. Like, you look at Saquon, the way he's playing right now, someone felt, oh, he had played a while, he can't play no more. Derrick Henry, same way. Look what's happening. But then when you ask the question to people, well, running back's going to come back. Nah, I doubt it. And that's from people that make those type of decisions. Why? Because they don't want him to come back. Because a lot of people, as Jaws stated, he feels Saquon could be the MVP. He might be the most important person on that football team now. Derrick Henry has made the Ravens ran the ball effectively, but now he's made it more because you got one guy who could do stuff that takes tons of pressure off your quarterback. And Lamar is now passing unbelievable. And we'll see if it happens in the playoffs. Because that's when it's going to really matter.
Do you agree with me for Lamar and for Josh Allen? That
no, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly it.
Their success, they've been so successful, and it's been
people going to get to the point where they're not going to care what they do in the regular season.
Right.
Like
it's approaching like Karl Malone, Charles Barkley situation.
When you win MVPs, people go, okay, cool. Now, can you put your team on your back in the playoffs and take them there?
Chuck and Malone won MVPs.
Yeah.
You know? I also like this tweet from Wale. Said, 0 complaints from my team. I don't care. This is football. This is how it goes. We move. And if any of y'all local media want to do the song and dance, bring it to me because we're not tearing down JD or any of this team around these parts. Good game. Eagles fans. Saquon is him.
There you go.
How about this?
I'm with Wale on all that he just stated.
So 2 things to keep in mind. One specific to Wale, one not. But if you're looking to do something fun tonight, Wale's got a concert at MGM National Harbor.
Okay.
And Bees just texted me. They're showing the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight at MGM at the sportsbook at MGM.
Chris Paul shooting free throws somewhere.
Chris Paul is a guard for the Commanders.
There's also a Chris Paul who used to make songs like Jeff makes.
That's true. That's true. So if you're looking to watch that fight, I think it might be on Netflix, but what I fear is I'm going to pull up Netflix in time for this fight, and then they're going to be like, oh, you got to pay $75. I don't want to have to do that. But we got boots on the ground in Dallas, man. Our guy, Peter Rosenberg, is down in Big D for the fight. Peter, what's up, man?
Guys, how are you?
We're good.
Listen, man, I am really excited for this probably very stupid fist fight, but let's start with something that probably has you a little somewhere between sad and mad. Last night's Commanders game.
Well, which version do you want? Do you want me to start? Rational media member or angry fan?
No, go with the fan thing.
Fan side.
Every human being watching the game knew that you're going to take 3 points. It's a game where your offense has not done anything well. You finally get a good drive and get momentum. You cannot risk killing that momentum by coming up short on 4th down. And you can't let the Eagles get right back on the field. You have to take the 3 points. It would be one thing if Gonzalez hadn't been good, like week 1, when we were missing field goals. This kid has not missed a field goal. Someone make it make sense. I understand when we look back at this game, it'll feel like it was a blowout. And obviously we don't know what would have happened. But in that moment, guys, you can't tell me that when they absolutely fail in the worst fashion possible on 4th down, you could not tell me that in that moment, Dan Quinn didn't sort of end the game.
I think you can argue he should have kicked there. I think what he did was fairly consistent with how they've coached most of the year, being aggressive and being good on 4th down. I also think if they do kick there, 13-12 ain't winning that game.
It's not.
but you're kicking it deep. And if they score again, you're down one possession.
Yeah, I get that.
So no matter how you slice it, because here's the thing. Okay, it's consistent with what they've done all year. All right, cool. This game didn't feel like all year, did it?
No.
It sure didn't feel like all year to me. I didn't have the same confidence in anyone on that offense. The receivers weren't catching the ball, weren't being targeted. I didn't have any confidence in them on that fourth down the way I normally would. And it's a game where, unlike those other games, the points are coming at such a premium. So in a normal week, I'd be with you. But you have to, and this is Dan Quinn, if he wants to follow up the hype from the articles like the one yesterday on the front page of ESPN, that he is a new version of Dan Quinn, you have to be a big boy coach and not just live by some sort of credo. You adapt based on the game. And in that setting, like my wife goes, really? They're going to kick? I mean, they're not going to kick? And I was like, I don't know what to say here. I don't know why they're not going to kick. So I hear what you're saying, JP. I just think you can't let them off the hook there. I don't care what they've done all year. Dan Quinn cost them the game last night. They may have lost that game anyway, but once they set that up and got to 2 possessions, the game was over.
I don't think you're wrong about that. How concerned are you? We're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg, ESPN New York, Hot 97, a million other things. He's down in Dallas. We're going to talk Tyson and Paul. But how concerned are you about what appears anyway to be a little regression offensively overall and with Jaden Daniels?
Well, has anyone gotten any information about if the kid is really hurting? Because
officially they say he's not.
I mean, I'm trying to understand a couple of the ball. The one in the dirt to Noah Brown. There were a couple balls yesterday, guys, where it just looked like he has to be hurt. And then when you see him on the sideline having the ribs dealt with, and you then see balls that are normally in someone's chest at their feet, I don't think Jaden forgot how to play football. I don't think he didn't look lost to me yesterday. Like, I mean, you guys tell me, y'all both know more about football than I do. He didn't look lost to me in any way yesterday. He just looked like he did not have his normal arm strength.
Just looked off.
I think
not
that's
lost,
fair.
just off.
Yeah. Hey, listen, there's no way those guys are ever going to own that there's an injury, but last night looked off for sure. Peter, I don't want to switch gears. I know you want to talk more Skins, but I'm fascinated by this fight, and I know you're down there in Dallas. Can we talk about what you're seeing? Also, what are you down there for? But kind of what are you seeing? How wild was that weigh-in? I saw the reel you posted on Instagram. You can follow Peter at Rosenberg Radio. Get us up to speed with the situation down there.
No, listen, I just came here to follow this story. You know, I've been following. I've really followed and tried to cover in any way I personally can this last portion of Mike's career, which I thought was in 2004 and 2005. And of course, here I am in 2024, so I could not miss this. I mean, I was at Danny Williams in Louisville. I was at the horrible Kevin McBride fight at the then maybe still MCI Center. So I was not going to miss this one.
And if I may interrupt, you and Mike have a relationship now for a long time. You guys had a podcast. Like, you guys have a real friendship relationship.
Yeah, no, we definitely developed a real rapport. It was a really wonderful sort of part of the story for me. I was just a kid who was a huge fan. And in the early 2000s, when people were kind of down and out on Mike, that's when I kind of was most interested in how can this story potentially end in a happy way. And so as the years went on, I was fortunate enough to then actually get a podcast with him and get to know him.
Right.
Spent a lot of time with him during those years. Sorry, let me just tell my Uber driver, Peter, to the stadium. Yes, thank you. There you go. Thank you. So I spent a lot of time with the man, and he's a fascinating, lovely guy at this stage in life. And so, yeah, I wanted on a personal level to see how this journey, I guess it likely ends, or who knows, guys. I have heard that if he were to somehow win, it might not be the end. And I think certainly, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I'm sure we can get to predictions if you like, but like, if he were to somehow win this fight, it's amazing what it could do for him. Like, you sort of think he's already ubiquitous. He's already just one of the biggest stars there's ever been in sports. Could there be more? I sort of started thinking yesterday that if he had some sort of dramatic win, I could start seeing the commercials and different things picking up for him on another level in 2024, which is pretty incredible to think about. Because when they show the highlights leading into this fight, guys, it would be like the Commanders were in a playoff game this year, and the highlights they're showing are when Joe Gibbs was head coach in 1987. That's how old the highlights are.
Right. Wow.
So it's a remarkable situation.
All right. Me and B, is there something in the contract that Tyson's not allowed to win? Because that is certainly kind of the what everybody's saying.
What, that he's not going to win?
Yeah, that like Jake Paul writes these contracts where he's not allowed to lose.
I don't know of anything like that being the case. I certainly don't think so. I think it will be on the up and up. Listen, I don't have a lot of faith in Jake Paul when it comes to anything. I do think, though, that this fight will be on the up and up. I think the smart money and smart fans think that Jake Paul will win simply because Mike is 58 years old. Right. And if you're really honest about the kind of fighter he was, I mean, guys, when he quit on the stool at the MCI Center against Kevin McBride, I know we talk about Jake Paul isn't a real fighter. I could argue Kevin McBride wasn't either. And that was 20 years ago. So I think that's why people are just resigned to him losing.
Wasn't Mike kind of personally a mess then, and he's kind of cleaned his life up now? Maybe I'm grasping because I want him to win.
No. Listen, you're not wrong. Like, that was definitely that moment when he quit in DC. That was like I'm about to post a Rosenberg radio right now of me interviewing him about that moment. He had really decided he didn't have the passion or the interest in fighting anymore. He didn't want to hurt people anymore. It wasn't what he needed and wanted in his life. 20 years later, in a much more stable place. He's been in a great relationship for a long time. Marijuana is legal, which has been very helpful for his mental health.
Landfill too.
He is in a much better space. So I do think that's a reasonable thought to have, that like he'll want this more. He'll be more focused. I got to tell you guys, I cannot tell you whether or not I think what happened yesterday at the weigh-in was staged or not. My original initial thought was, oh my God, that is absolutely a work. They're just being silly. And then when I watched it a few more times on my phone, I kind of was like, was it? I'm not exactly sure. Either way, it's perfect, right? I mean, like, you got to give credit where credit is due. The attention and energy is up on this fight. Like, it is fight day. And I do think, you guys tell me, because I'm probably closer to it, it does feel like the attention is finally gearing up and here for tonight.
You got a prediction for us? We'll be watching. I'm fired up for this thing, and I never expected to be.
God, my heart desperately just wants to pick Mike Tyson first round knockout. I think as a country, we deserve, at least some of us, deserve to see Jake Paul get knocked out.
Hell yes.
I'm rooting for it.
Well, I think we deserve that.
Well, I think the three of us, I mean, I have a signed, framed Mike Tyson's Punch-Out thing in my office at home. B, I know roots for Tyson. You obviously have a personal relationship with the dude. I think anybody kind of our age, whatever, is hardcore rooting for Mike in this.
Guys, not only that, I'm telling you this right now. I've been at every event this week. That place is going to be 90% for Mike Tyson. It is going to be as much of a home field as one could have in combat sports. I'm very confident in that. So if you were out there and you said, I literally want to make money tonight, how can I make money? I would say the money is in picking Jake Paul to win by a late round stoppage and picking the round, like a 5th or 6th round stoppage, something like that, where it pays out great because you're picking the round. But the truth is, guys, I think there's a chance that if Mike doesn't get him out early, as it goes later, he will tire out. I don't think he could get hurt by Jake, but I could see him just giving up if after 5 rounds it just ain't happening.
But
it's almost 60.
It's 8 rounds, 2-minute rounds.
That's right.
I think that I think it doesn't look the
Come on,
same
Mike.
if they were 3-minute rounds.
Peter, we got a break,
True.
man. Enjoy the fight.
Let's give them a little extended period of time.
What time do you think that fight actually goes off tonight?
I think on the East Coast we're looking at around 11:30, 11:40, something like that.
That is late for some boys that worked a Thursday
I'm
night
working
game.
only about the last 2 nights, about 4 hours combined. So, Pete, I don't know.
Might need a nap. Peter, thank you, bro. Enjoy tonight, man.
I guess I'll see y'all at the Dallas game in a week and a half, 2 weeks, wherever that is.
Let's do that.
All right, boys.
All right, brother. Peter Rosenberg live in Dallas, heading to the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight. We got to come back, wrap up the week's bets.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel
We're blessed. Ryan the Stallion Clary hanging out. Grant and Danny are going to be at the brewery in Silver Spring, Georgia Ave. You can go check them out. Third Hill Brewing, Georgia Ave, downtown Silver Spring. Stallion, I guess, doesn't want to go to Maryland, so he's here instead. Darius is running the show out there. And Brian and I were just told that Stallion and Landfill love the meat.
Pizza.
I didn't hear the pizza part. I just heard they love the meat.
Pizza.
Okay. A couple things. If you want more Commanders content over the weekend, you can watch Brian's postgame show from last night on the Commanders YouTube page. I watched some of that as we were driving home last night, B. And I tell you what, y'all got a whole bunch of sponsorships in that joint.
Hell yeah.
I never watched it. It was like bang, bang, bang.
Hey, man.
I have some video up on my YouTube page of locker room, of all the players in the locker room kind of reacting to that loss. And we taped a special all ears last night from the field. That's going to be up on NBC. And you can watch my postgame podcast with Mitch Tischler, Beltway Football, on the Monumental YouTube page. So if you need more Commanders content, there's a lot of it out there. Landville, we all lost. Didn't we all pick the Commanders to win yesterday?
Yeah, I got the weekly results if you want them.
Sure.
Jeff
went 0-7.
Yeah, fourth place was Jeff. He went 0. JP, you were in third. You went 1-4.
Shout out to third.
B Mitch.
I don't even think 1-4 is possible.
You went 1-4. That's what the results are saying. B Mitch was 2-2, so he got second. And crazy, I went 6-0. It's wild.
We know that wrong because you chose Commanders to win.
I demand a recount. Stallion, what do you got coming up on G&D this afternoon?
We got game balls and gassers giving up around 2:25, I believe. Just reacting to the loss last night. And
what's your reaction from last night? You worried about Jaden in the offense?
No, I'm not worried about Jaden. I am worried a little bit about Kingsbury and their aggression there, but we'll see what happens going forward. But the pizza did make me feel better. So,
is anybody worried about the offensive line just being injured?
I worried about it.
It should be. I think
that's the reason for Kingsbury's offense and anything else that's happening.
The best thing that's going to happen is some rest for these dudes. And frankly, Brian, for you and I, some rest ain't a terrible idea.
I need it.
Everybody, real quick, Tyson Paul predictions. Landy.
Paul, unfortunately.
It's fake fighting, so I don't deal with those.
Give me Tyson.
Fake fighting.
Give me Tyson knockout. I'm speaking it into existence. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. I've lost my show sheet. Who joined us? Thank you to Peter Rosenberg. Thank you to Ron Jaworski. Thank you to everybody that called in. Thank you for the pizza man.
Thank you to Wes Moore.
Here.
Thank you to United for getting me here.
Thank you to United for getting Brian here. As always, thank you to Maryland Governor
and whoever
Wes
the
Moore.
little dude, the Uber driver that just left once he saw it was me and Santana, you bastard. I wish you'd lose everybody that come to you.
What happened?
I don't want to. I've been cursed.
Grant and Danny coming your way next from Third Hill Brewing. Made it this far. Stallion owes you a pizza.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders are now 7-4 after they lost to the Eagles last night, 26-18. Second straight loss for Washington. Jaden Daniels on the night, 191 passing yards, a touchdown and a pick, and just 18 rushing yards. The Commanders will be back in action next Sunday against Dallas at home. College football tomorrow. Maryland taking on Rutgers at home. 6 p.m. kickoff. You can hear the game on the Team 980. College hoops tonight. Virginia Tech taking on Penn State in Baltimore. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear that game on 1580 a.m. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette tonight. 8 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hawks tonight. There are only 2 wins of the season coming against the Hawks. 7:30 tip-off tonight in Atlanta. You can hear the game on Bloomberg 99.1. It's the first game of the NBA Cup for the Wizards this season. And in hockey, late-night caps tonight as they go on the road to Colorado to take on the Avalanche. 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Eckler lives in the end zone, but this time they give it to Robinson, and he pushes his way in, and will they give it to him? They do. No forward progress whistle. Touchdown, Washington.
That right there was probably when the night was at its best. Al Michaels on the call of the Commanders getting a touchdown on a Brian Robinson plunge into the end zone. That was a grown man physical bully ball drive where they just got the ball and they went right down the field. Austin Eckler dragged a defender for 15 yards. Brian Robinson had to run from the 19-yard line down to the 1 where he ran through 2 tackles, and then he moved the pile into the paint. 4 plays, 58 yards for a touchdown. Washington led 7-0, but they would not score another touchdown until the 5-yard pass to Zach Ertz with 28 seconds left. But things were looking good at that point. They came out. They dealt with the atmosphere and the environment, shades of Cincinnati, where everyone in the stadium's going nuts, and it didn't seem to faze them at all.
Especially after those, again, couple of opening drives where they went 3 and out twice and didn't look like they had much going. That swing, that back swing pass to Eckler that kind of changed field position and was sort of the big chunk play of the night was really well called, really well designed, executed really well. And Eckler, of course, in space is just so wonderful for them. But then you thumped with Robinson, right? Getting downhill, moving the line, moving the pile a little bit, including on the touchdown. And it looked like, okay, now they found it. Now they found it. But then it never came back until, again, the end when I think was more garbage time. They really struggled against this Philly defense.
Show is out in Silver Spring today for our field trip series. First time we've stopped through Silver Spring in a while as a station. So come on out and kick it with us. Georgia Avenue in Silver Spring. We're at Third Hill Brewing Company. We'll be here until 6:30 today. A couple of our listeners have asked what was the experience like in Philly. And I got to say, it was a seamless trip up and back.
Yep.
We loved it. We had a great time yesterday. The bar we were at took good care of us. And a bunch of listeners came through, which was really, really cool also in Philly without us advertising much. We're just like, hey, hit us up and we'll whisper where we're at. So no Eagles fans.
Yeah, we're literally so concerned about like Joey from South Jersey coming over the bridge and screaming, hey, they're going to be at this bar. Let's ruin this show. So we just try to tell friends.
Yeah, you just stand in front of us and yell a bunch. It kind of ruins the audio platform. But yeah, nobody bothered. And it was really, really cool. So we go to the game. Didn't have a lot of time. We had to get back to the hotel, drop our bags, and then we took a train, which was a straight shot. So basically what they do is their metro underground. They kind of shut down all the stops except the one that goes right to the stadium for this Easy Pass train that we were on. And it's just shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah.
Feels like you're going to some type of like the Obama inauguration back in the day in D.C. Hopefully you know the person next to you. You're about to get to know the person next to you. And everybody's drinking. They don't care about open.
There are big signs that say don't do that, but they weren't concerned.
Everybody had beers. The 3 dudes next to me had solo cups with whatever cocktails they.
I'm drinking a Surfside vodka right now, dude. We're gonna go. We're gonna get hammered there.
So we go to the game with no issues getting in. Now I will remind everyone. So we were in neutral garb. We were not wearing anything burgundy and gold.
Yep.
But we were with our buddies, Kondori and Murad, who sponsored the trip, who are the exclusive sponsor of the show, the law firm, and Kia and Wasim, who are the 2 guys that head the law firm and brought us along to Philly with them, they were wearing their jerseys. So it's not like we were completely under the radar. Not one fan bothered us all night. We had a very pleasant experience. The only other caveat I'm going to provide is we were sitting at the 50-yard line in the club level. So our guys took good care of us.
Yes, they did.
We didn't know where we
Phenomenal.
were sitting. We're like following them through the stadium. They're like, here's our seats. And I look up and if you picked a seat from the stadium map, you would have chosen this seat. It was the best seat in the house. And I think because of that, like we weren't hanging out with like some mouth breather who wanted to punch someone in the face.
Now you heard them on the walk to the train station after the game. You heard guys that were just yelling non sequiturs after they would spell Eagles. They were like with so many curse words about like political figures, like that had something to do with it.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about.
Again, just bewildering refuse human beings, just screaming things that made no sense at all, but loudly.
But I'm okay with loud screaming stupidity. I just thought there would be more harassment. And I think it was just that we didn't sit near where the harassers are.
In stadium, it was more the like, I hope the Eagles are able to overcome this Washington bunch today. And I was playing ball for the club earlier this afternoon. It was dreadfully cold. But this football match should be jolly good, riveting. So they were more like that. But you could once we got out among the riffraff again, just the worst. I hate them all so much. But it was annoying. On one hand, where like everybody was friendly up there, and I'm like, I'm trying to keep you guys in the despicable category.
Yeah, do the thing.
Could you not be kind?
I don't want to have nice things to say.
Yeah,
about
that's not
you.
for us.
Just make sure that you're insufferable.
Yeah.
And they weren't as insufferable as I kind of wanted
They
them to
weren't.
be, which is disappointing.
They also spell Eagles out a lot, which
they love doing that.
I didn't think
You
was
got to
necessary.
remind yourself how to do it because sometimes it gets complicated.
I think it's an easy word to spell. We know how to spell it.
Well, the best thing that happened was, so they have their own fight song, and not unlike the old Hill to the Redskins, they play it after touchdowns. And I have been in that stadium many, many, many times where they are playing that song a lot. And last night, we didn't have to hear that stupid song one time until the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and then we heard it a few times.
Unfortunately, we heard it a few times down the stretch of the game, but not one time did. And they get up and they all sing. And if you're wondering, because I know some of you are, they're not as insufferable and obsessed with the tush push as it seems like they are on TV, are they? Oh, they are actually.
They love it so much.
They are every bit as insufferable. Like every time it's a short yardage play, they all stand up like it's about to be, this moment. And they all like, come on, guys, get up. It's time for the tush push. And they all like lock arms like they're a rugby team and they start moving side to side.
Oh, they were so excited about it.
Whatever you think it is, it's worse. Just know that.
Yeah. It's obnoxious.org.
If you assume that it's terrible, it's worse than that.
They do a nice parlay also where they're the only team in the NFL that actually gets first downs. A lot of people don't know that. They invented first downs, the science behind the first down. It's very complicated, but like it's a Philadelphia thing apparently.
Yeah.
So the level of obnoxious when they all stand up and sometimes get confused as to which way they were going. A couple guys would point in the wrong direction. They had to be corrected by like Mikey and Joey Bagones. But then they swear, they're like, oh yeah, first down Eagles, first down Eagles. That can board a rocket and go into the sun for all I care. Oh, that's annoying. And then when they do that a couple times, then get to sing their stupid fight song that the owner copied off of Washington's. The history of it is, if you don't know, Washington had a good one. And the dumb Eagles owner was like, we ought to do that up here in Philly, Schuylkill River. And they copied it, made up one that's inferior. And so now they do it also. And I hate them.
They do have tasty pretzels.
Good pretzels.
If I could balance out the hate with some positivity.
And the cheesesteak I had yesterday was dynamite. Not even a place known for cheesesteak.
Good cheesesteak.
It's really good.
The Eagle bit was kind of cool. Where
Yes.
the Eagle flew pregame.
I
We
hate
all
to
looked
admit
at each
that.
other and
I hate to
said
admit
that was cool.
That's good.
I tip my cap. So right before the game, they roll out these gigantic flag. And I'm a big fan of the flag that spans
the whole field,
the entire football field.
That's a 100-yard flag.
Gotta love it.
You got to store that. Someone had to make that at some point. I think someone made that.
Yeah.
Like it didn't just appear out of nowhere. Somehow, some way, at some point, some poor old grandma was just stitching a flag that's the size of a football field. And little Gladys is like, I'm almost done. You'll use it in 2024. And so now they can use their flag. She was making it for like 36 years. And so the flag is now awesome. And it's great, but they had a bald eagle. I am a sucker for a bald eagle. I don't want to pretend like I'm the only one that likes bald eagles.
Right, you're the guy. It's not the national bird or anything.
But I do really love a bald eagle. And to have one just flying around right in front of me and then land on some lady's arm, pretty sick.
So here's the deal with the eagle, though. By the way, I've seen it on TV. Them do it before, where it's like, okay, fine, whatever. Seeing it in person and realizing all the different stimuli that it sees.
Yes,
there are 60,000 people in that. 55,000 fans, then the stadium workers, and everybody that's going on. Like, it'd be very easy for that bird that sees everything. By the way, they don't call it like Danny eye vision; it's eagle eye vision because they can see everything. To like figure out what it's supposed to do it well, not react to somebody that's like like yelling or pretending that their finger's a worm or something. And he swoops around and then dips and lands on this lady's arm. Like it's in the back corner somewhere. I'm going, okay, that was awesome. Like, I'll admit it. That was awesome. That's
really
the
cool.
one thing.
It's the only thing I will give them. Because I'm not even saying this to troll or because I hate Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Mm-hmm.
We went to Cincinnati this year and we went to Philly.
Yep.
They both had similar pregame situations where they said, be in your seats 5 minutes before kickoff for our light show.
The light show.
And everyone's like, okay, well, I'll do that. The Bengals light show just went to the bathroom on the Eagles light show, right? I mean, it is not even close. Like, the Bengals light show was a light show.
Yeah.
They said, be in your seat for a light show, and they did a light show. The Eagles light show was like their lights got green a couple times.
It was a lot of green lights.
It was green. It was cool.
The lights went off, then they came back on. Like, that was the show.
But it was, they did that a few times.
Yeah, like, so what? So now wait for it. The light's going to go back off again. Then they come back on. Green. Uninspiring.
I agree.
Lame.
Bengals 1, Eagles 0 on the light show, right?
Yes.
One more thing I got to tip my cap on if we're able to do 2 compliments to the Eagles.
Ooh, and let me check. Is that allowed in one segment?
They played, I know everyone likes to joan on the bit that they love Rocky.
Oh, would you?
They played the Rocky theme right before kickoff. And the amount of energy in the stadium at that moment, that's when Danny looked over to me for the second time this year and
correctly
said,
this time,
we're going to get mud stomped. They're playing the Rocky theme. All these jabronis are like, oh, my God, it's Rocky. We got to do something. We're from Philly.
I'm the same as him. And they went out. And
standing O. And all the players love it. The players
love it.
Everyone's on the field for kickoff. So it's literally like, the new kickoff, everyone's like lined up 5 feet away, and it's just like a stare down, like sharks and jets. It's like, we're the sharks all the way. Like, they're about to collide,
Yeah, it's just you're like, damn it.
And I'm like, yeah, this is not good. I would have liked silence before the kickoff. I would have felt better.
Maybe the speaker breaks. You can't hear. Or maybe the CD skips.
They were all in on the Rocky bit.
Yeah, and it's not like the victory Rocky bit either. It's training montage Rocky.
Yes.
It's like, I know what a setback. And then you have to like come back stronger than ever.
And they have like a montage on the screen of Creed, which is a better movie than Rocky, by the way.
Whoa.
Unequivocally in every way.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's just superior in all ways.
That's inflammatory.
So but it's like him talking to Michael B. Jordan, like, you can do this, kid. You got this. You got this. And everyone's like just losing their mind and punching people next to him. And yeah, that was good.
All right, back to joning real quick.
Yeah.
They did this bit where they were like, today's legend of the game is Vinny Curry, who was fine. Had a nice career. Played 8 years in Philadelphia. They're like, over 8 years, amassed 36.5 sacks. It's like, well, that's a little less than 5 a year.
Yeah.
For them. They're like, Philadelphia legend. You're like, he played here.
Vinny Curry was a little bit silly.
Good, perfectly fine player.
He was a good player.
Legend.
Guy, are we throwing stones? Our week 1 legend was like Vernon Davis, who was here for 3 weeks. And I like Vernon Davis.
What? Hold on. No one here's besmirching Vernon Davis.
Okay.
Also not a legend.
Yeah.
That's my point. Let's do legends for legends. Right? You see what I'm saying? Like you want to bring Charles Mann back and say legend of the game. Legend. Hungry Man Dinners. Charles Mann. Fine. Vinny Curry played there.
How about the lady at the concession stand who hooked me? How about that?
That's another compliment. Fine, but tell the story.
So
this is a good one.
Do I like the link a little bit? So I go up to the concession stand and I get a souvenir cola. I get a Coke Zero.
Liter
a gigantic cup.
Yep.
And I said, is this bottomless, refillable? She's like, yeah, definitely. And I was like, okay. She's like, how about some popcorn? Bottomless. Means you can refill it. I'm like, no, I don't think I could do that. I said, I'll take a little slice of the pizza, though. She's like, okay. I said, but if you want to give me popcorn and a pretzel when nobody's looking, I won't argue with you.
Can you imagine?
It was just a joke.
The Stones.
Yeah.
The chutzpah.
And she's like, huh? I said, no, if you just want to slide me a pretzel and some popcorn, I'm fine with that.
I can't believe
And
it.
I swear to God, she looks over her left shoulder and her right shoulder. She takes a gigantic pretzel and a big-ass bucket of popcorn, and she slides it right over.
He got free pretzel and popcorn.
And I was like, you're my girl.
Yo, yeah, shoot that a little bit. Yeah, shoot that.
Now, the part you're leaving out is who ate most of that popcorn?
All of it, you mean?
Yeah, I ate all of it.
This guy.
I did. That
I got it for the group.
Right.
I didn't need the whole popcorn.
Grant had some.
Yeah.
Maybe a little.
I think I had like 11 kernels.
Yeah.
But again, I did not get it for myself. I got it for the group.
I believe the bag got down to 1/4 left.
Yeah.
And Danny turned to everybody and said, "Does anybody want this? Because I've just been nervously eating for the last."
I'm sitting here freaking out nervously.
There's one part better than that, which is it's now like after the third or the fourth or the seventh Saquon Barkley fourth quarter touchdown. And so like everyone's hearts in the group is broken, and we're just sitting there kind of like, all right, how are we getting out of this stadium? What's the plan? And I look over at Danny. He's got like 9 pieces of popcorn in his beard. And I'm like, dude, you have so much popcorn in your beard. And he goes, okay.
Oh, they just shrugged my shoulders.
As if
All
it's
right.
my problem. You
Yeah.
know, like I'm like, so you have popcorn in your beard. And now he's upset at me for telling him.
Yeah, thanks, Grant.
But he didn't bother taking it out right away. He just
No.
looked at me like I was the idiot. I'm like, okay. I just thought you would want to know.
Yeah,
That's all.
no, it was good information. I just wasn't ready to hear it.
Game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser? 800-636-1067. We're at Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring all day on Grant and Danny.
Okay, let's let's start off. Biggest play, obviously, to go for it, and 4th down and 2 at the 26. Bold call, but I would also say we were prepared for that moment. Don't love the execution, but we've been an excellent 4th down team. So going into it, we knew we'd have to take our shots against a tough division team on the road. We thought that was an appropriate one. Certainly don't like the execution and the result, but we were prepared for that and being bold into those moments, knowing we'd have some 4th downs. But that's one we can fix. Thought 3rd down on both sides was tough, especially offensively tonight. And like I said, a game like this puts you through the resilience.
Dan Quinn dealing with a 2-game skid for the first time as the head coach of the Commanders. And wouldn't you know it, happened in the span of 5 days. Steelers into the Eagles, short week, now 7-4. Quinn's Washington Commanders. Time for some game balls for the best and gassers for the worst. Let's start with a game ball for a player who played very well. I thought Mikey Sanderstil was tremendous.
That's going to be mine. He had a night, dude.
There were times where he was all alone on A.J. Brown downfield, and he blanketed him in the end zone, PBUs. Thought his coverage was really good. He also did some excellent things just away from the football occasionally as well. I remember he had a tomahawk chop that knocked the ball out of the hands of Jahan Dotson on what would have been a 3rd down for a breakup. I thought he was locked in really from the start to the finish, and maybe was the best player on the field for Washington in major stretches. For a rookie, though, there were multiple plays that were teach tape, that were just exactly the way you want something played. And he's playing out of position still, let's not forget. They drafted him to play the nickel. This is a guy that a few years ago was a wide receiver. He's now playing outside on the boundary. He was really, really good.
Gasser, please. Cliff Kingsbury. There's a couple things that are going to come up here for Cliff, but here's the biggest one for me. Quinyon Mitchell aligned across from Terry McLaurin. This is from Next Gen Stats. On 20 of 25 routes, 80%, including 19 of 20 aligned wide. Mitchell was not targeted on any of his coverage snaps across McLaurin and was targeted just once all night. It's not as if Mitchell travels every time. Move Terry around. When you've got to leave it up to Luke McCaffrey or De'Ami Brown, good on that, by the way, or Noah Brown or some of the lesser receivers, you're not going to have great offense. If you don't think you can throw to Terry McLaurin when he's being covered by Quinyon Mitchell, then you've got to move him somewhere. I know you like to just stick guys on the left side and say that's what we do. Do something different. Adjustment was needed there. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I would also say with Terry only having 1 catch, which is unacceptable, and not being targeted until late in the game, which should never happen, that it's not only a Kingsbury issue, because you're right, you could give him a gasser, but it's also a Jaden Daniels issue. What have we learned over the years with McLaurin, and what has he proven this year? He does not have to be open.
If
to
he's
catch
covered,
the
he's
football.
open. Yeah.
He is one of the best receivers in the league. This is a stat, right? The contested catch percentage.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the best at making catches when he's not open. How many times this year has there been a low percentage throw and catch out of the hand that went for a big play? I don't care who's covering him or how good they're doing. You got to throw the football toward him and let him make a play, and they didn't do that. Give me another game ball, please. Frankie Louvu had 2 more sacks. He's already got more than he had last year in Carolina. He had 10 tackles. He and Jeremy Chin, if you want to throw a game ball out there for Jeremy Chin, I would take that, Rhino. Chin was everywhere in the first half, especially. I think he had 8 tackles in the first half.
He was unreal.
12 for the game. He made plays a couple times in consecutive snaps on both sidelines.
It looked like there were 2 number 11s at times.
It was crazy. But those 2 guys, Louvu's already been paid extensively for the next few years. Chin's playing for a big contract, and I think he'll get one here. He's been awesome. But they're so versatile. They allow you to do so many multiple things defensively. I like how both of them are used. Louvu as a pass rusher yesterday, just doing his job, man. Not taking the bait, looking at the eye candy on the little double reverse flea flicker thing that they ran. Had another play where he did a really nice job on Lane Johnson and kind of played Jalen Hurts exactly the way that you want him to, where he leaves the pocket and you're right there to make the play. I thought he was really good.
Gasser, please. Tough ask. But Percy Butler, on a 3rd and 6, they check it down to Saquon Barkley. Now, that guy's good, right? He's explosive. He's fast. He's quick. He can do everything. That 43-yarder on a 3rd and 6, another 3rd and long that got converted last night. There were a handful of those, and there were a bunch in the Pittsburgh game too. It's kind of a running theme here where you've done all the good hard work. You can't undo it by letting him get there, especially on a check down. He just whiffed. Now, if he hits Saquon Barkley and Barkley ends up running through him, all right, I guess I can understand that. Maybe you're hoping to wrap him up and have someone else come bail you out. But he just whiffs. It's almost like he's like, yeah, I don't really want to extend my arm. I don't really want any part of this. So Barkley blows by him, 43 yards, sets up points in a game, again, at that point, that was super tight, and it really helped Philadelphia change field position, did a lot of bad things. That was tough. Whiffed on a couple other tackles as well.
Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser? Will hit the phones next. I also want to get into why Washington lost. What's the number one biggest reason why they lost to the Eagles? A lot is being made about how their defense caved late. Got some numbers on the amount of snaps they've been on the field for this week in their 2 games that might have something to do with them running out of steam. We'll get into that next on The Fan, live from Third Hill Brewing, where we're going to be here throughout the afternoon and evening up until 6:30 on Grant and Danny. It is a Friday field trip on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their second straight game as they fall to the Eagles last night, 26-18. Here's head coach Dan Quinn after the game.
To be the heavy hitters that we want to be, you've got to be able to close and be in those. But there's not like a moral victory side of things. It's just how do you learn the lessons to close? How do you learn to do that? And so that's what we're going to become. But, losing the last 2 weeks, you knew this adversity is coming. Like it just does. Every team's got it. Sometimes it's earlier, sometimes it's later. And so I have a sense, I know how we'll respond based on the guys in the locker room and, how hard they go for one another.
The Commanders will look to bounce back from their 2-game losing streak when they host Dallas next Sunday. College football tomorrow, Maryland taking on Rutgers at home, 6 p.m. kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980 tomorrow evening. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech in Baltimore to take on Penn State, 7:30 tip-off on 1580 a.m. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette, 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hawks, looking for their third straight win against Atlanta tonight. 7:30 tip in Atlanta. You can hear the game on Bloomberg 99.1. It's the first game of NBA Cup group play for the Wizards. And in hockey, the Capitals in Colorado tonight to take on the Avalanche. 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Looking to get ahead and save money? Winter registration at Prince George's Community College starts October 28th. 4-week fast-track online courses starting December 16th. Perfect to fit your busy schedule. Give yourself the gift of education at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Has she been limited at all by the rib injury or any other?
Early on, he was, Nikki. Probably the first game back, and then it started trending for sure better. But I think it's fair to say the first game after Carolina, not sure who that was against, and then that's an injury that gets better.
So that question, in case you couldn't hear it there from Nikki Javala, is the rib injury bothering Jaden Daniels? Dan Quinn says no, and made it seem like it was bothering him more against the Bears a few weeks ago than it would be now. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. It's Friday, November 15th. We're at Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring off Georgia Ave. We will be here until 6:30 for our Friday field trip. As Washington continues to build the foundation for success on and off the field, it's time for you to think about your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. That's our buddies Kondori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We got to thank them again for bringing us to Philly, putting us up. Excellent accommodations as always,
man.
And we had the best seats in the house for what was, for 3 quarters, a really good, entertaining, fun experience. And then the fourth quarter happened.
Yeah, it was an AFC North game, masquerading as 2 high-powered offenses for 3 quarters, and then it all came crashing down. But yeah, that was a blast, man. Such a cool thing. Good experience. I mean, as much as I despise Philadelphian fans, etc., I could still spin 2 plates. The Lincoln Financial Field, next to the Wachovia Center, next to Citizens Bank Park, we need that.
They all share a parking lot.
That's it.
The problem is we'll never have that.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
I know.
because it would take somewhere in D.C. where you could do it, and that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to not have a highly expensive condo building for 50 feet. You can't do that.
How could you?
There's no, who's going to go for that? So, I understand it's not possible because of the land, but I'm telling you, that situation is outstanding.
So before we get to the calls, Game Balls and Gassers, 800-636-1067. And I do want to dive into why they lost here with you coming up later in the segment. The audio Clary just played coming in there on Dan Quinn talking Jaden Daniels. So I saw this last night everywhere, and I understand why it's happening. And it very, very well could be the case. He does not look the same in terms of willingness to run, the twitch when he does run, the explosiveness when he leaves the pocket, even as a passer, whether not just accuracy or working back from the result, but mechanically, he's falling away from throws. Is he doing that to protect his body from oncoming defenders? I was watching the game back on the train with Darius, and we kept saying, why isn't he moving in the pocket like he did? Even on the plays where he's pressured, There's one defender that's bearing down on him. And a month ago, 6 weeks ago, he just kind of sidesteps that guy and buys himself a little more time, that natural pocket movement. A lot of those things are not happening like they were a month ago. So I think what a lot of people have decided is, well, it's the rib. And then when I watched the broadcast today, we were at the game, so we didn't see this. I didn't notice it. But when you watch the game, how many times did they show him getting his rib wrapped? Or some type of, they'd go down to Kaylee Hartung, and she's like, yeah, Jaden Daniels is bleeding from the finger. And oh, by the way, his rib has a package that just got delivered, and someone taped it onto him. And it's like, well, if there's nothing wrong with his rib, why are they constantly working on it on the sideline?
Yeah, and then last night I think he had that cut on his hand that they glued together. So, that's the normal wear and tear of the NFL. And I couldn't handle it, certainly. But, these guys are obviously built different.
You stood up yesterday and hurt your knee.
I did. And this is not even a joke. It's not right. I had to step over cords that were on the ground. That's the end of the story, and I hurt my knee. It's not right, and I need to go to the doctor.
We were driving back from the bar yesterday to the hotel, and Danny's like, hey, GP, I'm really serious about my knee. And I was like, no way, dude. Like, what do you mean? He's like,
they're like, oh, you're making a ha-ha. Like, you're twisted because you're old.
Like,
you're fine.
And then we're, like, walking up and down the steps at the stadium, and Danny's, like, really struggling. And I'm like, this isn't from the thing at the bar when you just stood up, right? He's like, totally is.
It totally is. First of all, that's a good knee. I didn't know you could do that. That's annoying. Second of all, it was going downstairs. Like, it hurt. Like, it's whatever the front thing is. I don't know if it's a patella, if it's a medial collateral. I don't know, but it's so messed up.
Jaden wasn't the only one not 100% yet.
Yeah, and I still did everything I could to win the game.
Through it. But here's my issue with this.
Go ahead.
Is, I guess, like, they're playing better defenses. That is part of why this is happening.
Of course, it's no one explanation. Everybody wants to make it one is wrong.
This is not solely Jaden Daniels' rib is not right thing. The Cliff Kingsbury second half of the season regression has to be talked about.
Yes.
I don't know if this is happening now, but it happened every year in Arizona. There aren't as many wide open receivers. We were at the game. We were watching. The All-22 will be available in short order for all of the scouts that want their NFL Game Pass subscriptions. You can check that out. I'm not saying there's never open receivers, but there's a little bit of everything here. But he just didn't play that well. Now, do I think his rib is bothering him? Of course. But if his rib was a problem, like a real legitimate problem, would they be running him on quarterback draws? We're a month removed. No one said his rib was bothering him against the Bears when he played pretty well, threw for a career-high 320. The Hail Mary where he's torquing his body, throwing it 60 yards in the air. Rib was fine. That was a month ago or whatever that was. I don't remember when he had 2 touchdowns, no picks, and the offense hummed against the Giants and looked pretty good, and he made the unbelievable touchdown throw before the half to Terry McLaurin. I don't remember that day that the rib was a problem, but the rib was a little bit of an issue against the Steelers, and then it was a big issue last night. So I'm just not completely sold on that. I do think it's a thing, but in my pie of what's going on offensively, it's not as big a sliver as some other things.
So the thing, I think there's nuance to it, and people are going to hear this incorrectly. I'm not comparing myself to Jaden Daniels. Just trying to offer an example. My senior year, I was hit on this weird bone in my wrist with a fastball. Deep bone bruise. It wasn't broken, but it hurt, and it bothered me for about 2 weeks. The subsequent 2 weeks, I didn't hit very well. And then the 2.5 weeks after that, I hit even worse. Because what I was doing before I even realized it was compensating for this injury that I had. It was nagging and a pain in the butt. My swing got all fouled up. I wasn't staying on the ball. I hit terribly for basically a month plus because of something that only kept me out of the game for 2 days. This is what's happening, in my opinion. He was guarding and protecting the ribs. So the throw against Cincinnati to Terry McLaurin that is ungodly, that 10% completion percentage throw to win the game basically into the corner of the end zone, he got a shot right in the face basically from it because he stepped in, stood his ground, and did that. You said it last night, or you said it just now. The spinning off, the fading away, the backing off of some of those throws. And again, this is the hardest thing to do in sports, right? Is play quarterback and just say, yep, stand in there. Take a shot from a 260-pound dude running a 4.4. But that's the gig. You saw it on that most important one. The best example of this was that Noah Brown kind of deep crosser where Brown's got a step, and that's either a huge gain or a touchdown if it's thrown well, right? Just because the space and the momentum, it falls way short and probably could have been intercepted. You look back at that, he's backtracking already, and he's spinning off and falling away on that throw. That, to me, is a byproduct and a bad habit that came from nursing this injury.
That's very possible.
If it's as you already said, I understand it's not going to keep him out of the lineup, but if it's also nothing, why are we wrapping it every time? Why is it always treatment? There's something going on. It's not going to keep him out. It shouldn't. But there's a difference between he's physically healthy enough to do it, and then maybe some of these bad habits that he's picked up. I think this 10-day break could not come at a better time for him, both to heal up and then kind of get back in the lab, be able to see some of these things. Oh my gosh, I'm fading away that badly. Probably doesn't realize it's happening. I think you can get right back on track with some of these throws that I think he's kind of slipped mechanically because he's compensating.
Yeah, it reminds me of the conversation about Robert Griffin we used to have, where it's like, is he playing hurt or not? The definition of like injury versus hurt versus pain. Like, should he be on the field? Should he not be on the field? He is perfectly capable of playing.
Absolutely.
As we have seen. You can't even tell a difference with how he moves or, frankly, how he throws the football. I remember before the Bears game, so that whole week after the Carolina game, when we were doing shows saying, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Everyone is glued to his pregame warm-up. He comes out, he does his basketball bit, he's running around, and he starts throwing the ball. Same torque, same kind of whip, same release. He's rotating his hips. Everything looks kind of normal, right? Game's going to be different. But we saw it in the game. I thought at the end of the first half against the Bears when they didn't throw the Hail Mary, if you remember, they had a chance at midfield to let one rip, and they didn't. And in the press box, we're talking about this, and we came to the conclusion, well, maybe they don't think he has the ability to, like, torque his whole body and launch the ball up into the air. Maybe they should have brought on Mariota to do it. Now, an hour and a half later, he threw the Hail Mary to win the game, and obviously he had no problem doing that. There was no pain, whatever. Last night, end of the first half, which, by the way, this annoyed me. Do you guys remember that the last play of the first half from midfield, they handed the ball to Brian Robinson?
Do not understand that.
For like 4 yards. What was that?
Yeah, so the people that are just as a quick side, who ran and raved about, how do you not kick the field goal on that fourth down? Fine. That's mine.
Yes.
This is my, what are we doing
You did
in
the
that
hard
circumstance?
part. You got the ball back with 20-some seconds, right? You get to midfield. You actually would have been in field goal range if De'Ami Brown doesn't drop the ball. Would have been a 58-yard field goal. But maybe better is that you have now a chance to throw the ball into the end zone and see if you can get your second Hail Mary in a calendar month. And I guess Dan Quinn decided there's just no way we can get a Hail Mary because, oh, wait, they can. I remember I watched it. Why did they do that? I've never seen a team at midfield hand the ball off to a running back. That defies logic to me, to give up when you are in striking distance of the end zone, unless, again, you don't think he can throw it to the end zone. We know that's not the case. We've seen him throw deep several times since the injury. But I think you're right. I think there are some bad habits mechanically, maybe that come from the rib being on his mind. I also don't know. He doesn't seem to be wearing anything on the field different than what he did before. And Quinn's on record publicly saying they were not going to have him wear any type of flak jacket or guard or anything. But I was thinking maybe he could be wearing something that changes, like a basketball player wearing a mask or something. But we haven't seen that. I don't think he's wearing anything. So I just think a lot of things are happening. But what we cannot excuse or pretend not to acknowledge is they've played the two best defenses they're going to play.
Another huge part of it.
In the last calendar week.
Yep.
It's harder to move the ball and score 30 points against Philly than it is Carolina or Pittsburgh. And there's a Cliff Kingsbury conversation therein that we'll have. Hopefully they just get right and they go pound the Cowboys, who are terrible, and then they shove it on the Titans, who are not good either. But this is definitely going to be one of the bigger stories of the week ahead. I think there's no doubt about that.
Without question, because this is – everybody always wants to say, is it this one thing? And the answer is no. People hate that when there's multiple answers, multiple reasons, multiple ingredients into the dish, or, big slivers of the pie. But that's what's happening. A number of things are going on here. I think you've touched on all three. The one I would add is against really good defenses, which is 100% who they've played over the last 5 days, is maybe they're a player or two short here or there. Like a guy like Marshawn Lattimore, I think really would have helped last night in some of those moments. They need a couple more dudes like that. That's why they went and got one, right? But you look at, how they're built. There's a huge amount of cap space, powder dry, they left for this year, and they've got $100 million for next year. If they had maxed out this year and we're already pretty much pot committed for next year, I'd go, uh-oh, right? They didn't do a great job, but it's like, no, they got flexibility to add to this group, and adding they will, right? I think that's also a huge part of it, where you can get away with it against a Cleveland team that's all but quit, or Carolina, who's horrendous, right? You don't need anything. In those kind of matchups, you probably need one more dude, and he's not coming. There's nobody here that can do that. But that's also kind of part of the equation to me. So that's probably a small ingredient, but I think that's part of the pie.
Put it in the stew. I'm fine with that. One other thing I want to talk about Daniels-wise, and this is very specific to Daniels, not the offensive structure or whatever, but he has had his 2 least productive rushing performances in these 2 games. So he ran for 5 yards against Pittsburgh and then 18 yards last night against the Eagles, his 2 lowest totals of the year, 23 yards over 2 games. If you take any other 2 games sample this year, the lowest 2-game stretch he had of rushing yards was 72 yards.
Mm-hmm.
That happened when he missed 3 of the 8 quarters in that 2-game sample against Carolina, meaning in 1 quarter and in the 4 quarters before, he had 72 rushing yards, the lowest in a 2-game span. In these 2 games, he had 23. What did all of the analysts that we had on at the beginning of the year say? This guy can make plays from the pocket. He can throw. He's a dynamic runner, incredible dual threat. But the one thing they kept saying was, you've got to try to keep him in the pocket. That's how you take away the superpower, the extending of the plays, the creativity outside the pocket. We saw it with Jalen Hurts last night.
Yes.
When Jalen Hurts was in the pocket, he's just he's a different guy. I'll play that guy every single day of the week, and I'll beat him most of the time. But when he starts getting out of the pocket, and now all of a sudden A.J. Brown is wiggling in the secondary and finding a little soft spot, it's a different world. And the last 2 teams have kept him in the pocket. And that's how you beat this team right now. Daniels is a very capable passer. People hear that and they act like I'm saying all the guy does is run. That's not the case. Mm-hmm. But when you keep him where you want him, seeing the field from his drop in his plant area, just standing in the tackle box, restrictive area, he's just not going to be as effective. And the last 2 teams have done that better.
So again, I think that's part of it. Then also goes back to Kingsbury and adjustments or lack thereof. If you keep him in the pocket like you did last night, now again, I'm not watching the all 22. I'm sitting right next to where you were sitting, but it's not like a bunch of dudes are running free. You know what I mean? So like when you're keeping him in the pocket with 4, covering with 7, all of a sudden, you know what's available? The swing pass, check down to Eckler, another check down to Eckler. The check down to Eckler's open. Watch for the check down to Eckler. Nothing is happening in the middle of the field, down the field, et cetera, like it was a couple weeks ago, where if you said, keep him in the pocket, fill in the blank team that's not that good, good luck with that. You got a guy probably with momentum that's going to run and take this little 10-yard hitch and go for 30.
Yeah.
That wasn't available to me last night. Now, again,
not as often.
Yeah, someone from the all-22 could tell you, no, he missed this, that, and the other. Again, I'm watching from the side, but I'm trying to watch the play unfold.
There's definitely less wide open receivers. That was the name of the game in the early part of the year. Yeah. He's just throwing to open dudes all over the place. Mm-hmm. Everything highlight you think of for the most part, you're throwing to a guy somewhere who's got no one around him, right? Other than some of the really amazing throws he made in the Cincinnati game and otherwise to Terry. But he also just wasn't seeing it. Like they did something to fluster him where he was not getting the ball out as fast, even on the checkdowns. It's not like it was quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it was
right.
Nothing was happening in a fluid way, it didn't feel like. He just wasn't comfortable, really, from start to finish. Kevin's in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Kevin, who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser, buddy?
I'll give that to you in a second, but just to continue what you're saying, the one time we finally, other than the touchdown drive in the first half, got it going again was when we went to tempo and we weren't letting them substitute, and we get it all the way down to it, close to the red zone. We get 9 yards on first down, and then the next 3 plays are my gasser. I'll talk about that after the game ball. The big picture, here's the thing. It's talent, and let's be positive. Last year in Philly, what do you have? You have A.J. Brown schooling Forbes, schooling Rivera. Last night, you have Sanders still hanging with Brown, Quinn hanging with the best team in the NFC. People keep saying Detroit. They got Goff, okay? No, Philadelphia, 1-53, is the best team in the NFL, and Baltimore's going to find that out. Because you know what? Saquon's better than Henry. But, so game ball, there's Mikey Sanders still, and getting us to where we're talking about the playoffs a couple weeks before Thanksgiving. Gasser, what were they doing in that 3-play sequence? I usually don't go down to the minutia of play calls, but for God's sake, if you get stuffed as we did on second down, third down, aren't you going to say, you know what, Jaden Daniels is our guy. We rode him all year. Put it in his hands. And if he can't get it on third, maybe he can get it on fourth. Instead, we run it. You think the Bengals take it out of Joe Burrow's hands? I don't think so. And that's to your point earlier, Grant, about pocket passing versus dual threat. But you know what? You got to let him take shots. I don't know what the hell we were doing on that 3-play sequence, and it flip the game. Nobody can convince me otherwise. That cost us the game because we threw up on ourselves.
Well, appreciate you, buddy. I mean, the game changed at that moment unequivocally. There's just no denying that. I get that sequence was maddening. I think I'm in the minority. I was more annoyed by the sequence at the end of the game, where with 3 minutes to go, they're at the 32-yard line, and on 52 seconds down to the 2-minute warning, they ran twice, and those were the only two plays. They ran the ball 2 times in a row, still didn't get a first down, and let 52 seconds elapse. You're down 16. You're not down 19. If you score and get a 2-point conversion, you can still get the ball back and have a chance to win the football game. At least before, they could explain away, well, the reason we did that was we needed a foot. We thought Robinson would get it. Then we didn't get it, so we thought Robinson would get the 1.5 feet. This time, there's no explanation.
Yeah.
Al Michaels had no idea that it was a 16-point game. He's 90 and should be, not calling the game at this point. He has no energy. Kirk Herbstreit didn't know what was going on. I'm not paying him $12 million or whatever to know what's going on. Why were they acting like the game was over with 3 minutes to go? I don't understand that.
Yeah, me neither. The second run to get you to the 2-minute warning, I'm going, okay, they were going to get the 2-minute warning anyhow by hook or by crook, right? So fine. But the first one I didn't understand either. You see, does that make any sense? Like after you called the first one, which I'm going, no, wrong. Talking about the 2 runs. The second run, you look up at the clock, you go, you probably wouldn't be able to complete a pass inbounds, then get back and get another playoff or spike it or whatever before the 2-minute warning. That was going to get to the 2-minute warning anyhow. So the second run, I guess, made a little bit more sense to me. But the first one reflected, what I think your larger point, which still stands, is where's my urgency? I don't have it. Where is it? Like, be urgent, be quick, hurry up. Win, lose, or draw, hurry up right there to even give yourself a shot.
Would you like? What didn't you like? That's what we're asking you on Grant and Danny. And why did they lose the game? We'll get into that next. You're listening to G&D. We're out and about. It's our Friday field trip. We're going to be here until 6:30 at Third Hill Brewing. We're in Silver Spring off Georgia Avenue. The Commanders are 7-4. That's the bad news. The good news is they get to play a really bad Cowboys team.
Isn't that fun?
Oh, the Cowboys are so terrible.
Yeah.
You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Gridiron IT, tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. The Commanders fell to 7-4 after they lost to the Eagles yesterday, 26-18. The Commanders will look to bounce back after 2 straight losses as they'll take on Dallas at home next Sunday. College football tomorrow, Maryland hosting Rutgers, 6 p.m. kickoff on the Team 980. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech in Baltimore to take on Penn State, 7:30 tip-off on 1580 a.m. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette tonight, 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards in Atlanta to take on the Hawks, 7:30 tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1, the first game of the NBA Cup for the Wizards this season, and the Capitals taking on the Avalanche in Colorado tonight, 9 p.m. puck drop right here on The Fan. Federal Integrators, you're looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game, they know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Terry didn't get his first target until like the early third quarter. Something they were doing, or just one of those nights where this is kind of what we find.
Yeah, it wasn't going that way, and it wasn't certainly. I didn't feel going specifically to him to go, but you're right. Our explosive plays to get generated from Terry. Such a big part of what we do. And if somebody had just, hey, we're taking this player away with a double or something than other guys, that's a bigger factor. But I didn't sense that was the case, Ben.
That was Dan Quinn post-game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thanks for making the show part of your day. We'll take you up to 6:30. We're at Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring. We're going to be out here until the end of the program for our Friday field trip.
This place is really cool. The food stuff's awesome. I had a turkey avocado club, but it was on a banh mi bit of bread. Nice little curveball there. It normally comes with pesto. I subbed in a chipotle mayo because it helped the bacon, which I added. Pop on the sandwich. Just a wee bit. The pickle was very strong as well. Good beverages, good fellowship, dare I say, good fun here at Third Hill Brewing.
Speaking of good, Austin Eckler last night.
Yeah.
8 for 89. Season highs for him on 9 targets. His best play was when he literally dragged Bond, the linebacker from Philly, 17 yards. Now, some of that was like it was awkward. He got his hand on his shoulder and didn't have a great angle to bring him down. But the last 14 or so, like, Eckler was legit just saying, you're coming for a ride, buddy.
Yeah, we're going. So do you want to go? It's fine if you want to go, but we're both going.
And your guy, Zach Ertz, was fantastic.
Yes, he was.
Zach Ertz had the one-handed catch to move the chains at one point. They dropped the flag for PI that they picked up, but it was a great catch. And then the 2-point conversion catch
was legit.
That was ridiculous.
Yes, it was.
Nobody in the stadium thought he caught it. They ruled it incomplete. He didn't argue. The Commanders all went back to their sideline. And watching the Amazon Prime broadcast, Michaels and Herbstreit were like on to the kickoff.
Yeah, clear as day. Both those feet were down somehow in a play that he wasn't open for. So, yeah, that was his best game. Good for him. That was good. I think it was well needed. Also, yards after the catch. This is the thing this is the part that I've cared about where I've gone, this is what's so frustrating about him. One, the drops or putting the ball on the ground or, the occasional fumble here and there, not holding on to it and squeezing it. But the other part, the biggest frustration for me has been an utter lack of yards after the catch, when he's catching the ball on the run or on the move where he's got some separation, which he does well. That's the thing that he's good at still, is getting open, finding soft spots in zones, beating man, using his body, his smarts, his veteran savvy. And last night he had a couple bursts where he caught the ball either short of the sticks or right at them, got you a couple extra yards. Those things matter to me. And he was good last night.
I just also would add that Daniels' best play was the 2-point conversion. He scrambled around. He bought time. He went one way. He came back the other. It was kind of shades of the Hail Mary where he was just like waiting for someone to come free. Mm-hmm. He actually had Noah Brown wide open about a yard into the end zone. Just like no one around him. Could have done snow angels standing up if he wanted to. But he made the more difficult throw, and it was a really good ball to a covered Zach Ertz to get the 2-point conversion. I thought that play, which kept the game alive for the moment, was his best of the night. Let's go to the phones and go to Noel, who's in Philly. On Grant and Danny. We were just in Philly.
We were there.
That's coincidental.
You were. Yes. And may I just say, my game ball goes to the two of you for your review of your Philly experience.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
You bet. Danny, your Delco accent was perfect. Your review of Game Day SEPTA was perfect. I have no notes. It was all perfect.
Thank you, sir.
That train, by the way, can kick rocks.
Yeah.
That thing, whatever, I've never seen more people not moving, standing side by side. I don't think there's more people in Times Square before the ball drops than there were just waiting to get on the train last night for about an hour after the game. That was a tough go. You've done that before, I take it.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that.
Is our guy gone? Is he still there? I don't think there's no way he called up just to tell us he liked what we said.
Danny, great Delco accident. Okay, bye.
We'll take that. Colby in Falls Church, you're on Grant and Danny. How's it going?
It's going great. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
I want to say my game ball is going to go to Zach Ertz. Danny, I know you got some problems with him running after the catch, but, I mean, the other receivers aren't even catching the ball.
Yep,
so.
he was great last night.
The catch is an important part, too, you know.
Yeah.
And he's doing that. And, he did that in the Pittsburgh game. He did that last night. I mean, he's a solid option for Jay Daniels after Terry.
No, he for sure is, and I appreciate the phone call. He's a great security blanket, and I think people have a misnomer. Like, you make fun that I'm somehow this anti-Zach Ertz person or whatever, and it's all good fun. We have a good time here on the program. He has a valuable place. He is really important, and I'm glad he's here. I agreed with the signing, agree with putting him on the football field. He can be helpful. He had a huge drop last week against Pittsburgh, first of all. He's had a couple of those this year that have been really frustrating. But the no yak Zach situation was a real one before last night. He was really good last night. I get more of that.
I don't remember what yak. I mean, he at one point he had 4 yards where he didn't get tackled right away.
It wasn't crazy. No, it's not like he rumbled down
Okay.
the field and was doing an Antonio Gates.
I don't remember lots of yak Zach from last night.
I'm telling you, this is dramatically superior to catch and fall down and please hold on to the ball, just be safe when he's got some separation. Last night he caught the ball short of the sticks once and got past them. That was world beating for that guy. So yes, he 100% has value. I would just simply like to see Ben Sinnott a couple of times here and there.
I just don't believe and can't figure out why they don't throw him the ball more in the red zone. His only touchdown, I believe, before last night was in the Carolina game for Marcus Mariota, who threw a touchdown to him and threw a touchdown to Sinnott. It were their only tight end touchdowns of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But he finally caught one from Jaden in garbage time, if you want to call it
By
that.
the way, it was a brilliant route right there. Set his defender up, left the guy in his wake. So, yes, he can absolutely play, and he should.
Let's go to Gibbs in Connecticut, listening on the Odyssey app. You can listen to us every day. Pause and rewind the show for free on the Odyssey app. What's up? How are you?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, bro.
Before what I liked and didn't like, me and my friends in the car Thursday listening. Danny, that story about the guy spilling the coffee, that was hilarious. We were laughing for 20 minutes.
Thank you. My pants, by the way, dry now, finally. My jeans are dry.
Good,
Yeah.
Good. One thing I don't like is after the game, I'm all mad. I go into Twitter and look in the comments, which was a bad decision.
That's how you calm down. Good job.
Giving up on everything. We're 7-2. They expect Jaden Daniels to be prime Tom Brady every single game. He's still 23. He's not going to look great every game. He's the reason we're here. So everyone has to pump the brakes. Let the kid have 10 days to rest, and then we'll see how he is.
Yeah, so the only mistake you made was going to Twitter and caring about what anybody said. That's going to be the issue there, right? Appreciate the phone call. I mean, that is a place where everyone's just venting. You're catching the extreme version of everyone. If they're happy, they're more happy. If they're angry, they're going to be more salty. But if there was a takeaway yesterday that was some grandiose declaration about, see, I told you, in any direction, honestly, whether that's Kingsbury's offense will be solved and now it has, or Jaden Daniels is not who you thought he was, or whatever silly things being said, geese are just, they're flapping their wings.
Mm-hmm.
You let them do it. Don't pay them any attention. Remember, we don't have to give people a seat at our table. They don't have to sit with us.
Grown-ups can have conversations.
We can discuss things.
We can do it.
We can banter. Not everyone gets a seat at the table,
Mm-hmm.
and crazy takes don't need to be rewarded. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on Greg and Dave. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Bob.
Listen, the Eagles have a superior roster, so I'm not upset about the outcome of the game, right? If you look at the game beginning of the season, you probably think that's a loss on the road. What I'm upset about are the things that could be controlled, particularly the decision to not kick a field goal. And you could say, well, the analytics suggest this, the analytics suggest that. You can't replace a coach with a probability
Well,
stat
let me
sheet.
just say real quick, the analytics, Chris, just so you know, said to kick a field goal last night.
Well, exactly. So I don't understand. You know your team's struggling. If the analytics also say kick the field goal, right? What was the thinking there?
If anything, and don't hang up on him for me, Claire. I'm just going to go back and forth. I think the logic I would guess is, other than the Ertz spot last week, they were, I believe, 13 for 13 on fourth down. And you have a cheat code. And on all of their designed rollout, whatever you want to call that, boots, naked, powers, all that stuff with Jaden running, they are batting 1,000 on the season. And he has not seen them be stopped. And I've been calling him the cheat code. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, 4th and 2.
But he
they have
wasn't
not
the
been
cheat
stopped.
code last night. He had
I
not
agree.
shown the ability to escape
Totally
or get
agree.
away from anyone throughout the game. And in the context of the game, where the offense had struggled the entire time, they had not been running on all cylinders. Quinn knew that. I don't understand that decision. I feel like, hey, you kick that field goal, you take the lead. Even if the Eagles run right back down the field, you're still only a one-possession game. If the Eagles go and then kick a field goal after missing it, now it's a two-possession game no matter what. I hated that decision.
I get it. So, first of all, I agree with you. I would have kicked the field goal. In fact, we're all sitting there, and we were shocked that they went for it.
We were surprised. Yeah.
Old Riverboat Dan. But I would have almost always, as much as I would always go for it, I would have kicked it. But what I said right away to you guys was, I don't hate this. Like, I'm kicking this right here, but I don't really have a problem either way. If they don't get it, I'm not going to be livid.
And we should, and we'll discuss it. I think we should. I think we can have a mature convo about it. That's the way I felt too. I go, I probably would have kicked that, but I don't have the disgust that some people do.
Like if it was a 55-yard field goal,
yep,
then it's a no-brainer go. If it's a 15-yard field, well, I don't think that's possible. If it's a 20-yard field goal, then I think it's a no-brainer kick probably. To put a ball on the foot of your guy who's been here multiple weeks and say, hey, the lead is on your foot. We're taking the ball out of Jaden Daniels and this offense's hands that before last night, before this past calendar week, was maybe the best in the league. I don't have a big problem with that. At its core, you said, well, why would he have done that? Because he bet on Daniels. I'd rather bet on Daniels than bet on Zane Gonzalez.
And I'd also add in addition, and this may, who knows if this entered his mind or not, but just me thinking out loud, where they were, you hold the ball then, if you get this first down, for another couple of minutes as you run a few more plays to matriculate the ball down the field. You've now narrowed the window for Philadelphia possessions. In other words, you're basically saying with what would have been, had it gone according to plan, 5:56 minutes left of Philadelphia with the football and their chance to then take a lead coming back at you if you score a touchdown. Even if you kick a field goal later in that possession, you're now talking about running a couple more minutes off. That's now then either way, if we stop them or we don't, we'll have a chance with the football back to go win it. Right? Like I think that may have been part of it as well. We had some momentum. We're driving down the field. Let's run a bit more clock to get something positive there too. I think that may have entered into it.
That was a good call by Chris in Hyattsville, who's actually the Maryland listener that originally started to tell us, hey, when you guys do these field trips,
demanded
Maryland better be represented.
He said that.
Yeah. And that's
this whole thing was his idea.
Last week, Rockville / Bethesda. This week,
north of,
we are in Silver Spring. Third Hill Brewing is where the show is live from today on our Friday field trip. We're here until 6:30. It's Friday, which means in lieu of a double play, we'll win off the field next on G&D. Guys, it's November. The weather is changing. Winter is coming. Buy windows today and have them installed before the middle of the winter. Our friends with Window Nation will take care of you and get that done for you. It's getting cold. Heating bills on the rise. Your house's old and damaged windows are going to let all that heat and your money go right out the window. Not in my house. I don't allow that to happen. Not at Danny's house. Because we already called Window Nation at 866-90Nation.
I had a home. I still have this home. It was built in the late 1940s, early 1950s, right? The same windows were there from that time. When I got my house full of Window Nation windows, my energy bills decreased by about 40%. I am not kidding you. That's what happened to me. I don't know if that exact number is going to happen to you. I know this. Your energy bills are going to go down, and it's going to cost more to heat and cool your home as we go forward. So make this move. Do what Grant and I did. Call Window Nation. Thousands of homeowners, including us, have trusted Window Nation for their homes, and you can do it too. 866-90Nation. That's 866-9Nation, or visit windownation.com.
Every Friday, in lieu of a double play, we win off the field. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. The way we went off the field is very simple. We tally up our little tiny mini blessings.
It's got to be so insignificant.
Something where you were lucky, something fortuitous, bounced your way, but nobody else would care about it.
Nobody cares.
This can't be a significant thing. This can't be a game changer, life changer. The example I'll give you is really the ultimate winning off the field ever. I'm buying food at the concession stand last night at Lincoln Financial Field.
All right.
I buy my drink. I buy my little sliver of pizza. Lady asks if I need anything else. I said, if you don't mind sliding me a pretzel and popcorn when nobody's looking, that would be great. It was a joke. That's all it was a joke. And then she slid me pretzel and popcorn. She didn't ask me to pay for it. She just gave it to me. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Good to talk to you, buddy. I got a quick one. So this morning, I go down for breakfast. I didn't want to bother you guys. I got up a little earlier. I figured
Yeah, what happened to that 8 a.m. breakfast plan we made in the elevator?
I didn't know how reliable that was for you
Okay.
guys. I mean, Darius was out looking for a Wawa or a 7-Eleven at 2 a.m. I knew you were going to go back and watch the game over again on your laptop.
Oh, sure.
Whereas I was able to go to bed. Excuse me. So what I did, I got a little bit early, went down to get my breakfast. And so I've eaten the breakfast, no problem. And I go to get myself a cup of coffee, and it's a to-go cup because it's the whole point of waking up in the mornings to have your coffee. And I go over to the, it's not a thermos. What do you call that? The carafe? Is that the right word? The big one. It's the big situation that they've got where you're making a bunch of coffee for people, right? And so I put the cup under there, look for the coffee, empty. Bum, 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 right? You know, I'm okay, but I really wanted another cup of coffee. As I'm about to kind of look around, do the John Travolta in the house with Mia Wallace in Pulp Fiction, if you know your movies from the mid-'90s, and I'm sort of making this face, not sure what to do, I hear a voice approaching. Got a fresh pot right here. Move the old one right out of the way. The first pour from the new carafe of coffee went to me. Not somebody else, not some business traveler, not some chotch, not some plumber Magoo. No, this guy right here with two thumbs pointing at himself. I got the hot toppers. How does it get be fresh and so clean? Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Darius, tonight you won't have to walk around in the streets of Philadelphia at 1:30 in the morning. Therefore, you are.
Winning off the field.
By the way, this is a wacky bit.
Bruce Springsteen sang a song about this, by the way.
Really? What was the song?
It's called Streets of Philadelphia. Like basically chronicles what you did last night.
There's no reason you did this, but just tell the people what you told us today.
This is tough. So
maybe it'll make more sense to them.
So last night we get back to the hotel, well after midnight, I would say, close to 1 a.m.
Yes, I would say, I'm going to say 12:40.
Yeah, 12:35, 12:40.
I was parched, but the hotel didn't have any kind of, say, convenience store in it or anything like that. There's nothing in the refrigerator.
Yeah, no
kind of
water
or anything.
cooler. There's
Nothing. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to go see if there's a 7-Eleven locally. There was one about 0.3 miles away.
Everybody catch that, by the way?
It's now after 1 a.m.
We are after 1 a.m. Yes,
when you've
absolutely.
made this decision. In the city of Philadelphia.
In the city of Philadelphia.
We don't know where we are.
Downtown.
We don't know. Well, it seemed like a nice enough area downtown, but I don't know if you've watched the news. Again, we're in Philadelphia. It's 1+ in the morning. Darius goes, you know what's a great idea in this city I don't know? I'm going to go walk around and look for a 24-hour convenience store. Not a thing I would do, but please continue.
I did try to go do so. I walked all the way around, I guess about 3 blocks or so, 3-4 blocks, just for the 7-Eleven that said online that it was open 24 hours to be closed. Yes, the 7-Eleven was closed. There was a white piece of paper on the door that somebody handwritten. It said, closed, will reopen at 4:30 a.m.
That's when you know it's a great. That's a well-run establishment.
It's a great establishment.
The old handwritten.
Where's
note.
that guy at?
Do we have a printer?
I got to run out for 2 hours. I got some errands to run at 2 in the morning.
Write the note down.
He said,
Write it down.
I'm so sure, by the way.
Very
Never
efficient.
been more sure about anything. So then, of course, you said, you came to your senses. You said, I'm 5 blocks from our hotel. It's 1:42 in the morning. I'm the only person out. I'm the only good guy out still. Only bad guys are out at that hour. Apparently, you didn't have that chat.
Like
right?
the best it could be is a drunken buffoon.
There are working people out there somewhere.
Very few.
Well, they were right below my window.
They start at 4. They come home at like 2. You're in that window there where it's just you and people looking to bash windows for stuff inside.
I will say it was cold, and I didn't feel great about walking through some of those alleys that I walked through in Philadelphia. I didn't feel great about them.
Weird.
Why are you taking the Allisons? What are you doing?
By the way, I can't even believe you were in an alley. This is so stupid.
Please.
Okay.
You can just walk in the center of a main road, by the way. Not even on the sidewalk, in the main road.
So then you decide, I'll just go back to the hotel, and I won't bother with a drink, and I'll go to bed like a normal person.
No, I did not. I then Uber Eats something. I Uber Eats Wawa and got myself a bottle of water and a honey bun.
At 2:30 in the morning.
2:30 in the morning.
Just in time for his dentist appointment.
By the way, I don't even – so what is a bottle of water? Do they put the wood in the –
No, he was in Philly, so he absorbed it.
We're doing that. Yep.
Yes, I'm real thirsty, so I need some water. I'm real thirsty.
This guy's in Philly for 24 hours, and he calls it water.
It was a good bottle of water. What can I say?
Dude, it's straight from the scoop.
What a time.
Water.
He's just wandering around.
Do you have any flavor ice?
I don't want to like put this out into the world. Yeah. I'm glad he was okay.
Seriously.
But like, think about this. Had something terrible have happened and Darius perished last night,
how would y'all know?
We wouldn't have known.
Well, not only would he have been missing and we would have not known where he was and all this stuff, which is terrible. I could still see like the Dateline NBC show in 10 years where they're going, nobody knows what he was up to. Like, why was he walking around?
Yeah. Robert Stack on Unsolved Mysteries. We have no idea where he is.
It's 1:30 in the morning. There's like, it's an interview with me, and I'm like, yeah, he said goodnight. He said he was going to meet us in the lobby at 8 a.m. And then he was walking around 6 blocks away. Like
we all took the elevator together. He got off on the 12th floor, and that's the last we saw him.
The only assumption would be a drug deal or you were going to get drug. Like, no one would think, oh, he's probably parched. Probably trying to find a 7-Eleven.
He wanted a bottle of water. That's what I said to Darius. And this
water. Not water.
Water, rather.
Yeah, he doesn't drink water.
It's a
He
different
drinks
substance.
Water.
This is not only for Darius, but for anybody. The play is to go to the hotel gym. You go to the hotel gym and you fill up with water, right? That's what you do. Now, Darius' point is I didn't have like something to fill it up with.
I didn't have a
They're
bottle.
going to have a little cup in there.
But that would have been a good idea.
That's the play.
The hotel gym only has water. He was looking for water.
Water.
Yeah.
He needed water.
And water only exists where? At 24-hour 7-Eleven.
That'd be correct.
7-Eleven or to Wawa around the way.
Yeah.
So to finish the segment off, I don't have to do that tonight. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Thank you, Bruce.
And you didn't get mugged.
And I didn't get
Yes,
mugged.
that's true.
Nice?
That's a good point.
You
Isn't it
didn't
nice to
get
not get mugged?
murdered. Nobody took a blade and shoved it into your side.
That's a great point. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
No stranger
Thank you,
said it's your time. Okay, you guys get it.
Yeah. No stranger said you've lived long enough.
That's enough life for you, buddy.
Therefore, you are.
Winning off the field.
Beltway Blitz is next. We're at Third Hill Brewing in
Third Hill
Silver
Brewing.
Spring off Georgia Avenue. We're Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Commanders are now 7-4 after they lost to the Eagles last night, 26-18. Jaden Daniels on the night, 22 of 32 through the air for 191 yards, 1 touchdown and a pick, only 18 rushing yards. Jaden Daniels talked after the game.
I mean, I'm frustrated because we lost, so I don't like losing. I said that many a time, but I feel like everybody could play better, including myself, man. It starts with me and it trickles down to everybody else, so we got to look ourselves in the mirror.
The Commanders will look to end their 2-game skid as they'll host Dallas next Sunday. College football tomorrow, Maryland taking on Rutgers at home, 6 p.m. kickoff. You can hear the game on the Team 980. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech and Baltimore taking on Penn State. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear the game on 1580 a.m. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette tonight, 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards are on the road to take on the Hawks in Atlanta. 7:30 tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1. It's the first NBA Cup game for the Wizards this season. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Avalanche in Colorado tonight, 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Ready to chase your dreams this spring at Prince George's Community College? We've got over 200 programs designed to fit your schedule and your goals. Registration begins November 4th, so don't wait. Register today at pgcc.edu. Your future, your freedom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field this season, it is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kondorian Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament and set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation for their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them Grant and Danny sent you for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. They brought us on the road to Philly. We were in the link last night watching the Commanders give the Eagles all they could handle for 3 quarters. And then the floodgates opened, and the NFC East is now going through Philly. Washington will look to reverse fortune and get back in the mix in the weeks ahead. And they still have one home game to go against the Eagles that could cancel out last night.
They do. And there's still plenty to play for, plenty on the table, plenty of good that has happened, and plenty of good that will happen. Last night shouldn't shake anybody into thinking this is some kind of disaster or here we go again. They've lost to a couple of good teams in the span of 5 days. So change your eye line a little bit, but don't drop it down to your shoes. They're plenty good enough to beat bad teams. They're plenty good enough to be a postseason team. And I think that's what's in store.
We had to get someone on the beat who was on the scene in the locker room last night on the Blitz because there's just too many newsy items to get to. So let's talk to Ben Standig right now to kick things off. You can read Ben's work in The Athletic. Ben, why don't we start with the rib? Everybody last night decided that this rib is, in fact, the big problem here. Quinn saying it's not. They're still giving him treatment during the game. How big of an issue do you think it is?
Well, I'll say this to go back to the start of everything we've been through with Dan Quinn the last, umpteen months here. Obviously these teams are not going to tell us everything because, whatever strategic reasons or, they just don't want to. But I haven't sensed at all that Dan Quinn has been sort of sending us in a wrong direction purposefully. He may not tell us everything, but he's not lying to us. So based on that, I guess I kind of believe that it's not really an issue. Maybe they're just doing it to, like if you hurt your knee, you wear a knee something, you may have something on your knee going forward or for a little bit, or I don't know. So I'll take it at its word. I mean, that said, something is clearly off. There seems, the line of demarcation from where Jaden Daniels has looked different came at that exact, moment when he hurt the rib. So yeah, it's confusing for sure because we're not really getting much other reason. The only other reason about why it would be that he seems to be struggling is that the defenses are, figuring out what to do against this group. And now that's a whole other can of worms. So yeah, I guess I buy that he's not hurt, but I understand if people are skeptical.
Benjamin, another one of these ingredients here for me as to why it hasn't gone as well lately, in addition to playing better teams, good defenses, etc., is this Cliff Kingsbury history and pattern of offensive regression. His teams have come out like gangbusters at times, thinking back when he was in Arizona, maybe some of the college times as well, where it looks unstoppable, unsolvable, and all of a sudden teams figure it out a little bit, right? They figure out some of these patterns, and maybe that's part of it too. What are your thoughts there?
It's definitely something you have to consider. I mean, going back, for the start of all this thing, that was one of the things about Cliff Kingsbury. It's from an air raid offense. Got that great view in the living room, and his teams get found out to some degree over the course of time. So, yeah, I think it's something to actually to absolutely consider. I mean, look, I think the other thing is here, like, a couple games ago, everything looked fine against the Giants for the most part. Giants also weren't very good, right? The other teams that they've played lately are better teams overall, good defenses, et cetera. And, this team may just simply have been sort of hitting the ceiling as to what they can do against a certain threshold of team. But, no, I think it's absolutely something to consider. And no doubt it's going to be a question that gets brought up, I would bet, next week when we meet with Kingsbury.
Ben, I know this is going to sound insane to someone who only watched the fourth quarter, and even someone who just looks at the box score based on the fourth quarter. But I think this defense keeps getting better and better. I actually found last night to be super encouraging.
Yeah, same here.
I didn't think they were going to have the personnel to stop the Eagles with Barkley and Brown and Smith. And everyone will say, well, look at the fourth quarter. They caved in. They were terrible. They played 145 snaps since the start of Sunday afternoon against Pittsburgh. 69 minutes they were on the field for. 33 minutes and 36 minutes in the two games respectively. Of course, eventually they were going to lapse. But I actually really think Joe Witt, Dan Quinn, that defense, I mean, they are in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, I joked last night in the press box because the secondary was playing pretty good. I was like, wait, why did they think they needed Marshawn Lattimore? I mean, I think they're pretty good. What are you doing? No, I'm with you. They looked, the first half, they were flying around, a lot of energy. They're making plays. And you're right. I kind of think, I'm sure you guys have talked about, the fourth down call by Dan Quinn a ton already, but I think part of the reason why he may have thought he needed to do it, not just because he was afraid that his defense might, just allow points to be scored even if they kick the field goal because of the way the Eagles are looking, but just to try to buy his defense some time, that he saw that they were gassed and like, hey, I think they've been doing pretty good, but let me see if I can buy them more time, get at least another 3 downs here, et cetera. I thought they played well for sure. I was pretty surprised. I'll be honest, particularly with the receiver part, but yeah, they did a good job.
Running game at times, Robinson ended up with in the 60s of yards, and Eckler got his, but it still felt like Philadelphia got the better of this group up front a little bit. Is that wear and tear? Is that Philadelphia, obviously has a really good front? Jalen Carter was a man last night, for example. Give me kind of your diagnosis of this run game as it relates to the O-line.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the line had a tough night in general last night. I think, right, I feel like the Eagles won the battle in the trenches for sure. I think Brandon Coleman's kind of stood out to me as somebody who had a tougher night last night. Look, I think across the board, you could probably pick any matchup. The Eagles probably have more talent at the corresponding spot, and I think that was the case here as well. And again, to be clear, that's not a knock on Washington. This was a team that, whether you want to call it a rebuild or recalibration or whatever, was effectively starting over, and they're putting pieces together. And, they've got a few long-term pieces, but most of it is, somewhat stopgap and go from there. And I don't think that's necessarily on the line because, we know that they just signed a few of those guys and Cosme got a big extension. But, I think they're still sorting their way through everything they're doing. And also, look, we'd have to ask them, Tyler Biadasz last week, I mean, he was really hobbling around on that ankle. Andrew Wiley just came back from the shoulder. Cornelius Lucas didn't really play at all, even though he was active. So, I'm sure they're beat up a bit, but I think the Eagles just had, kind of had their way, and ultimately that leads to the two running backs are probably the best part of the offense, right? It's just, maybe in the second half, it got away from them a little bit.
Ben, we appreciate you. We'll go read you at The Athletic. Thank you, buddy, and enjoy your little mini bye this weekend.
I'm going to go take a nap right now. Thanks, fellas.
Enjoy it, bro.
I bet. You need it. All right, let's talk about the NFL. Our guy, Zach Kruger from Roto World, joins us on site.
He's right here
in Silver
That's
Spring.
how you Beltway blitz, bro.
That is how you blitz. What's up, brother? How are you?
What's going on, guys? Good to see you. I was able to escape the throes of fatherhood for a few hours to be out here with you guys today. So obviously excited about my new role, but happy to be here with you guys for a
Well,
bit.
it's one of those where you got to tell your wife where it's like, I have to go.
Yeah.
I would change that diaper, but I literally have to go. The guys need me.
I'm on assignment.
That's right.
I'm on assignment. I must leave.
Business trip, obviously. No, we appreciate you stopping through. Very, very cool to see you. Paint with a broad brush before we get to the NFL. What'd you make of last night?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have kind of said at this point in time, we've seen Jaden Daniels and the Commanders against two, upper echelon defenses compared to what they've seen in the previous weeks. That's obviously tough. One thing that I've noticed, and I think everybody's probably talked about this as well, only 23 rush yards in the last two games for Jaden Daniels, which is very low totals. And the thing I've noticed defensively, I've been looking for stats. I'm hoping to find it at some point in time. I'm curious to know how much the defense is actually spying him with the linebacker to try to keep him from getting out of the pocket, because he seems to be often keyed in on whenever he tries to roam around a little bit compared to games before where I think he was able to escape the pocket a little bit more freely and not have that defender pass the line of scrimmage who was ready to track him down whenever he broke through.
So I know we got NFL to cover, Zach, but I think it's a good point. I feel like Pittsburgh was able to do that because Patrick Quinn can run better than I remember being able to run as in previous years. Last night, I don't know if it was an Kobe Dean spy job, but I think it was where he was in the zone that allowed him to then step up and say, I'm not worried about someone behind me, right? Maybe with the route combos. But it's interesting. That's going to be something to note going forward. Let's get to the games this weekend. Start with one of the biggest ones. The Chiefs, they have not lost this year, despite, I think they've led for fewer minutes played than the Saints have over the course of the season, right? I saw that crazy stat. But they're in Buffalo. What do we need to know?
Yeah, I mean, at first it's a crime that it's not a primetime game. I think it's like a 4:00 game. So that's rough that we don't get to see that one nationally. But some key players out, at least for the Bills right away. Keon Coleman, the rookie wide receiver, he's now missing his second straight game with a wrist injury. The Bills are going to be short him. They also ruled out Dalton Kincaid, their tight end, who suffered a knee injury in Week 10. They ruled him out for this one. So it's going to be hopefully Amari Cooper. He's practiced this week. He said he's going to wear a cast on his wrist. After missing last week, he's going to wear a cast on his wrist for this game. And then Dawson Knox is going to be stepping in and starting for the Bills in lieu of Kincaid being out. One interesting stat I looked at a couple minutes ago: the Chiefs over their last 5 games have allowed 6 catches and 67 yards to opposing tight ends over the last 5 weeks. So if you're a fantasy guru guy looking for a streaming option, there could be an option there in Dawson Knox for a 1-game flyer. And then people have probably caught wind of Isaiah Pacheco being designated to return from injured reserve. Doesn't mean he's coming back yet. Andy Reid said he's probably not going to be here for Week 11, so it's going to be another week of Kareem Hunt throwing the rock for the Chiefs most of the way. He's seen a 37% opportunity share since taking over as a lead back for the Chiefs, which is just a ridiculous total. It's going to be a lot of Kareem Hunt for the Chiefs in this one.
I like that. Packers-Bears is a game I got my eyes on. It's a 1:00 kick, Soldier Field, Chicago. Seems like Matt Eberflus's seat is hot enough to warm his butt at this point. Packers trying to get to 7-3. Feels like Chicago could win this game, and then everything changes. Like the whole discussion changes. They obviously have a new play caller taking over. What do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to certainly be a lot of, like you said, if they win this game, what does it tell us about Caleb Williams going forward? Because this is going to be one of the tougher teams he would have beaten if he can win that game. Early on before this recent stretch that ultimately led to Shane Waldron's firing, that was a tremendous amount of offensive struggles for the Bears. A lot of things going awry for them, low scoring totals. Even after the dismissal of Waldron, it was interesting to see some of the players kind of throwing him under the bus at the end of that. I think DJ Moore in particular was critical of the fact that they didn't make adjustments at before halftime when they could have maybe done them a little bit sooner. So certainly going to be an interesting turnaround for the offense under new offensive coordinator Thomas Brown. I believe he was actually interviewed at times for head coaching positions across the league at other points in this offseason and maybe even the previous one. So a big game for the Bears, obviously, just to see how the offense can switch things up a little bit, but even bigger for the Packers, who are at this point in time probably fighting for a playoff spot a little bit more than the Bears are.
Zach, awesome as always, buddy. Good to see you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks
you,
for
my
coming
friend.
out, brother.
Rhino, please hit another Local 53 sounder for me. Our buddy JP Flame will join us to talk about the Local 53. JP, what'd you make of last night, buddy?
They stepped up in weight class, and there's a clear delineation between the elite teams in the NFL and then the pretty good teams. And this is not a knock against the Washington Commanders. They are ahead of schedule, but they're a pretty good team, not an elite team.
What'd you think of Jaden Daniels' performance?
Well, clearly subpar, and I'm kind of grouping the last two games, and let's just talk about the offense in general. I know that they put up points against the Steelers, but the offense had 6 punts in that game, had a bunch of 3-and-outs. Same thing in this game. There was a stretch during the season when we were talking about Tressway never punting. He's had 11 punts in the last 2 games. Jaden's a big part of it. He seems off. A lot of people speculating whether he's healthy or not. They really weren't saying that after the Chicago game or the Giants game. We don't know. There's really no way to assess what's going on with his subpar play and how much it has to do with his health. But he definitely isn't playing like he did earlier this season.
Defensively, I was actually pretty darn pleased, JP. I think if you asked them to do what they've had to do each of these last couple of games over the previous 5-6 days, I think that's too much for any group to be able to do with the struggles of the offense that we're talking about. I was pretty impressed with what they did, through 3 quarters before they ran out of gas.
I'm with you. In particular, if you looked at some of those stats in terms of the defense giving up explosive plays, and we can just go back to Sunday, the Mike Williams play, another deep shot. Washington ranked near the bottom of the league, and the Eagles were, I believe, 3rd in plays of 10 yards or more. The secondary held up way better than anybody expected. They did a pretty good job against Barkley for 3 quarters, and then, like you said, it might have been too much to ask. Eventually, you look at the drive chart, and you see what the Eagles did their last 5 drives. It was field goal, touchdown, 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 and they were all long drives. So they got worn down, tired. They're just not as good.
How much of an issue did you have with the 4th and 2 decision?
I didn't have as much an issue as a lot of people. I put up kind of an instant poll when it happened, and hindsight's 2020. It was only up there for 10 minutes. 85% were against it. But as I just mentioned, if you looked at the drives from right before, I think Dan Quinn knew being up by 1 point, if they hit the field goal, that wasn't going to cut it. It wasn't going to hold up against that Eagles team, which had worn down the Commanders' defense, that had been putting together these long drives scoring. So they thought they needed more points. And remember, they have this incredible 4th down conversion rate. All right, maybe it's regression to the mean, but I didn't hate the decision. They were going for the jugular.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, I think. And, I think the same people that hated it today would have loved it last night had they converted and the play gone off without a hitch.
That's how it works, Danny. You know how that works.
Oh, for sure.
If
Let's
they converted it, went 3 yards, score, touchdown, win the game, everybody's saying, Dan Quinn's a genius.
Gutsiest call ever.
That's Riverboat Dan.
That's gutsy Dan Quinn for it. Turn your hat right back around, brother. So let's go to this though, JP. My eye line, I echo your sentiments almost to the word. My eye line for them hasn't really changed. Maybe a little bit less excited about, oh my God, I'm dreaming of NFC title games and the like, but they're in a tier to me, and they've shown us with their play, what they've done already, and I think what they probably will do. If you're an inferior team, they're going to beat you, and you do that, you go to the postseason. I'm pretty thrilled with the fact that they're in that part of the bucket or tier, however you want to categorize it. Sounds like you're feeling the same way.
That's what it looks like. I saw your 10-point plan on Twitter. It might not have been 10 points, 8, 9, 10 points, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I pretty much agree with it. The only caveat I'm going to say, and I haven't bought into it yet, is this whole Cliff Kingsbury second half narrative. And you don't want to buy into it, but it might potentially be a thing.
That's what I'm worried about.
See this offense slow down in the next couple of games against weaker defenses, then all of a sudden you're saying, oh, wait a second, maybe the league caught up to Cliff Kingsbury's offense, and it is a thing.
JP, thank you for hopping on with us, buddy. We appreciate you.
Always appreciate it, man. Thanks, pal.
See you, buddy.
Watch JP and the Junks each morning. Of course, listen to them right here on The Fan. That is your Beltway Blitz. I actually want to get into what I just asked him with you guys. How much of an issue do you have with the 4th and 2 decision? I'm going to try to make the case for why it wasn't as bad a decision as people think, even if, like many of you, I would have kicked the field goal. I didn't think it was a bad decision. We'll get into that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders fell to the Eagles last night 26-18. Their second straight loss. They fall to 7-4 on the season. Their next game is going to be next Sunday against Dallas at home. College football tomorrow, Maryland hosting Rutgers. 6 p.m. kickoff. You can hear the game on the Team 980. Tonight, a busy night of action. College hoops, Virginia Tech taking on Penn State at 7:30 in Baltimore. You can hear that game on 1580 a.m. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette. That'll tip off at 8 o'clock on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hawks in Atlanta, 7:30 tip-off. You can hear the game on Bloomberg 99.1. The Wizards' only 2 wins of the season came against Atlanta. They'll look for their third straight win against the Hawks. It's the first NBA Cup group play game for the Wizards. And late-night hockey tonight as the Capitals are in Colorado to take on the Avalanche. 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Attempt to take the lead. Oh boy, juggled it. Lucky he came away with it, and then he gets slammed out of bounds short of the first down.
Welcome back to Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring, our Friday field trip. We're Grant and Danny. You are listening to the Fan. We will be here until 6:30. Dan Quinn goes for a 2-yard distance, 4th down.
Yep.
Doesn't pick it up. Instead of kicking the field goal and having a 1-point lead, Washington gives the ball back to Philly, good field position, and the game was never the same. I want to double-click on that decision. As we talk about this, though, we'll open up the phones for you guys, 800-636-1067. We want to hear from you. I don't want the second-guessing knowing the game got sideways after they didn't get it. In real time, did you have a problem with the decision? As they're lining up to go, a team that had basically been batting 1,000 on 4th down all year, other than the bad spot on the Ertz play or the questionable spot on the Ertz play, they'd gotten every 4th down. Anytime Daniels has run, they've gotten it. Do you have a problem putting the ball in his hands and letting him try to go win it? That's the question on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Before we dive into this real quick show of hands in house. When they lined up to go for the 4th and 2, if you had a problem with it, raise your hand. So only a few people,
Only a few,
actually.
okay.
Okay. Did you prefer that they went for it? Raise your hand. I mean, there are more people
interesting
in the building. Look, they did not get it, but all year long they have gotten that. And they've gotten here meaning 7-3, here meaning top of the division, here meaning Daniels is the rookie of the year and in the MVP conversation, because they've entrusted him in moments like that to go be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I hate the phrase, and I don't, that's not the greatest analogy, but bear with me. You kind of live by the sword, right? Like part of your attitude and who you are. Think of the Lions and Dan Campbell, who just has this sort of goofball personality where it's this like super cowboy thing, right? Well, remember, they lost a game last year where he's like, we're going for 2. And I was like, okay, they didn't get it. And then, but there was a penalty. Then they committed a penalty, and they were backed up like 12 yards, and we're still going for 2. Dude, like, it's okay to adjust, but it's like, no, croc, hit, smash. And that's who they are. Like, you have to die by the sword, too. Like, that's who you are. That's your DNA, that you do that. When you turn it off, sometimes turn it back on. Another analogy, you play blackjack, right? You're supposed to play by the book, one way or the other. Your best odds or percentages are when you do it consistently, not when you do it most of the time and then sort of go away from it because your gut says something else. It's sort of that. If that's the way you play, then more times than not, it's going to work out for you. And it has this year. It doesn't in that moment. So for me, I think context matters a lot. I know people have said, you take the lead there no matter what. And I get that. That's why I would have kicked the field goal. I'm also not cut out to be an NFL head coach. Philadelphia had just walked down the field in a drive that spanned the end of the third quarter, start of the fourth. They looked the best they had all game long in scoring a touchdown. In my mind, I'm going up by 1 point, ain't winning this game. Right now, I know there's multiple possessions to come after that, but I'm no longer thinking field goals or settling. I'm thinking about touchdowns. That's the only way I'm going to come out with a win. I get the thought process. I did not have a problem with it in real time.
So that would be the only thing that we haven't really drilled deep down on that I think makes it even more understandable that Dan Quinn elected to do what he did, which is the 11-play, 76-yard drive where it felt like, okay,
they got it now.
The
Yeah.
levee's breaking a little bit. Because I don't know if you guys had the same feeling watching the game that I did, but I watched the game the entire time waiting for the Eagles to kind of figure it out. Like at some point, it's cool that he's missing that throw, or they weren't in sync there, or somehow the Washington defense got off the field there. And there were certainly good plays. They did some good things. But Saquon was running effectively.
Yep.
They were gashing him in the first quarter, 4, 5, 8, 9 yards, but they just couldn't finish. Jake Elliott went from being a great kicker to a terrible kicker. He missed 2 field goals and an extra point. And it just kind of felt like every time they got to the sideline and the Eagles hadn't scored, it felt more like it was fortuitous than it was completely earned. And that sounds now like an indictment on the defense, which is not what I mean to do. But it did feel like, in fact, one of the guys here had an analogy earlier I'll steal from somebody. I don't remember who said this to me. But they're like, it feels like maybe a shooter. You just know eventually the shot's going to go in. Yeah. He's going to start filling up buckets. Well, they made their shot, and now they're in rhythm. And they made another one. And you go, okay, the offense is here to play now. A field goal is probably not going to win the game. For the people that say the field goal would have won the game, the Eagles scored 2 more touchdowns after that.
Yeah, the subsequent possession. Now, maybe it doesn't happen with the momentum.
Exactly.
It's easy to play hindsight.
That's what you can't account for.
Again, they went right down the field. It was a Barkley big run that set it up. And then, it was the Barkley the first big run, because then he had another one later, which is super frustrating.
It was the easier one. It was like the 20-plus yarder, not the 46-yarder.
It was the Dallas Goedert play where, of course, the guy I made fun of, Grant Calcaterra, recovered a fumble. That would have been another Washington huge play that just didn't go their way. That was a bad break. But that was the Goddard huge catch and run that set up that score.
The 11-play, 76-yard touchdown got the lead for Philadelphia. Then Washington went down, could have kicked the field goal, followed by 5-play, 74-yard touchdown, and then the Jaden Daniels interception on the first play of the next drive. 2 plays, 46 yards, touchdown. I would have kicked it. And normally, I think at a 90+% clip, if we're doing this kick or go, I'm team 4th down, go for it guy. Call me Dan Campbell. I don't think enough teams do it. I think that's the way of the future in the league. You're seeing more and more teams do it. The real new frontier that people can't stand, by the way, is the teams that go for it in minus territory. This is the new wacky that I think is a 10 out of 10. When you only need a half yard and you're at your own 38-yard line, you should go for that more often than you do. Everyone's afraid of the press conference, but it's easier. The possession of the football is the name of the game. That's the whole point. Good things happen when you have the football. That was a situation to take the lead on the road where I go, probably going to do that. Because the 2 plays before that were disasters. Loss of a yard, defense. The defensive line is moving the line of scrimmage backward. It just felt like the Wolves were caving in a little bit.
And so just to your point, though, about when to go for things, just as a quick side, I've always had different views of things than a lot of people, and I get that. A lot of them I have to keep to myself just because sometimes it bothers folks. But this is one of those things.
We're just talking about sports here.
Yeah, and this is only sports. Again, I think what you think. I'm on your team. The bad thing is bad. I agree with you.
I agree with everything you think about everything you see on the news.
If you're wondering right now, does he agree with me? Yes. Yes is the answer. But I think the NFL, I think football and coaches and teams should consider all loss of possession to be a bad thing. Even when it's voluntary, it's a slightly worse turnover. Like relinquishing control of the football where you have it and you only get a certain number of them per game and you have your best chance to score should be seen as like the last thing that I would ever willingly do. Voluntarily giving up the football is bad. So the amount of times that I'd be going for things, way more than everybody else. Now, 4th and 9 from your own 10, I'm probably not going to do that, right? 4th and 27, probably not going to do that. But most other times when the average play gains over 4 yards, I'm going for it a lot more than most people do. But anyway, that's a quick side.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Vaughn's in D.C. on line 1. Vaughn, did you have any problem with going for the 4th and 2 instead of kicking for the lead?
Yes, coaching malpractice. I was screaming at the TV when they ran out there, kick the field goal, take the point. So this notion that all of the fans, if things went different, is bananas. Here's my problem. If you give me a minute, right?
Go. Yeah.
You didn't go for the Hail Mary before halftime. So
what was that?
Yeah, dude. Quick side. I'm going to let you finish Kanye style. That is the one that drives me crazy about yesterday. I do not understand that at all.
Has he been asked about that?
I haven't heard if he has been. So I missed it via transit.
See if you can pull up the transcript of Quinn today. I want to know if he's been asked about that, why he didn't throw
Yeah.
the – they're at midfield, and they did a give-up handoff.
I found that baffling.
I've never seen that. My bad.
That's all right.
I just hit the table.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in my life. I've watched a lot of football games. From that area of the field, I've never seen that. Anyway,
Please,
go ahead.
So number 2 is you get to delay a game on the previous field goal kick to back you up 5 yards, and the guy still makes it. You're not dealing with a field goal kicker that's shaky, that can't make kicks, that you feel like it. You started playing sudden death football that was unnecessary. The risk reward was not there with that play, man. If you don't get that fourth down conversion, if you don't get it, the game is over. Everybody knows that. So no, it was a horrible decision. Coaching malpractice. Thanks for taking the call.
It's a great
Appreciate
call,
you, dude.
buddy.
Yep.
Good points. One thing I'll add contextually on the kick. That was the they went for it on the end of the field. They would have been kicking to where Elliott missed both of his field goals. Now, he missed his extra point on the other side, but as we're sitting there watching the game, it was to the right. That's the same end of the field.
Yeah.
And there was a little wind, so maybe they're feeling like outdoors elements, something's not right over there.
So to note that one, that's the side with the open. I don't know if you're looking at the goalposts, the left corner is the open spot in the stadium. That side, you could see the flags, the wind was swirling. The other side, a lot more calm. Again, just talking about the flags that are above the goalposts that usually tell you which way the wind's going. But that side that they were facing, the wind was blowing a little bit.
Elliott missed 2 field goals, including one equidistant to what they would have basically been kicking on that side of the field. I don't know if that was a factor or not. The other thing is he said, well, your kicker made a 45-yard field goal. He did, but it's still a dude that didn't have a job 10 days ago. As of the Steelers game, Zane Gonzalez had not kicked a kick in the NFL since 2021, 3 years ago. So I just can't get that upset that Dan Quinn said, I'd rather have Jaden Daniels have the ball in his hands than Zane Gonzalez. And it's not like it was a 29-yarder. I mean, it was a 43-yarder, 10 yards longer than the extra point now, which get missed from time to time, on a night where a really good kicker who had not missed a kick inside of 50 missed 2 on that side of the field. So I just think that's all got to be thrown out there. 800-636-1067. You want to talk about that decision? Was it actually that big of a factor, or were they doomed anyway because the defense just couldn't hold up that late in the game? Still got to get to some of the overreactions we've heard from around town in our next hour. We're live at Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey, guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Every Friday night, FanDuel's giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who's going to score the first basket and which team's going to be the first to 15 points. See, first is important here. It's the first bets, right? So much more than just those things. Best of all, you don't have to wait. The whole game is available to you, live betting as you go. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. FanDuel.com/GP to claim your Friday First profit boost. FanDuel.com/GP. You're using my promo code GP at FanDuel.com. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
AJ, early assessment of this game. I know you haven't watched the film, but just an early assessment of this game.
Yeah, you got to capitalize. I got to play better. Some throws I want back for sure. I think we all just got to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, how can we get better moving forward?
That was Jaden Daniels post-game last night in Philly. Can I say, by the way, that I absolutely love how he conducts himself, how he carries himself, everything he does like a veteran, even playing. I mean, last night was the first time he's looked like a rookie all year. But for him to come right out and say, I need to be better, that is going to go over so well in that locker room. It's when you're not playing well, and in this case, when you have a bad game, it's it's me, right? When you're playing well, the leaders, it's a we thing. It's never I or me. But to see him go out last night, and I've seen young guys in that locker room at that position over the years who didn't do that, and it really annoyed and bothered people. I mean, that is going to really, not that he needed it, but further make his teammates feel good about where he's at.
Yeah, and you can, it's not just lip service, right? It's you can read a book. Like my wife used to work with this guy years ago who like clearly read a manual, not Emmanuel Forbes, but like read a manual about like how to be a manager. And like each new chapter he got to, he'd walk over and it was like, have casual conversation with coworker. Hey, how was the weekend? Like, what is going on with you in your life? And it was so transparent and obvious. You can do a couple of things. Like someone may have told him at the podium, do X, Y, Z. Well, when it doesn't meet all the work and all the extra effort and all the different things you're doing, not for show, but just to try to be really good at football, then it becomes off as artificial if you only do one part of it. Because that part matches the rest of it, you see this authentic bond that everybody has and how much confidence they have in him, that even if we're 0 for our previous 10, the 11th is going to hit.
Well, and to that point, like succinctly, I would say that I think that Daniels, it's easy to say the right thing and do the right thing when you're the front runner for Rookie of the Year and you're the MVP hopeful that everyone's been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Last night was a night where it did not go well.
Yep.
That was truly the first time where it was kind of bad, and everybody saw it be bad. It was national TV. It was prime time. He could have just kind of used the deposits he's got in the bank, taken out a withdrawal, not made it about himself and said, yeah, we struggled. We just didn't get in a rhythm. The offense wasn't smooth. Made it a bigger story. Not that anyone would have taken issue with that, but like it wasn't me. It was the offense. We were in a funk. No, he said, I wasn't good enough. I got to be better. I want these throws back. I just think that was big boy approach. Let's go to the phones. Rodney's in Upper Marlboro on Grant, and Danny wants to talk about the 4th and 2 decision. Did you have a problem with it? Rodney, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I did not have a problem with it per se. I had a problem with the play call because he tried to run on 2nd and 1, and it failed. He tried to run on 3rd and 1, and it failed. And then 4th and 1, you're not playing a pitiful defense. You think you're going to fool them by running again on 4th and 1? That didn't make sense to me. The play call actually, in my opinion, was terrible all night. We didn't see anything that we haven't seen before. I mean, like there was no flea flickers, there was no wildcats, there was no throws downfield, there was nothing other than the same thing that we've seen all year long.
Yeah, there was a little bit less creativity maybe, but it was a short week. It was 4 days. I mean, you were installing we talked to Austin Eckler on Tuesday night, and they had basically just started their install for the game on Thursday. You know what I mean? So I don't know how much you're expecting in terms of wrinkles or going outside the box, number one. But I disagree on the play call on 4th down being a problem. You ran twice downhill with Brian Robinson up the middle. This was a completely different thing. You got pullers out in front. It's Jaden Daniels around the edge on basically a power sweep. It's the exact play that's been their bread and butter in short yardage and that he scored touchdowns on and has been a go-to play in the red zone for them. It has not been stopped behind the line once. They are 12 of 14 as we sit here right now on 4th down this year. The Ertz non-first down spot to end the Steelers game and that play last night. And I would say their most successful 4th down play has been Daniels' designed runs.
Yeah, I mean, the only counter against that is Jalen Carter blew up the play on Brian Robinson previously. Jalen Carter was responsible for, the second stuff, I guess, on third down, and then blew that play up too and kind of disrupted the rhythm and timing of it. Maybe do something away from him. Again,
So
it's easy to pick on.
Yeah, on the fourth down, we don't know who did what wrong. They wouldn't say. But Quinn said that two pullers ran into each other. And when you watch it, left tackle Brandon Coleman is pulling to the right.
It's just the whole operation didn't look right from the initial exchange.
Well, he bobbled the snap, first of all, which was the timing was off.
Mm-hmm.
But the left tackle Coleman's pulling right. There's two pullers that way. And Sam Cosmi, the right guard, is pulling left. I don't know why that would be happening, but he and Coleman run into each other. Cosmi was lined up in front of Davis, who you were just talking about, 98, or Carter. Sorry.
on the right side.
93, yeah. He was lined up in front of him. He pulls, vacates. There's no one to block him. He came untouched.
And he came untouched.
So my point is there was a miscommunication on the line, and Daniel said last night he needed to say the play louder, which I don't know what that means in the huddle or if he was changing protection maybe up front.
Mm-hmm.
But he thought maybe some of the confusion with the pullers was that he didn't say something loud enough and it was loud in the stadium or something. I guess that kind of stuff happens with a young quarterback on the road. But this is my point. It hasn't all year.
Right.
Like, we have not heard Bo Nix in Denver. I'm sure there's been an anecdote like that, right? Drake May, who had 20 career starts in college, there's probably going to be a moment where he didn't say something loud enough in the loud stadium. They have avoided that kind of thing for basically 10 games.
Yeah, and there are always going to be moments, right, where the superstar closer blows a save. You want to trade him? You want to demote him? You know what I mean? Like Mario, I just finished watching that Red Sox comeback documentary on Netflix, which, by the way, is incredible.
It's great.
Like, the greatest closer ever to live blew a save against the Red Sox when they're up 3-0. You want to get rid of him? You know what I mean? Like, you want to make some major adjustment? No, like, crazy stuff happens in sports.
How good is Millar in that documentary?
First of all, he's aces. But, like, you get to the point where the guy that you've ridden with and done the exact right thing, as to this point, 12 out of 12 times, now you're over your last two. I'm not ready to throw out the baby with the bathwater here for something that's gone 12 out of 14. You know what I mean?
What's your overreaction today as a Commanders fan that's in the back of your head that you're trying to talk yourself out of? Like, what's the thing now after a couple losses that is bothering you that you're going, oh, stay away, negative thought? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. Third Hill Brewing, Silver Spring on Georgia Ave. We'll be here until 6:30 on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders dropped their second straight game as they fell to Philadelphia last night, 26-18. After the game, Dan Quinn talked about the importance of being able to finish.
It also emphasizes the ability to go close it and be there at the end and go win it. And those are the lessons for us to say, to be the team, we can be. Those have to go down on our terms. And we've been pretty good in that spot. And so over the last 2 weeks, not to finish. And that's not one side of the ball. That's collectively, finding that blood in the water and say, we're going to go end this thing. And we'll get there. But over the last 2 weeks, we weren't able to demonstrate that and express that, to the fullest level.
The Commanders will have a few extra days to prepare as they get set for next Sunday against Dallas at home. College football tomorrow, Maryland taking on Rutgers, 6 p.m. kickoff. You can hear the game on the Team 980. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech taking on Penn State, 7:30 tip-off in Baltimore. You can hear that game on 1580 a.m. And Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette. That'll tip off at 8 o'clock on the Team 980. Tomorrow, Georgetown taking on Notre Dame at Capital One Arena at 1 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Hawks in Atlanta tonight, 7:30 tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1. It's the first game of their NBA Cup group play this season. And in hockey, the Capitals taking on the Avalanche tonight at 9 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A tough night out there. How are you feeling after a really physical game like that? Everything you guys have been going through, short week.
I feel good. I mean, it's football at the end of the day. Physicality is required in this game, so I feel good. It's just a tough loss.
Live in Silver Spring, the show's on the road in Maryland. The field trip series continuing on a Friday. It's Grant and Danny. We're driven to you each and every day thanks to our good friends, our exclusive sponsors, Condori and Murad. They literally drove us to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I guess
not literally. I mean,
figuratively.
Like literally. Yeah. I mean, we didn't ride in their car.
Right.
Right.
They literally brought us with them to Lincoln Financial Field.
They were literally responsible for us being there.
And they even made sure that our last will and testament was squared away.
There you go.
Before we went to go mingle with Eagles fans. Conduri and Murad will take care of you as well. They'll get you that last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation. They're estate planning attorneys today. KMLawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's KMLawyers.com. By the way, I do want to just nip something in the bud if we could. Darius went as far as to say, Danny, and I'll let him say it here on the show, but he went as far as to say something that I think is going to bother you a little bit, and it'll bother our listening audience.
Oh.
So before we talk about some overreactions on this Friday within the fan base,
okay.
Speaking of overreactions, Darius, what was the thing that you said was your big takeaway from the trip?
After our experience in Philadelphia, in Lincoln Financial Field, and riding the train home, I have to say, I think Philly fans get a bad rep.
Okay.
I think that it's not that bad.
All right.
I don't think that they're as angry and disgruntled as people make them seem to be.
Now, I got a few Again, that was Darius who said that, not me.
The opinion
I said
expressed by Darius Daniels.
I said it.
Reflect those of 106.7 The Fan or Grant and Danny.
It was actually kind of funny. So Danny and I are like, they weren't that bad. And I was like, yeah, they had a good moment or two. And Danny's like, they were pleasant at times. And Darius is like, yeah, they're totally the best fans ever, and I love them. And we're like, whoa, bro. What the hell are you talking about? That was kind of the scene that played out. But you're saying bad rap. That's tough for me. So, number one, where did we sit? We sat in the club level at the 50-yard line. It's not like that's the crew that's normally jacking people up in the bathroom, okay? The guy next to me makes $600,000 a year. He's a banker in Philadelphia named, what's the guy's name that went to your college? Give me one.
But high
Your
school.
Yeah, St. Albans.
We could talk Harlow, Chittenden,
Harlow.
Voorhees.
Some guy named Harlow is sitting next to me.
My guy.
Who makes 600 G's. You think Harlow's wait until I go into the bathroom so he can go grab me when I'm at the urinal and start hitting me in the ribs?
He's like,
not.
hey, hon, do you want to order ahead from the taquerian place, or do you want me to get you some?
Why is he
one of those
Nicolas
locale
Cage
wraps?
all of a sudden?
He's not Nicolas Cage.
Give me a Nicolas Cage.
So, do you want to even order from the taquerian? Or do you want something else? I'm so thirsty. I should find a 7-Eleven. That's how the callback to before.
Where were we? Oh, yeah.
Looking for the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah. But back to speaking of the Declaration of Independence, back to Philadelphia. It's a bunch of rich folks or people that dropped lots of money on the tickets around us.
Sure.
If we were sitting in section 415, we would have been around different clientele.
I'm willing to accept that. It's a fact.
Also, what was Danny wearing?
Very indescriptive, gear.
Yes. What
Yeah.
was I wearing?
Very indescriptive gear.
You looked like you were rooting for Devontae Smith. You had a black hoodie on with a green number 6. People looked at you and they're like, "Oh, he's one of us." Yet weird, no one was mean to you. You look like an Eagles fan. You couldn't have dressed more like. You wouldn't have looked more like an Eagles fan if you wore a Jalen Hurts jersey.
I got to say, first of all, Ryan, I'm going to get you back when I get back to studio for dropping those on me.
Whoa.
For dropping the
I'm
dagger
going
on
to get
me.
you back.
I'll get you back on that one.
That's a threat on air.
Yes, I did dress without gear, without Redskins gear, without Commanders gear.
Yeah.
As most of us did.
Not
and
only
that probably helped our case. I
you
will
went
admit
all
that.
the way.
Yes.
You didn't wear burgundy and gold.
Did not wear burgundy and
Which
gold.
we all agreed we were not going to do.
This is correct.
Right?
Yes.
You went one step further. You wore black and green.
Well, it's my only non-DC Sports hoodie that I have. All my hoodies are DC Sports or 106.7 The Fan. This is the only one that I had that's not
No
DC
judgment
Sports.
here.
Right.
I'm just saying you looked like an Eagles fan. Correct? Yes or no? Did a lady confuse you for being an Eagles fan last night?
She did. I was standing up sulking after we had gave up the back-to-back Saquon Barkley touchdowns. And she walked over, a little old lady that came over, and after she was giving first down signals multiple times, because that's what they do, she came over and she said, "I just realized that you're a Commanders fan. It's going to be okay."
She was a Southern lady.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Or is that your Philly accent?
I don't do a good Philly accent.
Well, you do because you say Wooder.
Well, aside from that. So yeah, she came over and consoled me. I thought it was very nice, and she painted the picture for me.
Yeah.
She painted the picture of Philly fans for me.
I don't necessarily have a good analogy, but Danny, when you go to a game in the most insulated way that you possibly could, none of us dressed up wearing burgundy and gold, sitting among the best that Philadelphia has to offer. I mean, the absolute classiest in the fan base. Your takeaway is, they're actually pretty good.
So here's the analogy I would offer you. My brother and sister-in-law do all sorts of really fun, cool things. They always have like good ideas and like neat stuff. One of the things they like to do is go camping.
Yeah.
Now, when they go camping, they find this little like cool place to do it. And there's like the small cottage where you're kind of roughing it, but you're not just sleeping on the ground underneath the stars. You follow me?
Oh, this is good.
So instead of when they go, we love camping because they do this really cool, fun thing that they found.
It's not camping, man.
You didn't just grab a rucksack and a bow knife and
so
live
true.
off the land and like fight off grizzly bears for territory.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? You went camping in the nice little lodge, right? You were technically there. You were among them, but were you? Yeah, it's not an outhouse. It's working plumbing and a faucet.
I think I got one too.
Yeah.
Famous comedian guy.
Danny Rouillet.
No, you. But
No. Successful?
Yeah.
Okay.
Famous comedian guy takes his private jet from one city to the next, right? He flies in his PJ. He gets on the jet. They ask him, "What would you like for dinner, sir?" They take his order down. They come back. He gets a chicken breast with a little mashed potato, maybe a little glass of wine, right? He's traveling. He's got a 15 or so minute delay when he lands. He can't pull up to the tarmac. And then he wants to tell you, traveling's not that bad. Traveling's not terrible. People are always complaining about traveling. I've never really had much of an issue. You're right, private jet guy.
Yeah.
With
By the
your
way,
warm meal.
Who is Larry the Cable Guy? Is that your bit? Is that what you're talking about?
I was actually picturing Bill Maher.
Oh, were you? Okay.
But it could have been anybody. But these people that are telling me travel's not bad, you're not traveling with me.
Yeah.
You're not sitting there next to Danny Huhe when we got a 4-hour delay at 11 p.m. coming back from West Palm Beach.
Yeah, where I drove 7.5 hours from New York to do 15-minute set at Muskingum College, bro. You know what I mean? Like, that's travel.
I just want you to think real hard if you're going to stick with Eagles fans get a bad rap based on your one-game experience wearing green in the club level around some of the richest people in Philadelphia. Are we sure that all those people with the black eyes and the blood and those jail cells that fill up below the stadium and all those stories on Sundays at the vet, that was all just bad luck, right?
Okay. We can do a small sampling, Darius. Just for edification, just to show you that it's not always about Philly fans. I came up with a small list of things that fans have done. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So, trivia question. This fan base had someone arrested for punching a horse.
Was that wasn't Philly, was it?
That was Philly.
Okay.
This fan base were given bracelets to I believe it was a
hockey.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
honor-
It was a hockey thing, right?
I think it was like a dead member of the owner's family.
Yeah, it was
passed
like one of
away.
those like remembrance type things, and it was a very beautiful deal where everybody was given a remembrance bracelet, and they then threw them onto the ice, and a lot of guys were arrested because the home team wasn't playing that well. You know what fan base that was?
That couldn't have been Philly.
Philadelphia. This
not
fan
the
base
Philly that you know, apparently, right? Not that Philly.
fan was arrested only 10 plus years ago, a little over 10 years ago, for intentionally vomiting on a little girl.
Oh.
Philadelphia again.
Personally vomited.
No, not a Philly fan.
Decided,
Philly.
I don't like this little girl. I'm going to pull triggers, and I'm going to throw up on her.
That just doesn't sound like Philly.
Yeah, thanks, Coach. This is a bit of a curveball here. This fan base didn't like J.D. Drew, so fans, not one fan, several fans, took batteries and threw them at J.D. Drew while he was trying to play a baseball game.
That definitely wasn't Philly.
Phillies again. In addition to booing Santa, this fan base threw hoagies at Santa Claus. That's the underrated part of the story. No one remembers that part. The booing everyone talks about. They don't talk about throwing the
snowballs
hoagies.
is what everyone talks about.
Well, the snowballs everyone knows, but nobody talks about the hoagies that were thrown. That's Philly one more time.
Darius, here's what we should do as a show. I don't know what you think about this, but I think this would be a good idea.
Oh, all right.
Darius has to go to the rest of the Eagles home
Oh,
games
God.
wearing the opposing team's jersey. He has to walk to and from the stadium in the opposing team's jersey, chanting. I want you to chant for your team. It's like when they're playing the Broncos, like, who's ready for Denver? Bo Nix. You got to walk into the stadium, and I want you to sit in the 400s. I want you to sit in the nosebleeds with the unwashed masses.
And when that team, your team that you're rooting for that day gets a first down, you tell everyone that it's a first down.
Yeah, you got to let them know.
You got to show them.
Because it's okay. They're just so friendly. They're just going to tell you, good job, Darius. Way to go, Broncos.
What's more dangerous, me doing that or me walking around at 1:30 in the morning to go to 7-Eleven?
That's actually a great question. I don't have an answer. I would say actively antagonizing.
Yeah, that
is
sounds
more
about right.
dangerous, is
Yeah.
more perilous.
It's Philadelphia. I watched the first 48. I'm going to go with walking around 1 a.m, downtown Philadelphia. You should have been on a TV show. I don't know what happened. I don't know how or why you dodged what you did, but I'm glad you did.
I live to tell another day.
We should be reading about you in a newspaper
Yeah.
right now,
Hey,
this moment.
But I'm here.
You are.
I'm here.
So just think about it's all I'm asking.
I'll reconsider my statement.
Right.
I'll say that. I'll go home, do some homework, and I'll reconsider my statement.
Darius was laying in his king-size bed on his private jet.
On his peach.
He was just eating caviar going, this travel thing's fun. Man, I could get used to this.
I love camping, he said from the Ritz-Carlton.
Shout out to our guys, Kondori and Murad, for the great seats. Man, was it fun at the 50-yard line in that club level. It's beautiful. All right, with that out of the way, let's get to some of the overreactions of the day. So, Danny, I'm looking for, this is something that's in the back of your mind, that little voice, after 2 losses, Steelers, Eagles, games, the way they played out.
Yep.
And you're going, go away, go away, go away. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to listen to it, but you got something chirping back there. What is your overreaction that you don't want to give credence to?
The offense has been figured out. And it's not a quiet voice either. It's not one of those little whispers in the recesses of my mind. It's winning the argument right now. And I'm trying to tell him to pipe down, but he's making good points. We've got that history. We've got the data that says Jaden Daniels isn't being allowed to run, not because he can't, but there's something happening that's governing it. The blueprint, the playbook, whatever you want to call it. There are adjustments that need making to improve some of the things that we're seeing are not being made. Now, this is 2 games against 2 very good defenses in the span of 5 days. Maybe this 10-day mini bye will provide some opportunity for Cliff Kingsbury and company to get back in the lab and figure something out. But I am really, really worried that because there's not a bunch of counter punches with some great playmakers that you can't stop no matter what the scheme, I'm worried this offense has been figured out.
So we're kind of in lockstep. I'm going to say this a little differently, I guess, but mine is that the Kingsbury regression is coming. And I don't want this to be true, and I'm not caving to the little voice in my head just yet, but I got these numbers for you.
Oh, no. Cliff
Kingsbury in games 1 through 7 as the head coach in Arizona, 45, 24, and 1. That offense would hum, and they were 45, 24, and 1 before week 8. Cliff Kingsbury, after week 8 as a head coach, 23 and 71.
23 and 71.
45, 24, and 1 weeks 1 through 7. Week 8 on, 23 and 71. Now, that is a head coach record stat. It's not an offensive stat. But I'll dive in on the offensive numbers, and we can go over those Monday. They're not a whole lot better. That is the voice in the back of my head going, you were waiting on the other shoe to drop. You were a little worried this is going to happen. What if
here's
it's
that shoe in slow-mo going.
But here's the saving grace. They play the Cowboys next, who are so bad.
Aren't they?
God, they suck. And after that, they play the Titans. They should be able to move the ball, score points on both of those teams. Even if things are not as good and teams are catching up to them, that should still be a couple of wins. You should still be able to get to 9-4 and be positioned pretty well.
Yeah, you could hand, I keep picking on the Carolina Panthers and why not everybody else is, but if you hand the Carolina Panthers the same blueprint that Pittsburgh used to slow down Daniels in the run game, adorable. What are they going to do with it? Like if you handed me like the way to do nuclear fusion, I probably can't help you. You tell me how to fix a sink or solve plumbing issues. I can't help you. You need a professional. Most of the teams they're going to play aren't good enough to do anything about it. You could have all the best blueprints, and that's precious. Our guy's better than your guy. But for 2 straight games here over 5 days, not only have there been good blueprints and really good plans, credit to their opponents, but they've had the horses to be able to do it. That, to me, is the essential ingredient here. And there are only a couple of those teams that, they might yet see, and that's postseason type stuff. I think they're in great shape leading up into the next time they play Philadelphia in, a little over a month from now.
Let's hit the phones. Tim is in Cleveland, listening on the Odyssey app.
Come here.
Garris loves the fans in Cleveland, I've heard.
Big Cleveland guy.
Tim, what's good? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I love the show.
Thank you.
I basically have to agree with Grant. There were some things I saw from the offense yesterday that just were extremely frustrating. Just a lack of imagination. It just seemed like the formations were, constantly the same. And then that 4th down play, you have Jaden in the shotgun pretty much all the time, and then you put him under center. And if I'm not mistaken, he even had him run to the short side of the field. It frustrates me. It just seems like it's been stagnant the last couple of weeks. And, no involvement from the wide receivers whatsoever. He didn't even take any shots whatsoever down the field.
No. And I can't wait to dive deeper into that.
Thank you,
for
brother.
the call. At some point, it's obviously not part of the plan when you're just not doing it much at all. But at some point, it's up to Daniels to do it eventually.
Yeah,
you got to take a shot. You got to soften something up. You got to give your guys a chance. And he just never did.
From our vantage point, I think it's 2 things. One, I don't think there were a ton of plays called with shots in them, right?
They might not have thought they could hold up in pro.
But I think that's part of it, right? This is all a balance. I think play calling for the most part last night for both teams was conservative. Then when Philly stepped out of their conservative, doing that double reverse, we're going to flip it back, flea flicker. Frankie Lugos said, "Thank you so much for doing that. Why don't you meet the ground, Jalen Hurts?" So mostly people kept it pretty tight to the vest. There were a couple plays though that featured a deep route where, as we're watching, I'm hitting, Kia Kandori sitting next to me going, McLaurin was one-on-one. He's going deep. And whether that was there or not, it was turned down for whatever reason. Maybe the play was Daniels was rolling a different direction, or that wasn't the read. But there were opportunities there to do exactly what you just said, give my guy a shot. And we didn't see those.
The question is, what overreaction in your mind after yesterday, like a thought you're worried about, are you not ready to give credence to, but you're talking yourself out of today? You're a little nervous that maybe you're onto something. 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll get to those next on Grant and Danny from Third Hill Brewing in Silver Spring on Georgia Avenue. It's a Field Trip Friday on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders dropped their second straight game as they lost to the Eagles last night 26-18. They'll have a couple extra days to prepare for Dallas at home next Sunday. College football tomorrow. Maryland taking on Rutgers at home. 6 p.m. kickoff. You can hear that game on the Team 980. Tonight in college hoops, Virginia Tech in Baltimore to take on Penn State. That'll tip off at 7:30. You can hear the game on 1580 a.m. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette tonight. 8 p.m. tip off on the Team 980. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, Georgetown tipping off at Capital One Arena against Notre Dame. You can hear that game on the Team 980. In the NBA, the Wizards in Atlanta looking for their third win against the Hawks this season. 7:30 tip-off. You can hear the game on Bloomberg 99.1 as the first game of the NBA Cup group play for the Wizards this season. And in hockey, late-night Caps tonight as the Caps are in Colorado to take on the Avalanche. 9 p.m. puck drop. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What happened on the hand injury and how did you feel?
I'm straight. Just got a little cut.
Was there something that happened, stepped on, or?
Couldn't even tell you. Sometimes it's football.
Few words there. Jaden Daniels didn't have a lot to offer on the cut he sustained. Sounded like, according to the sideline report, he got a cut glued back so that there was no blood, no issues. I don't know if that replaced stitches or if it would have been bad enough to get stitches anyway, but the blood went away. He continued to play. It was a struggle for him. And as he said, that's football to some extent. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders' offense held in check by the Eagles. They got a late touchdown, 2-point conversion, but it was a 10-point night offensively for Washington. Their lone scoring drive in the first quarter, 4 plays and 58 yards when they took over the ball at the 42-yard line near midfield. Otherwise, they couldn't move the football. And that's part of the theme here. A lot of us have some concerns back of our head right now about what's going on. What is that quiet thing you don't want to say out loud that you're a little nervous about? You're not completely buying in on your overreaction on this Friday.
The offense has been figured out. I am so worried about this. Because, again, we're not going to notice it against bad teams. They're going to be able to do what they want. I think they can just impose their will because they have done that. I don't think you can give some of the teams on their schedule remaining this blueprint, and it's not going to help them. You know, I don't think it's going to help the Saints who are a tire fire. It might help the Titans, whose defense is pretty good.
If you give me the directions and a calculator on how to build a bridge, I'm probably not going to make you a bridge. You know what I mean?
Like, it's like, hey, build a rocket. Why don't you build it? I'll see if it's good or not. I can't help you. But I think that's what the deal is. But good defenses, the kind they're going to play in January, the kind that they played last night and on Sunday, the kind that they're going to play again when they play Philadelphia on December 22nd, can do something about it. You've seen the limiting of Jaden Daniels' running. You've seen receivers not running free to the same degree. You've seen teams kind of willing to give a couple things up, knowing that Washington wants to get to it, and they haven't been able to. My fear is there's not much adjustment here, and I'm hoping that this 10-day period, for Kingsbury is the same sort of adjustment he made in that soul-searching trip to South Asia that he did when he wasn't employed by anybody in football for a year plus. Like, you need to do something different, and that means Terry McLaurin can't just line up on the left side against the same guy and not get a target for the entire game. Wrong. Do something else. You need some adjustments here, and I'm hoping they come in short order.
Yeah, for me, it's Kingsbury specific, like to the scheme of the offense. And you look back to Arizona, and it was almost an annual tradition that there was a line of delineation between the first half and second half of seasons. And it feels like maybe that regression that we talked a lot about on the show early, haven't talked as much about lately, maybe that is happening, that some things are being solved. And he needs to get back to the well on moving guys around and motioning and making things looking a little different, dressing them up differently. He's got a mini bye here, 10 days to do that. Let's go to Ryan in Arlington on Grant and Danny. Ryan, what's up? Thanks for the call.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So here's what I've been chewing on all day, kind of more of a long-term problem that I hope isn't the case. So we were way ahead of schedule, as we know, this year, and we trade for Marshawn Lattimore, right? Because, we're trying to compete this year now, which is something we never expected. But Adam Peters' philosophy is build through the draft, supplement through free agency. So So now in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, man, maybe we weren't good enough this year. Why did we jump the gun? We gave up a 3 and a 4. We got Lattimore and a 5 back. I just really hope that, in the offseason or in the future, I'm not looking back and saying, darn, I wish Peters had that 3 and that 4 and built for the future rather than really trying to sell some assets for 2024.
So I appreciate that. I mean, that's the concern in the back of your head. I can't tell you what to think. Here's what I will say, though. You have not seen Lattimore play yet, so you're obviously down on the move because it's been 2 weeks. He's got a hurt hamstring. Yeah. He hasn't helped them. And to your point, it was a 3rd and a 5th, but they gave him a 3rd-round pick, which is not nothing. If Lattimore was a rental for this season, I would agree with you. They're 0-2 since they brought him in. The hamstring's clearly a problem. Maybe they're not good enough to actually win something meaningful this year. You rented him for a season. That was a mistake. But that's not what this is. Lattimore is under contract for the 2 years after this one. You've got this stretch run with him, and then next year, and then the year after to be your number 1 corner. He was still playing at a number 1 level when he was healthy. So they would be in the market. Look at how bad the corner room is. And I don't mean that they can't play as much as just when you line it up, there's no number 1. There might not be a number 2, although Sandra still was ridiculously good last night.
Man.
He looked, maybe that's your number 2. And maybe, St. Just is moved around or something. But they need a corner 1. Either by way of the draft in the 1st or 2nd round if they can find someone, or in free agency, that costs $20+ million. Lattimore's an $18 million a year number 1 corner who's got pelts on the wall. So he basically, to me, was a 2-year, $36 million free agent addition for the next 2 years, and you just got the benefit of thrown in with the deal. Hey, I'll put this in the cart too. That was the rest of this season.
That's right.
So this, to me, is like a house money rest of the
So
year.
I understand the point, and I think you countered it very well in the sense that we haven't seen him yet. So you get him, the bonus for this year, for games like this against good teams. You didn't need him against Carolina, right? Of course not. But this is when you need him for games like this, when you're playing really good teams with multiple offensive options.
Let's go to Bill, who's in Pennsylvania. Darius loves it there. Hey, Bill, how are you? Grant and Danny on
Good.
the
How
Fan.
you guys doing again? Nice to talk to you. I wish I could have came out and saw you yesterday, and glad you got home safely.
Thank you, buddy.
Bud.
So my overreaction is, and you guys were talking about it. I think our defense with Lattimore coming, in a few games, hopefully going to help us. You talked about the Kingsbury, the slide, and I'm going to go his play calling and just some of the offensive scheme. On a macro level, we understand a few games will get by. On a micro level, we do have Philadelphia coming up on the 22nd. Game could be flexed. We didn't throw the ball anywhere last year. We didn't test the corners. We have no film to see what would work and what couldn't work. So we're going to go into the 22nd with maybe arguably the same game plan as we have. John Bates as an adjustment is not sustainable. I think that Cliff really needs to redraw, open up the playbook, which I thought I heard one of the beat reporters say that, we would see that or hear that in the coming weeks. I was a little disappointed in last night's game. And then, guys, you may be coming back because right now Philadelphia and Washington line up in Wild Card Weekend. The 6th seed, the 7th seed, and the 2nd seed. So we may see you back.
Yeah, how about that?
In Philadelphia.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But appreciate the phone call, man. Yeah, so
I'll take the first 3 quarters again.
Yeah. But I think the point about, I think you made this an astute point earlier, is that short week situation coming off a really tough game against Pittsburgh that was super physical and challenging. You may not have the most elaborate things at your disposal. These are pros. These guys, have stuff installed over the course of weeks and months, and you can have recall and
Yeah, I'll
call
say
upon
this
it.
really quick because I remember when I covered Shanahan, he would have members of the staff working ahead. So, like the team, there was no element of thinking about the Eagles before the Steelers.
Yeah, you got to make it as easy as you can.
But he would assign like 6 staffers to build everything. Hey, build our red zone, build our 4-minute, 2-minute, build our goal line. And they would put together, just like it was a normal game and you were on a bye week, they would build everything for that game so it was normally prepared and prepped. And then the difference was the shortness on, the time on the field, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And that does affect the team. But I guess even if you find things on film you can add to your game plan, you're probably not like running a trick play that you need to work on or something like that.
Yeah, but it also, the way it looked to me watching the game last night was we don't feel real comfortable doing a lot of deep stuff, taking shots down the football field. Their secondary really good. You saw them last night. I think play really well, including Quinn Mitchell, who's a badass. But beyond that, whether it's blocking it up or just by design, I don't think we're going to do a lot of things that are higher risk. we're going to try to make this not muck it up a little bit. They're not doing an AFC North rock fight, but closer to that than the dude, watch this. Look out, I'm going to go Ben Johnson on this thing. Full deep in my bag, have a lineman throw it to a different lineman. We probably weren't there last night. It was more on the side of, sort of Gibbs 2.0 level of conservatism when it comes to, that play calling last night. It looked to me like they didn't really feel comfortable doing a lot of deeper stuff.
Barkley, by the way, was fantastic last night. We haven't really talked much about the Eagles, but early in the year, I was not a believer in Philly. I just didn't. First of all, Hurts was not good last year and got off to a slow start again this year. Frankly, I didn't think Hurts was that good last night at all.
Especially not at the start. They had him disrupted.
Yeah, I thought he kind of stunk early. He got okay as the game went on. But Barkley is a game changer for them. He is a machine, that guy. And the fact that the Giants didn't pay him, even in an era where you don't pay backs, it's kind of head shaking. But he was the missing ingredient for the Eagles. I mean, he's ahead of Adrian Peterson's 2,000-yard pace at this point.
Yes.
He's number one in the league going into the Sunday of Week 11 here. Rushing yards, scrimmage yards. And even in games like that where you hold him down, they did a pretty good job. He was running effectively, but he wasn't ripping any big plays off. Eventually, he's just inevitable, right? He makes Percy Butler miss on that catch. He goes for 40 yards. Had 50 as a receiver. All purpose yesterday, almost a 200-yard game.
Yeah, shout out to our guy, Ryan Spader, who I saw this stat that he posted. He has more 140 yards, multiple rushing touchdown games than any player in Eagles history. Not in the season, in their history of the organization through half of a year for them. Like, he's been pretty impactful. He was a good
great.
fit. Yeah.
And they didn't really ever get their passing game going. Devontae Smith had 4 for 29. 21 of those came on one catch, by the way.
He had a drop early in the game, too, on the sideline, remember?
He had a bad drop that he basically put in, I think it was Percy Butler's hands as he ran out of bounds. But A.J. Brown was lining up constantly against someone that I thought he could beat, and they just never really threw him the ball. But Sanders still, when they did throw him the ball a couple times, was right there. And I give him all the credit. He might have been the best player on the field for Washington defensively on a night where Luvu was really good, Chin was really good. That's a big compliment.
Yeah, and that one play he broke up in the end zone to Devontae Smith, a lot of people
that was awesome
have fallen for that little stutter go that looked like, they're going to throw it short. And he didn't bite. He stayed right with him, got a hand on it. I mean, you're going, okay, that's grown-up stuff.
That was like the old Tommy Mansky baseball videos.
That's right.
I mean, that was teach tape. Like, how do you defend down the field on that look? Let's go to Paul in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Paul, what are you worried about after yesterday?
I think Grant hit it on the head. I mean, Danny hit it on the head when he's talking about Cliff Kingsbury. I'm not sold on him. I got remnants of Arizona back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I'm not sold on. First of all, you don't have a situation where you got a number one receiver that don't even get a target into the fourth quarter. That's number one. Number two, you got a situation where you got two good running backs, and Eckler and Robinson, and you don't stay consistent with the run. People are always looking at the rushes, how many attempts they had, but you got to look at when they get those attempts. You ran twice on a 3rd and 1 in the 4th round, right in the teeth of the defense of Dellen Cobb and Davis. You don't do that. Where's the halfback toss to Eckler? Where are some of the screen passes that you were doing earlier in the year? So I'm kind of with him. They figured him out. He needs to make some adjustments at halftime. He doesn't do that. And like you said, there's no creativity in terms of, how they do, motions and things of that nature, kind of like what Kyle Shanahan and those guys do. But, give him some time. But, man, you got to use your running back. What was the purpose of getting Bebop back if you wasn't going to rush him? He should have 22 carries by himself. And for all those people who think that Russians don't matter, look at the top 4 teams in the league. Detroit, Kansas City, who else is Philly? All 3 of those teams run the ball. So there you go.
They're effective offenses. And that's one way to
run
do it.
About as well as everybody too.
But to your Eckler point,
and the Ravens, and the
Ravens too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, man. As always, thank you. How deep into the game was it when you turned and looked at me and goes, does he have a completion to anybody other than Eckler? I mean, it was into the second quarter, right?
Yeah, it was the end of the half. His first 3 completions, and it was like several drives in, were to Eckler, and it was 4 of his 5 targets were to Eckler.
Yeah, because that's all that Philly was willing to give up, right? To me, that's what it looked like.
But he just
wasn't
wasn't
by design.
seeing it. Because like today, when you go back, there was like a 3rd and 5 early, maybe the first or second drive. Well, first of all, his second throw of the night on that 3rd down in the middle of the field to Noah Brown, where it was like the diving tip by Bond that was nearly intercepted.
Yeah.
Like that, he has not made that throw all season.
That's right.
Like balls don't touch defenders' hands, and he's not forcing balls into non-existent windows. So that was my first Okay,
Yeah.
that was not normal. But then a drive later, I think it was the next drive, there's a 3rd and 4 or so, and he has Zach Ertz, and Ertz has run this route in this situation and moved the chains 15 times this year, where he just runs that little kind of like a stop or like a curl right at the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
And if Daniels is seeing it clean and feeling okay about himself, gets the ball, fires it in there 80 miles an hour, and you're moving the chains, and we're on to the next. And he just kind of looked at him, patted the ball, and then it was too late. Now he's moving. Now he gets sacked, I think, later in the sequence. And he got sacked on back-to-back plays.
Yep.
But, like, those situations all year long have been different results. So I think it's true that, yeah, they were taking things away, but I also think he just wasn't comfortable. He wasn't really seeing it.
Well, that's for sure that it wasn't
as
comfortable.
clean.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. The cold water for some of these fears people have that they're telling us about, they're 7-4.
Yes.
They have not really lost the game that they shouldn't. They're still beating up on the bad teams. They'll get a chance to play a lot of bad teams moving forward. And it looks like, barring some type of major collapse, they're playoff bound, which far exceeds the expectations. And maybe we just need to recalibrate how good we think they actually are when you're talking about playing with the heavyweights in year one of Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels. 800-636-1067 next. I want to bring something up we have not talked about all day. I'm sure somebody in town has. We were on the train, but I haven't heard anybody mention this. I think this is a little Calherdian. I'm going to tell you that in advance. But I think it could be a thing. Could be a thing. I want to do this next on G&D.
we knew that adversity comes. Like, it just does. That's our game. That's why we love it so much. There's hard parts, and tonight's hard. And in fact, I even said that, the last, 2 games, these are tough, and they test your resolve. They build some of your resilience. It's a difficult, 4 or 5 game stretch, whatever it is. And it also emphasizes the ability to go close it and be there at the end and go win it. And those are the lessons for us to say, to be the team, we can be. Those have to go down on our terms. And we've been pretty good in that spot. And so over the last 2 weeks, not to finish. And that's not one side of the ball. That's collectively, finding that blood in the water and say, we're going to go end this thing. And we'll get there. But over the last 2 weeks, we weren't able to demonstrate that and express that, to the fullest level.
That was Dan Quinn yesterday. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:30 from Third Hill Brewing Company in Silver Spring, on G&D, our Friday field trip, stop number 2 in a row in Maryland. We're back in Virginia next week. We'll give you the details before we say goodbye at 6:30. But Falls Church, we are coming your way, and that'll be ramping up for a Cowboys game. That should be a good time.
That'll be a hoot and holler. I like that. Because Dallas stinks, and that's what's most important here.
Yeah, it should be a fun week of making fun of the Cowboys coming up on Grant and Danny. All right, so here's my Cowherdian thought that I think needs to get a little attention. I'm going to do my damnedest today to look this up best I can for Monday. I have a hard time believing Jaden Daniels has ever played a game in colder weather than last night. Jaden Daniels is from California. Jaden Daniels went to Arizona State. Jaden Daniels left Arizona State and went to LSU. Now, it gets chilly, I'm sure, at different points of the winter. Baton Rouge, some of the places in the South where he played in the SEC. But do we think he's ever played in a game colder than the 47 degrees or whatever it was last night? I bring this up because it wasn't that long ago that I was watching Lamar Jackson play a game in the cold. And he's like sitting on the bench. And it was Baltimore. It was 58 degrees or something. Maybe it was like 54 degrees. And he had not only a beanie on with a coat and gloves and everything, but he literally was wearing one of those like protective gear, like turtle things that only show your eyes over your face. As if the guy's about to go skiing in January in Colorado. And I'm like, what is he wearing? And a bunch of people get in my mentions and they're like, he's from Florida, man. Leave him alone. I'm like, the weather is still not that cold, whether you're from Florida or not. Are we sure Jaden Daniels has ever played in that cold of an environment?
I'm not. I haven't looked it up. I was trying to figure out a way to do that.
My weekend homework is going to be to go through every box score of his college career and just see the game time
and you could
temperature.
Find it? Yeah, I mean, they play in the Pac-12, so it's a lot of Palo Alto, a lot of like Southern California. It's also Oregon. It's also Washington. Those are northern type places. Washington State in Pullman might get a little chilly. I have no idea. But it is something to think about where you're not used to it, right? I mean, that stuff has been out there since I was a kid. I remember my dad and like all the other old guys in the neighborhood talking about football and these dome teams or these warm weather teams. They don't want to come north and east in the wintertime, right? There's always this built-in disadvantage. So it's hard to say what he's used to or not. So now, could it be that's not a factor at all? Or could it be a huge factor because he's not as comfortable because he hasn't done it? I don't know. But I am curious about it, in all sincerity.
I found Arizona State, Washington. It was basically on the same date in November, a couple of years ago. Or now it's been probably 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Daniels, 10 for 16 for 90 yards in a game. Now, that was a different Jaden Daniels.
That's a different Jaden Daniels.
That's very, very young.
That's a Herm Edwards Jaden Daniels there?
But I got to find a way to go get, like, the attendance and the weather and all of those things.
Time and temperature brought to you by
57,858 at Husky Stadium in Seattle, Washington. 7 p.m. kick. Night game in November. I still can't find the temperature. This might be harder than I thought.
This is my point, yeah.
Well, when you look up baseball box scores, right?
Yeah.
It gives you the same data for every game. First pitch time of game, all that stuff. And you always get the weather. I assume if I find a box score, I'll be able to do that. But that's going to be my homework. But is there anything to that possibly?
Of course.
Where Jaden Daniels, playing in the cold weather, was just a little bit bothered by something he hasn't been used to. And you got to get used to that. And you're going to get more reps and opportunities to do that as you go.
Yeah, it's going to happen, right? I mean, a million guys have done that and gotten over it, right? I mean, I remember, Brett Favre, the Mississippi guy. All of a sudden, this was a major adjustment. He'd never done this before in the freezing cold of Green Bay, and then it became like a source of pride, and that was their deal. And I remember, Michael Vick, someone that was probably not growing up in shoveling snow here, there, and everywhere in Atlanta, went on the road in like one of the coldest games ever and beat the aforementioned Brett Favre and company in Green Bay. So some people, you never know how they're going to react. For others, it's like takes getting used to. It's an adjustment. But I'd be curious to actually to find out if that was a factor at all. Of course, he'll never tell you it was. Like if he's saying, "Hey, Jaden, is it a factor?" He'll go, "Absolutely not."
According to him,
but I wonder.
His hand bleeding wasn't a factor. Right. His rib isn't a factor.
My hand just began to bleed at football because he says the right things, and I love him so much.
Yeah, he says all the right things, and that's very, very cool. But there's such a thing as people will talk about this team's record in a certain temperature, this quarterback when it's under 40 degrees. That's a thing for a reason, and I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, but it's Calherdian. I don't love it. Mm-hmm. But if we're doing the things that are in the back of your head you don't want to give credence to, one of them is, are we sure Jaden Daniels wasn't bothered by the cold? And that might have been the coldest game he's ever played in. And I'm going to dig on that to get the information to make sure it's not just a wacky take that has no bearing.
I'm picturing Grant, by the way, just Saturday afternoon, just calling SIDs from various colleges on the West Coast.
Hey, your 2023 game against Utah, what was the temperature at the kickoff?
I don't even work there anymore, man. That was like 10 years ago.
All right, next. We got to go around the NFL. We got a huge weekend ahead, and we get to enjoy it all. It's a Red Zone Sunday, people.
Yeah, it's a Red Zone Sunday.
It's a Red Zone Sunday.
Yeah.
We get to enjoy football the old-fashioned way, the way Dad did it, right? No Washington ruining everything. We're just going to be watching football.
Can't hurt me no more.
Although this year they've been great to watch.
Yeah,
they've actually been supplementing.
But they caused me pain last night. They can't do anymore. They cannot hurt me anymore this weekend.
So we'll go around the NFL, storylines from every game. Don't forget about as well, and we got a Caps power play. They play at the Avs tonight in Colorado. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The Commanders dropped their second straight game as they fell to the Eagles last night, 26-18. Jaden Daniels on the day, 22 of 32, 191 passing yards with a touchdown and a pick. Also 18 rushing yards. Here's the rookie quarterback talking after the game.
We got to capitalize. I got to play better. Some throws I want back for sure. Man, we got to execute. You know, we haven't been executing how we were before at the beginning half of the season. So we got to go back and, like I said, look ourselves in the mirror. How can we get better? How can we keep improving? It's a long season, so there's going to be ups and downs, but how can we fight through adversity?
And now the Commanders will have a couple extra days as they prepare for Dallas at home next Sunday. College football tomorrow, Maryland hosting Rutgers at 6 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. College hoops tonight, Virginia Tech and Baltimore to take on Penn State, 7:30 tip-off. You can hear that game on 1580 AM. Maryland hosting number 15 Marquette tonight, 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Tomorrow, Georgetown hoops taking on Notre Dame at Capital One Arena, 1 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. In the NBA tonight, the Wizards taking on the Hawks in Atlanta, 7:30 tip-off on Bloomberg 99.1. It's the first game of the NBA Cup group play for the Wizards, and the first 2 wins of the season came against Atlanta. And in hockey, the Capitals take on the Avalanche tonight in Colorado. Late night puck drop, 9 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Winter is coming, and so are cold drafts right through your old vinyl windows. Save energy and add comfort with superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now $250 off every fiberglass window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Yeah, it wasn't going that way, and it wasn't certainly. I didn't feel, going, specifically to him to go. But you're right. Our explosive plays to get generated from Terry, such a big part of what we do. And if somebody had just, hey, we're taking this player away with a double or something than other guys, that's a bigger factor. But I didn't sense that was the case, Ben.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll spin you around the NFL, get you a headline from every NFL game going into Week 11 in just a few moments. Want to remind you that our show is brought to you by the good folks at Kandori & Murad. That's a law firm that takes good care of us. You can schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. They'll set you up with a will and testament or any other of the important things you may need, including consultations to get you a revocable trust as well. Again, kmlawyers.com. They are good friends of ours. We had a blast with them going to Philadelphia.
You guys are the best, man.
This morning started with you and I waking up in a hotel room, different hotel rooms, as far as you guys know.
Keep the illusion of the mind, right? They didn't have to know that.
Nobody will ever know.
We were in a hotel. We had breakfast together. You came down at the same time and had breakfast together. It's not a big deal.
What is Danny doing here, Dad? He came over last night. I don't know.
Remember that line from, why am I blanking?
Because he likes breakfast so much. It's knocked up.
Oh,
yeah.
No, I'm thinking of Kingpin. We're like, sometimes Mr. McCracken is already there when I wake up. And he's like, ha, ha, ha. Anyway, because he's with the kid's mom. Anyway.
I was thinking Knocked Up, where they're sitting around having breakfast. And she comes walking in, or Seth Rogen comes walking in, and the girl's like, why is he here so early in the morning? And then Paul Rudd goes, because he likes breakfast so much.
Such a good bet.
So strong. But, all right, I'm not going to go full Cowherd just yet. I'm not going to do it. I will not go full Cowherd just yet.
But you never want to go full Cowherd, but you might be going partial Cowherd here.
Well,
Grant Cow.
We had a little research project during the break.
Oh, man.
Me and a couple of the fellas out here at the bar.
Gosh.
We have found 3 games with comparable weather to last night in Jaden Daniels' college career. Okay? We worked back from when has he played in games that were cold. That was our theory.
Okay.
We found 3 games where the weather was almost identical to last night. That's as cold as we found, which was roughly in the 45-ish degree area, between 45 and 50 degrees, right?
Okay.
In those 3 games, our data all the way back to Utah, 2019, Oregon State, 2021, and Washington, 2021. Our guy did not have his best football games. Now, I'm not saying that we have anything just yet, But I'm saying we have found 3 games with similar temperatures where Jaden Daniels struggled a little bit. And he is a guy from Southern California who played at Arizona State, who then played at LSU, was playing road games last year at the end of the year at Florida in December. Maybe the cold weather bothers him a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not as respectfully, Grant Cow, I'm not as interested in the 2019 data,
right,
as I am maybe like last year when he was the Heisman Trophy winner, because the arc of his career.
He didn't play cold weather games.
That's true. The arc of his career, he's not the same guy that he was 5 years ago. I mean, he played a lot of college games, dramatically improved.
So you're not interested in, he has 3 times ever played in games where the weather was similar to last night and it went similarly. You're not interested in that.
The data points are interesting. I love information. I will not put weight on a 2019 statistical performance if it was 100 degrees or 0 degrees, because he didn't put up great stats as a 19-year-old freshman or an 18-year-old freshman.
Reasonable.
Was in 2019.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just telling you we have found 3 games with similar weather to this point. My research project will continue into the weekend.
It is ongoing. Now, it is an interesting data point.
I had 1 commercial break and 2 statistical assistants, and the 3 of us putting our heads together. We have not landed any spaceships just yet, but we have found 3 football games. That's
Okay.
what we have done.
That's it, which is
all we got.
It's more than I had before, so I appreciate the info.
We will continue our reporting, and we will get back to you guys in the future. With that, let's go around the NFL Week 11, ready for a Red Zone Sunday. We'll start you off with the Packers and the Bears, Soldier Field in Chicago. This is a 1 o'clock East kick on Fox. Matt Eberflus might be coaching for his job. Feels like he's going to survive the season because they already blew out Shane Waldron, the OC now. But I could see this ending with him being fired if they have yet another stinker against Green Bay at home. And you know, Bears fans are restless. They are livid. They are trying to fix their broken offense by turning the play calling over to a guy in Thomas Brown who was the offensive coordinator for Bryce Young last year, who got fired in Carolina.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like the best prescription. Give me Green Bay on the road.
Yeah, little dead cat bounce potential maybe, but you're free of the awful and horrible Shane Waldron, but I'm not sure his replacement's better. That happens sometimes. You get a small sample of good, but I don't trust it. Give me Green Bay.
Lopsided matchup on paper in Detroit. The Jaguars are 2-8 without their starting quarterback Trevor Lawrence. Mac Jones gets the call again. The Detroit Lions, your hosts, 8-1 with a chance to get to 9-1 after a bit of a miracle win against the Houston Texans in primetime this past week. Detroit's going to have 9 wins and sitting atop the NFC looking pretty when this one's over.
So the Jacksonville Jaguars have shown a bit of friskiness, may I offer, over their last 3 games. They have not won any of those 3 games, but instead of just getting boat raced as they had pretty much done previously, lost by 3 to Green Bay, lost a competitive game to Philadelphia. They were losing by a lot, but came back in that one and held Minnesota to only 12 points in a bizarre twist of fate. It's one of the worst defenses in the sport. But at home for Detroit, I expect them to run roughshod.
Yeah, I think the Vikings, too, should have beaten them by a lot.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold was really bad.
He was so turnovery.
He threw 3 bad interceptions in that game. Darnold, who has played pretty well for Minnesota, slowing down and kept Jacksonville in that game. Let's go to Miami, where don't look yet, but the Dolphins might be getting right. They beat the Rams 23-15. At 3-6, they still have an outside chance at the playoffs. They're going to have to string some wins together. They actually have a favorable schedule to do so. They play the Raiders, Patriots, Jets all coming up in the next month. They have to get a win against Las Vegas. It starts out this weekend at home in Miami. I believe Gardner Minshew gets the nod in this game.
This is your pug? This is your dog?
No, not my French Bulldog Fiona.
French Bulldog, yeah.
This would be the quarterback.
Got you.
Who has a mustache and wears tight pants.
That is what he does. You're talking about the second place Miami Dolphins, by the way. That division, that's the deal. They're 3-6 and in second place behind the Bills, who have a bit of a cushion, I might add. But yeah, the Dolphins looked as good as they have all of a sudden here over the last couple of weeks. But a chance for them to be outside looking in, but they have a chance to make up some ground.
Fun game in that the Rams need a win. They're 4-5, and they're taking on the 3-7 New England Patriots. This is a New England team that is starting to look a little bit better. They beat the Bears by 16 points. They took the Titans to the brink in overtime 1 week before that. I mean, they are basically an overtime loss away from 3 straight wins. Drake May's playing pretty well. I think they're like what they're seeing in their young quarterback, just like we do in here in D.C. as well. You got the Rams and the Patriots in New England. I like the Rams to win. I still think LA makes the playoffs. They'll be 5-5 going into week 12.
So I did this last year too, where I left them for dead after a really rough start, where they seem to be always injured, always beat up. They lack depth. And then whisper quiet, all of a sudden, they won a bunch of games in a row. With one dip in there, they won 3 in a row, lost an overtime game at Baltimore. This is last year, then won 4 straight again to kind of end their season. They're sort of doing that now. A tough, weird morning game, or maybe it was Thursday Night Football, I guess, Miami this past week. But they're playing a lot better than they were earlier on the season.
Browns Saints in New Orleans. This is an awful game. You got to be a parent of one of these players to want to watch this one. Cleveland 2-7, New Orleans 3-7 in the Superdome. Jameis Winston time. He's been starting for the Browns. Derek Carr still has the gig for New Orleans, back from injury. They just beat the Falcons. They got their dead cat bounce, turning things over to their special teams coach as their interim head coach after firing Dennis Allen. But both of these teams are effectively now playing out the string of their season.
They're both gross. The Saints, as you correctly alluded to, got rid of Allen. So next thing you know, they played their best game of the year since their 46-point per game start when they went 2-0. Never forget that part, by the way. Cleveland, I think the competitive portion of their season is over. This is only one, as you said, a mother could love.
Colts, Jets. Indianapolis is the story here. They are going back to Anthony Richardson. They benched Richardson at 4-4 because Flacco had been decidedly better. Flacco played really badly the last 2 weeks. They lost because of him, essentially. And so now they go back to Richardson, who the last time he played benched himself because he said he was tired.
I'm tired.
Needed a break.
You know what? I'm a little tuckered. Would you finish this segment for me?
Bad situation, but he's now playing, I think, for his future there.
Yeah.
If he struggles down the stretch, as crazy as it sounds, because he's raw and young and super talented in terms of the tools, he might be out of a gig in Indianapolis, and they may move on looking for a quarterback. Meanwhile, the Jets, if they can't beat the Colts, would be 3-8. I think things could get really, really ugly in New York with that media and Aaron Rodgers going head-to-head down the stretch. They need a win to stave off the Wolves.
You've got to spend the entire pulse and fortune on a wager. Jets are 3.5-point favorites at home. Do you trust them at all?
No.
At all?
That hook's a killer. I mean, I think they win. I would probably buy the 2.5 or something like that. But no, they're not good enough for me to take them to beat anybody by more than a field goal.
That's kind of where
their offense is terrible.
It's anemic. Despite Garrett Wilson putting up numbers, despite the addition of Devontae Adams, and Breece Hall is nasty, doesn't matter. They're gross.
Typically, you could tell me, well, their defense is really good and they'll shut Richardson down. Their defense isn't good either. Their defense hasn't played.
No, it's
that
not
well.
what we're used to. I mean, that group was an elite unit, I would say, for a couple seasons. You know, weighed down at
there
times.
was a time.
Yeah, weighed down by the fact that the offense kept screwing them over. You know, they'd average about 10 minutes time of possession per game, numbers approximate, and then so the numbers would be worse. But you could tell down in, down out, that group could play. Hasn't been the same.
They gave up 31 points this past week.
Yeah,
the Jets did.
Chris.
Let's go to the game of the week in the NFL. This is going to be very fun. The Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens. This game's in Pittsburgh, 1 o'clock kick on Sunday. This is going to highlight the slate. In fact, what are you going to do with your afternoon off, Commanders fans? You might want to major in this football game. How about that?
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. You know it's AFC North. It's always gross. It's always a pushing contest. Even with offenses, by the way, the Ravens' offense is a juggernaut. We've seen that. And Pittsburgh's offense with Russell Wilson is good. Not great. They're not world-beating, but they're good. They're different than we're used to seeing there in Pittsburgh. I think Arthur Smith has kind of found this perfect marriage. And good for Mike Tomlin, who, again, I would just put in charge of things. I love that guy so much. He basically said to Russell Wilson, this whole you have an entourage and an office and stuff like that's accompanied you different places. We're going to not do that here. You're going to do it the Mike Tomlin way, which is the way that always wins. And that's a great matchup for them. So for Baltimore, they need this one a little bit because they've had a couple of bogeys where they need to make up some ground. And for Pittsburgh, what a stamp they could put on that division.
First place game, 7-3 Baltimore, 7-2 Pittsburgh. First team to 8, driver's seat in the AFC North. Let's go to the Vikings and Titans. This will be a fun jersey matchup. I know you don't care about that.
Correct.
Got the purple of the Minnesota Vikings, that beautiful Tennessee Titans uniform. 7-2 Vikes. They keep winning, despite the fact that their offense has come back to the pack.
Yeah.
Darnold, as we talked about earlier, has regressed. But they're good enough to beat the Titans, I would think, on the road. Tennessee's 2-7. We'll see them after Dallas here in D.C. They're much better defensively than they are offensively. Offensively, they're pretty broken. Will Levis, who played well last week, threw for $175 and a couple of touchdowns without turning the ball over, is normally good for 1 or 2 back-breaking decisions a week. Minnesota's going to roll.
Yeah, Minnesota needs to kind of get back on the good foot with that offense, right? As you're looking at a defense that frankly won the game for them this past week against Jacksonville, they can't bail you out like that every week.
All right, let's get to the 4 o'clock window, your second window on Sunday. Falcons-Broncos. I don't like this matchup for Atlanta. My guy Kirk O'Chains, man.
This Denver defense is good.
Yes, they
They
are.
are good.
Atlanta 6-4, first place, win, and they're in a really good spot in the South. But Denver's awesome defensively. They can rush the quarterback. The Falcons didn't look right this past week. They've been very effective on offense. Then they ran into New Orleans. It's a bit of a struggle on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They are back on the road, and that's a tough place. Plus, think about Cousins in Denver. When he was here a couple of times he played in Denver, he struggled. I remember a game with the Vikings where he really, really had a tough day there. Has not been a friendly stadium to him either, for whatever that's worth.
That's a good nugget. Yeah, and Denver right there in the playoff picture. I mean, they're not good. Nobody's saying that they are, but they're, kind of in that middle of the road type spot where if you win a couple of games that are winnable for you, you could end up with enough W's to be in the postseason because they're ahead right now of the Colts and the Bengals and maybe the Dolphins. You want to include them in that group at 3-6 with, already having had their bye week. But Denver just kind of might mess around and be a postseason team.
Yeah, they would be, even if they lose, still tiebreaker friendly because they beat Tampa twice. But the Bucs are 4-6. So they'd be basically a game and a half back of first place at that point in the South. How about the Seahawks and the 49ers? I think we've seen San Francisco turn a corner now. They got Christian McCaffrey back last week.
They're scary now.
He was very good, both through the air where he made some big plays and running the football. They are 23-20 winners last week against Tampa, despite missing a few field goals. That should have actually been 32 points for them in that game. Seattle, 4-5 in San Francisco. If they win, that's 3 in a row, 4 out of 5 for the Niners. You feel like they're back where they need to be. If they lose, though, and Seattle pulls off the upset, breaks a 2-game skid, don't look now. They're 5-5, and they would be right in the mix in the very mediocre NFC West.
Yeah, Arizona leading that division now. I certainly don't trust that to continue. But to your point, if San Francisco wins, that's a 6-4 team. Washington, I remind you, is 7-4. All of a sudden, there's a little hot breath on the back of your neck there. Somebody's charging a little bit.
Only until you beat the Cowboys by 17.
There you go. But still, San
And
Francisco.
then you beat the Titans by 14.
San Fran is a postseason team when everything is right, and they're getting right.
Yeah, they're going to win that division for sure. But Seahawks fans don't really know which way to go here. Like, I'll talk to a Seahawks fan 1 minute, and they're telling me we're going to see Sam Howell in a week. And then the next, they're going, I think we can win playoff games. Like, it could go one way for the other or the other for them.
I don't know which ends
in
up.
that division. The second best game of the day, maybe the best.
This is my one seed
in
personally.
football. The Chiefs and the Bills. I say second best, even though it's 9-0 Kansas City, 8-2 Buffalo. Even though this is maybe an AFC Championship game preview, I just find watching the Chiefs, as sexy as it once was, it's now like unesthetically unpleasing. It's every game is 17-16 with blocked field goals and some kind of weird call at the end. I like the Bills to beat them, though. It just seems to me like the Chiefs have been playing with on borrowed time, a little bit of house money here. And you think at some point they're not going to make the big play to get over the hump. But the Bills are super banged up. They're missing a few key pieces. Their top tight end, Dalton Kincaid, is out. Sounds like Keon Coleman's not going to play. So they'll be down some weapons for Josh Allen.
I'm just going to remember, obviously, that you picked against us. It's going to be bulletin board material primarily, but I talked to Coach Reed and Triav and all them guys. And obviously, we're not know. Nobody's ever given out a trophy for being good in November. So we're going to go to Buffalo, give it our best, and kind of keep after them. But that's a good football team over there. But we got a good one here, too. That's just a game preview.
Ladies and
Not a big deal. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
You didn't know Patrick Mahomes would be here.
For real, dog. I made the trip.
Grant and Danny working our way through the Week 11 slate in the NFL. It's a Sunday where you don't have to worry about watching Washington. You might tune in to primetime Sunday Night Football. Bengals, Chargers. Chargers 6-3. Jim Harbaugh.
We're talking about unsexy. They're so boring.
All they do is run the football.
Calmly effective.
Couple play actions. Never turn it over. Harbaugh's doing the thing again.
He's Harbaughing.
Everybody knew he was going to do this. Nobody wanted him. No, I think a couple owners maybe, but like fan bases didn't. He just goes places and wins, and he wears those glasses that are magnifying glasses for his eyeballs. You know what I'm talking about? And he like gets up in your face about it, and he's like, "I'm going to attack the day with enthusiasm, unknown to world
He's
kind."
like, I'm going to strangle today like it did me wrong, and I'm going to bury it and smother it. And I'm like, dude, I don't know how to talk. I just want to know if you want coffee.
I mean,
you know what I
he is-
mean? Like, I can't.
Whatever a lot to deal with is. He's
Oh, he's
more
the
than
most. But he wins.
He's here to be weird and
Yep.
chew bubblegum, right? And then he wins some football
He's
games.
fresh out of Bubblemint.
He is a football guy's football guy's guy. But the Bengals, 4-6. I can't.
They're in it.
I don't want to drive a stake through them. They got Burrow playing at MVP level.
Yeah,
This is the best we've ever seen Joe
And
Burrow.
I'm guessing T. Higgins plays, right? And they're different when he plays. It's just another counter to loading up on Jamar Chase.
Why are you guessing that?
I mean, I saw him I saw some video of him running up a hill where he looks comfortable.
But the Bengals are playing in a game. T. Higgins can't play. Why would
I think he plays.
As one of his fantasy owners, I promise you, if the Bengals are playing,
No, I've gone through it.
he's not allowed to play.
You'll never get me right on this. When he was fine and he played one snap once in a playoff game for me in my big money league. He played a snap and then sat down. He went, you know who can screw off is that Randy Douye fella.
After 2 years of this, I might actually put him on my I can't roster him list. And he'll be somewhere else next year.
He's on for me.
Monday Night Football, Texans, Cowboys, which is good because Dallas has a short week coming to Washington.
Here we
next
go.
week. As if that matters because they are terrible.
Give him a month.
Oh, they're so bad. Dallas is so bad. The Capitals are good. They play tonight. Let's get you a Caps power play. Was that a Caps pop?
Well, Caps pop.
Wow, the people are going crazy for the Capitals. We love it. And they've been sitting here waiting for us to. You should have told me. We could have been talking Caps the last 4 hours. 10-4-1 Capitals. Looking for win number 11 tonight in Colorado against the Avalanche. The Avs got off to a strangely slow start. They're 9-8. It's a great barn. Good environment. Going to be loud. Ovi hunting goal number 11 as he plays now in game 15 of the season.
Nathan McKinnon leads the league in points. He's got 33 of them. Here's the thing with Colorado. They give up goals. They love doing that. This might be a good night for a certain player that wears a single-digit number. That's 4 times 2 or 6 plus 2 or different ways to get to 8 to score some goals. That's what I'm looking for against Colorado.
Big voice guy.
What's the big voice guy doing? I kind of had a natural stop there.
No, I get it. Me and the big voice guy aren't on the same page. So last time, I jumped in right after you.
Yeah.
And the big voice guy was going to jump right in right after you. So I knew this would happen. This time, I sat out waiting for the big voice guy. And the big voice guy was like, well, I don't want us to talk.
I don't want us to talk over him.
So we were just kind of two ships passing in the night, as it were.
Yeah, right. We'll get in the film room. We'll talk about a big voice guy.
And the Commanders aren't the only ones that need to get back to work. Me and you, we got to study the tape from today.
Yeah, that was our Thursday Night Football against the Eagles moment with the big voice guy.
We're going to get better. We got to thank everyone who came out today.
Yes.
We had a lot of fun in Silver Spring with
Thank you
our
to Third Hill.
listening audience, folks that came and went. Those of you that have been kicking with us throughout the afternoon, we appreciate you. Third Hill Brewing is a great spot. You guys should check it out. Georgia Avenue. We've thoroughly enjoyed ourselves.
This place is gorgeous, man. Really, really nice facility. We've had the little garage door style open, good beverages. Food is delicious. I highly recommend.
Next time you hear these voices, it'll be Monday at 2 o'clock, and we'll be back in our really boring studios in Half Street.
Stupid studio.
Here's the good news. We're not going to be there very long. Next Friday, we are back in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
We're doing great.
Virginia's doing great. We're going to be at the Casual Pint in Falls Church. We are coming your way for the Friday field trip. You got your work cut out for you. Maryland did some things the last couple of weeks.
Maryland put up a little bit, right? We challenged them, and they responded.
Chris in Hyattsville said, come to Maryland or lose a listener.
It's the piano key necktie. He invented
right.
it.
4, Ryan, Darius, Metal Chris, and our our entire crew out here. Grant and Danny saying so long. Thank you for listening. We will be back on Monday.
Thank you for coming.